Jianshi was an officer, so he should know some inside information. Soon, Jianshi sent her some internal news. After reading it, and Suisui was greatly shocked. She had just said it casually, but she really guessed it right. An interstellar war might really happen. Meanwhile, Jianshi skillfully controlled his mecha, patrolling the front line. He stood at the forefront of many mecha soldiers, his orange-red mecha especially eye-catching against the black-gray background. At a glance, it was clear who the leader of this team was. At this moment, Jianshi and several Legion commanders looked solemnly at the sky. An hour ago, someone discovered abnormal spatial fluctuations in the Silver Wolf Heart, but didn't report it. Who knew things got worse, and even ordinary people were affected by the spatial fluctuations, seriously injured and hospitalized. The highest authority on Silver Wolf Star hurriedly reported the matter and personally led people to find the core point of the spatial fluctuation in the shortest time, trying to fix it. Jianshi took over the situation afterward. "Sir, what do you think is behind these spatial fluctuations?" A Legion commander asked Jianshi through the mecha's internal voice transmission system. Jianshi shook his head, hard to say. The interstellar era hadn't seen such an event for many years. To cause such a large spatial fluctuation, the opponent's strength must be very strong. Moreover, they received no warning before the sudden attack. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the core point of the spatial fluctuation trembled violently, as if someone was hammering it hard from behind. The next second, the core point shattered with a roar. A mass of black ink expelled the surrounding light, slowly spreading out. The sky looked like it had been torn open, terrifying beyond words. Jianshi was ready to attack, but saw a figure suddenly fly out from the center of the black ink. Silver hair, pointed ears, red eyes, Bai Weiqi spread his huge wings and proudly looked at everyone present. Just as Bai Weiqi was about to lift and Suisui away, at the critical moment, Jianshi snatched his wife into his arms. "Father-in-law, you've worked hard. Let me carry her." "But father-in-law, where are we going? For how long? Is there anything we need to bring?" Bai Weiqi, a vampire who had lived for tens of thousands of years, could immediately see the little thoughts between the two. He didn't bother arguing and lazily lifted his eyelids, walking ahead. "If you want to come, then follow." Bai Weiqi didn't explain where they were going, nor did he say they couldn't return. Jianshi frowned slightly and exchanged a glance with Suisui. Suisui shook her head slightly, signaling Jianshi not to act rashly. The current situation was somewhat special. Bai Weiqi's purpose was unclear. They would observe first and decide later. So Jianshi ordered the 3 Legion commanders who followed to guard their soldiers and stay on standby. He then took Suisui and stepped into the hole in the sky with Bai Weiqi. The area stained by black ink was like a twisted space. Ordinary people wouldn't just be unable to enter, but even approaching would tear them apart. Feeling the threat of the space, Jianshi had to activate his bloodline talent, enveloping himself and Suisui in black mist. Only then did they safely pass through the passage without incident. Bai Weiqi seemed to sense something and suddenly turned back to scrutinize Jianshi carefully. He lingered especially on Jianshi's black robe and the sickle mark on his hand for a long moment. Then he snorted coldly and left without looking back. After crossing the spatial vortex, Suisui's silence was lifted. She hugged Jianshi's neck and softly asked, "What did you do to anger him this time?" Jianshi shrugged. How would he know? It was like Anne's father disliking him. Did it need a reason? Just breathing was his fault. Bai Weiqi left quickly, disappearing as soon as he crossed the spatial passage. Fortunately, the butler Elton had been waiting behind the vortex for a long time. "Miss Nora, long time no see. You still look so energetic." Suisui smiled brightly, likewise, "You still have such professional dedication." With the cold-faced old father Bai Weiqi gone, Suisui grew bolder. She got off Jianshi, hopping noisily behind Elton, her chatter louder than sparrows. "How did you find me, Elton? There's a big hole in our sky. Is that your doing or my dad's? My dad is so eager to bring me back. Is it to inherit the family business? How much property do we have? How much will be handed to me?" Though Elton's face wore a gentle and elegant smile, inside he sighed helplessly. This little princess was as noisy as ever. But as a butler, answering questions was basic professionalism. Even if he couldn't answer, he shouldn't pretend not to hear. So Elton organized his words and extracted the key points from Suisui's questions, answering one by one. You carry the aura left by the prince, so finding you wasn't difficult. As for the big hole in the sky, it was caused by the connection of two different worlds, causing some damage. Don't worry, the world's self-repairability is strong. Unless it's near collapse, given some time, it will recover quickly. Regarding inheritance, you should ask the prince. But I think, as long as you live well, everything the Lord currently owns will eventually be yours. He only has you as a child, right? Only child? And Suisui mulled over the sentence, then cautiously glanced around to confirm Baiwesi wasn't nearby before quietly asking, putting aside whether I outlive my dad, about the child issue. Do you think there's a chance my dad might have a late-born son one day and I'd lose favor? In her mind, she imagined a soap opera scenario. The adoptive father had no children for years and adopted a daughter to inherit the family business. Unexpectedly, he later had a biological son, and the adopted daughter was immediately cast aside. Wow! Just thinking about it was thrilling. Elton's eyes flickered slightly. For some reason, and Suisui felt his smile deepen. I can assure you, the prince will not have a late-born son. Why? Before Suisui could ask, they had already arrived at Baiwesi's palace. Only then did Suisui fully realize how powerful Baiwesi was. He forcibly opened a teleportation channel between two worlds, bringing her from the interstellar world to the Blood Clan world. He himself was a prince with the largest territory in the Blood Clan world. The castle before her was magnificent and huge, somewhat like the one she had seen in the game copy, but not exactly the same. Countless elaborately dressed maids poured out of the castle, bowing their heads to welcome the new little princess. The lead maid was someone Suisui recognized. Merlin, head maid of the Fairman Castle, managing all the maids. Also, the big loser in the Battle Royale game whom Suisui had tricked and robbed of all treasures. Suisui hadn't expected to see her again, since who cared about the future when robbing treasures? Merlin, however, accepted it well. Those treasures were originally stolen from other players, so losing them wasn't so painful. Especially since the other party was the little princess of the Fairman family. Welcome, Miss Nora. Merlin bowed, solemnly reciting the greeting. Without mentioning it, Suisui acted as if nothing had happened. Happily entered Baiwesi's castle. After entering, Elton disappeared. The person responsible for taking care of Suisui became Merlin. Merlin took Suisui to a room on the 4th floor and introduced it. This is your room, Miss Nora. You can see if there's anything unsatisfactory or missing, and we will get it for you. Suisui had previously called Xiaoyao Little Princess because of her powerful family background and didn't have to look at anyone's face. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, she herself became a little princess. A real little princess, no delusion. The little princess's room was only labeled by name, but opening the door revealed an absurdly large space. Besides the basic bedroom, bathroom, and other common facilities, there was a dedicated dressing room, makeup room, storage room, and more. If these were reasonable, the gym and entertainment room inside the room were things Suisui had never seen before. For this, Suisui just wanted to shout to the sky, "Whatever else I haven't seen, please throw it all at me." Because Jianshi was an unexpected guest, the Blood Clan had not prepared a room for him in advance. After Baiwesi returned, he didn't give any special instructions, so Merlin let Suisui and Jianshi stay in the same room according to Suisui's wishes. Upon entering the room, two young girls about 17 or 18 years old approached. One wore blue clothes, with a pretty face and a smile like a bright moon in the mountains, very lively. Her name was Ariel. The other wore yellow, looked more ordinary compared to Ariel, but had a gentle temperament, like a caring older sister. Her name was Martha. Merlin introduced, "Ariel and Martha will be your personal maids from now on." They will stay by your side to convey your wishes and assist you in managing other servants. The living arrangement was very well organized, and Suisui did not refuse. First, she believed in adapting to local customs. There was no need to make a fuss about humanitarianism here, or people would think she was crazy. Second, she indeed needed locals to understand the current situation of the Blood Clan world. They stayed one night on Baiwasi's territory. Besides needing to adapt to the magnetic field of this world, overall it was quite comfortable. "Good morning, Ariel." "Good morning, Martha." And Suisui greeted them sleepily. "Good morning, Miss Nora." Ariel smiled brightly, lifting her skirt and following Suisui around. Because Miss Nora's bedroom had a male companion, Ariel and Martha could only stay in the outer room and couldn't enter freely. Fortunately, Miss Nora woke up late, so they didn't miss their first morning meeting. The castle was much quieter during the day. The Blood Clan rarely worked in daylight unless necessary. "Where are Merlin and Elton? I haven't seen them all night." And Suisui mumbled, taking out her toiletries to wash up. Though the Blood Clan was magnificent, many daily life details differed greatly from humans. Ariel and Martha were carefully selected maids by Elton for Suisui. One was lively and had topics to chat about with Suisui. The other was tolerant and could calmly handle any bizarre things Suisui did. Their brief time together was very pleasant. Hearing Suisui's question, Ariel immediately answered. "Master Merlin is preparing the Bloodline Awakening ceremony, and Master Elton has taken people to maintain the space-time passage. They plan to turn the passage into a new copy, so they will be very busy for a while. If you don't have anything particularly important, just give us instructions." Bloodline Awakening ceremony? Turning a space passage into a game copy? Was the Blood Clan's way of doing things always this outrageous? And Suisui stood before the mirror, staring at the confused girl holding a toothbrush reflected back at her. The girl's delicate white face slowly transformed into a harmless little white rabbit being watched by a pack of fierce big gray wolves. Hiss! Did she still have a chance to go back? After brushing her teeth, it should be breakfast time. The Blood Clan didn't need breakfast. This time was like staying up late for them. Jianshi was hiding in the room contacting subordinates in the interstellar world, so Suisui was alone at the dining table. "Hey, what's the point of catching me if you don't take care of me? Why bother bringing me back? It's fun here," Suisui said casually. "I know this." Ariel was very enthusiastic. "Earlier, Master Elton mentioned that the prince wants to bring you back to register your household, or as you humans say, to get a residence permit." Suisui. Great, now she had to register a household. She wondered if having two households in two worlds was illegal. During the chat, Suisui found Ariel answered all her questions. Martha mostly stayed silent, occasionally adding a few words to complement Ariel's answers. Suisui was curious. To the entire Blood Clan, she should be an unknown, mysterious little princess dropped from the sky. Would they really be so unguarded with her? Tell her everything? Thinking this, Suisui asked directly. This time Martha answered. "Actually, before you came, Master Elton already instructed us. If you have any questions about the Blood Clan, as long as we know, we can answer. As for guarding against you, with your current strength, you can't harm the prince at all. If anyone should be guarded against, it should be you guarding us." After hearing this, Suisui bit her fork and said nothing. It wasn't that the Blood Clan had no guard, but that they thought Suisui, or the overall strength of the interstellar world, was a mere weakling before the Blood Clan. That was very infuriating. Suisui ate 3 large meat chops in a row to relieve her frustration. Elton's work was too high level, there was nothing to ask. Suisui simply asked about the Bloodline Awakening ceremony Merlin was preparing. The Blood Clan was too mysterious to her. Anything related to them piqued her curiosity. Ariel thought a few words couldn't explain the ceremony, so she took Suisui to Merlin's workplace. "Miss Nora." Merlin was initially stunned when she saw Suisui, but quickly recovered and introduced herself. "I am preparing your Bloodline Awakening ceremony, expected to be completed tonight. If you have any taboos, You can tell me in advance, and I will consider changing or reporting to the prince. What? This bloodline awakening ceremony was for her? What bloodline did she have? Could it be they wanted to turn her into a vampire? Panic suddenly surged in Suisui's heart. Don't joke about races. Though she acknowledged Baiwei as her father, and Suisui never thought of abandoning her human identity to become stronger. She was quite satisfied being human and didn't plan to change in this life or the next. Unable to control her wild thoughts, and Suisui swallowed and leaned close to Merlin, lowering her voice to ask, I do have a small taboo, but I don't know if you can agree. Please speak. Merlin was serious, even taking out a notebook to avoid forgetting. No need to be so serious, it's just a small thing. And Suisui gave her trademark mischievous smile, trying to soften Merlin's hard heart. I only have one small request, to remain human. Remain human? What a strange request. Merlin frowned, her pen hovering but not writing a word. Aren't you human already? She asked with some doubt. Yes, that's right. And Suisui nodded calmly. There was nothing to discuss about this. Then what did you mean just now? If not human, what do you want to be? Vampire, werewolf, angel, or demon? If you want, we can help transform you. Vampires are our specialty. Chapter 331 Blood Clan Journey Part 4 What? Merlin's words were completely opposite to Suisui's initial thoughts. Suisui bit her finger in confusion. Fortunately, she had already gotten the answer she wanted from Merlin's words. Although she didn't know exactly what the bloodline awakening ceremony was for, as long as it didn't change her race, everything was negotiable. Just joking, what are you thinking about? Snapping back to reality, Suisui lightly punched Merlin. I just came to see how your preparations were going. Keep working, I'll go find my dad to play. Merlin was about to nod, but suddenly realized something. Find who? Your dad? Isn't that the prince? Suisui felt a breeze pass by her eyes. Merlin, who was just behind her, suddenly appeared at the exit ahead. The prince needs to rest during the day. Why don't you come play with me instead? Suisui, why is this person so moody? Not that it was necessary, Suisui wasn't very eager to meet the cold-faced old dad. She always felt Baiwei looked like he wanted to hit her. Since Merlin spoke up, Suisui decided to stay and supervise. She watched the Blood Clan attendants busily working at a huge altar and suddenly asked, when can I go back? She could stay a little or even a long time with the Blood Clan. But she couldn't stay forever. Merlin didn't seem to think Suisui's question was a problem and naturally replied, when the space passage stabilizes and the bloodline activation completes, you can leave anytime. There was no intention to keep her here forcibly. Suisui nodded, finally relieved. Though her second father had a bad temper, he still had the demeanor of a strong man. During her time at Fairman Castle, the entire Blood Clan treated her openly, hiding no secrets. So Merlin's words should be trustworthy. Building a copy sounded very high-level, so Suisui didn't ask further. Bored, she thought about Elton's earlier mention that Baiwei would never have a late-born son. Why was Elton so sure Baiwei wouldn't have children? Such a secret concerning the highest ruler might not be known to Ariel and Martha. Suisui's eyes flicked to Merlin, who was supervising. Since Merlin said she wanted to play with her, asking a question and gossiping wasn't too much. Merlin. Suisui approached Merlin and whispered, I have a question. You better tell me the truth, or I'll have to go find my dad to play. This blatant threat forced Merlin to temporarily put down her work and patiently ask, what question do you have that hasn't been answered? Regarding Baiwei, Suisui didn't dare to shout loudly. I'm asking, why doesn't my dad have any children? Hearing this, Merlin's expression stiffened for a moment. She wanted to brush it off, but accidentally met Suisui's eager eyes. After a moment of hesitation, Merlin whispered, do you know about the world's male lead? Suisui nodded wildly, of course she knew. She had just come from a role-playing world not long ago. Merlin glanced around to make sure no one was paying attention, then quietly opened a barrier to block their voices from being overheard. Do you know? Actually, Lord Baiwei is the world's male lead in this world. Hiss! What a shocking revelation. And Suisui's eyes lit up, urging Merlin to continue. If there was a male lead, there must be a female lead. Where was the female lead? How could her dad be single for so many years? Merlin organized her words and spoke softly. Every newborn world has a child of fate. This child condenses the strongest fate in the world. Usually, we call them the world's male lead or female lead. And Suisui raised her hand, asking, aren't the male and female leads two different people? Why do you say there's only one child of fate? That's different, Merlin explained. The child of fate isn't the usual male or female lead. There is only one true child of fate. If male, then the world's male lead. If female, then the world's female lead. Whichever it is, they are the unique existence in the world and an important anchor for world stability. When the world is newly born, the children of fate bear a lot. Whether a newborn world can stabilize largely depends on them. But once the world stabilizes, the children of fate become less important, even becoming a thorn in the world's will. To disperse the fate on the child of fate, the world consciousness creates a partner for them. That's the male or female lead you often hear about. The created male and female leads have good fate too, but compared to the child of fate, the difference is obvious. Most importantly, they attract the child of fate. And Suisui nodded. After all, it was tailor-made. Lord Baiwasi is the world's male lead. Before the game descended, he single-handedly defeated the few remaining third-generation vampires, opposed the Elders' Council, and launched attacks on other princes' territories for years. Merlin said softly, hiss. And Suisui took a deep breath. Was her dad really that fierce when young? What happened next? And Suisui urged, you've talked so long but haven't mentioned the female lead. Where's my dad's female lead? At this, Merlin was silent for a long time, her eyes showing some helplessness. In this world, there have actually been several female leads. The first was a very powerful third-generation vampire. After being defeated by the Lord, she fell in love with him. Then the Lord killed her, saying third-generation vampires were all old relics. The second female lead was human. Her blood was very sweet, and Lord Baiwasi liked her very much, accidentally draining her dry. Over many years, the world consciousness designed many female leads for the Lord. Delicate, cute, lively, stubborn, various personalities were tried. There was even an orphan from the light race, a same-sex relationship, trying for a forbidden love. Unfortunately, none survived in Lord Baiwasi's hands. Later, Lord Baiwasi himself became suspicious and more wary of those who approached him mysteriously. Anyone slightly abnormal was killed. After too many failures, the world consciousness gave up. Lord Baiwasi's exact words were, "Wanna touch me? No way." And Suisui, so that's how the Eternal Bachelor came to be. An old-fashioned straight man who'd rather be single than lose his purity. It wasn't about whether he liked them or not. Baiwasi simply never gave anyone a chance. What? Ordinary people are thrown into a pile of beauties. They might be too happy to think of home. When Beavis is thrown into a pile of beauties, Beavis would carve a bloody path out. Incredible. But how do you know about these things? And Suisui's gaze was extremely strange. Could it be that Merlin was once a female protagonist too? Merlin didn't know what Suisui was thinking, but she inexplicably shivered, suddenly feeling cold all over. My half-sister is one of those female protagonists. Merlin suppressed the chill and explained to Suisui. Merlin's sister. Suisui pondered for a moment and thought of the girl who was locked in the basement in the Battle Royale dungeon. Merlin also gave her a confirming answer. You're thinking correctly. The plot of that dungeon was all adapted from real events. Holy shit. Doesn't that mean Elton's rebellion with outsiders was also real? Merlin nodded again. However, for the sake of the head butler's reputation, she added an explanation. Lord Beavis was too strong. Before discovering his identity as a child of destiny, everyone thought his powerful strength came from the clan. In other words, Beavis's strength gave Elton inexplicable confidence. He became so inflated that he thought he wasn't much different from Beavis. After all, They were half-brothers from the same father. However, reality dealt Elton a harsh blow, letting him know the difference between dreams and pipe dreams. Elton also completely submitted to Beavis's power. You couldn't tell at all that the gentle and refined head butler Elton actually had such a dark history. So why is Elton still single? And Suisui's thinking jumped quickly. She had already shifted from Beavis to Elton. Could straight male genes be hereditary? But that doesn't make sense either. Beavis's father had quite a few children. Elton and Beavis were newborn vampires from the same period. Under the radiance of the Child of Destiny, the equally gifted Elton was overlooked by many. This also meant that not many people knew about his affairs. Even Merlin couldn't explain much about it. The two were enthusiastically discussing various reasons when suddenly a low-ranking maid ran in from outside. The maid's rank was too low to approach and Suisui directly. With anxious eyes, she spoke to Ariel and the others for a while. Then Martha left with that maid. Miss Nora. Ariel stood outside the barrier, waving to the two of them. Merlin opened the barrier, ending her conversation with Suisui. And Suisui also saw the maid and Martha and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is it something related to me?" "Yes," Ariel said, "your male favorite beat up a guest, and the guest is clamoring to see His Highness the Prince." Male favorite? She couldn't be talking about Jianshi, could she? Who did Jianshi beat up? And Suisui's eyes lit up, with the word excited practically glowing above her head. "Where are they? Quick, take me to see." Jianshi hadn't expected that in the blink of an eye, and Suisui would disappear. Even less did he expect that while looking for someone, he'd run into a group of vampires from outside. How could he be sure these people were from outside? Because they were all shouting their titles very loudly, and in Beavis's territory, there was only one master, Beavis. Oh, maybe you could count Suisui as another one. Hey! The outside vampires spoke arrogantly, completely treating themselves as if they owned the place. "You, the one sitting over there, the man in black clothes, go call over that mongrel your prince brought back from outside. Hurry up, don't dawdle. If you can't even handle such a small matter, I'll cripple you." Jianshi looked around. There were maids everywhere, and he was the only man. So that malnourished bean sprout was calling him? The mongrel brought back from outside. Jianshi thought for a moment and understood. "All right, you guys wait here." Then he left. The leading vampire's lips curved upward, proudly showing off to his companions. "See that? I told you what my status is, the grandson of Elder Freeman of the Freeman clan. Who in this castle would dare not listen to me? In a moment, I'll kill that so-called adopted daughter of Beavis, and they won't even dare to fart. Believe it or not." The young vampire bragged with his eyes closed. In fact, this was his first time coming to Freeman Castle. In his family, everyone spoke of the name Beavis Freeman with deep taboo. He naturally didn't know how terrifying Beavis was. The other young vampires had been warned by their families to varying degrees and didn't dare to shout loudly. They just flattered the bragging vampire, letting him be the scapegoat. Why use their own hands when there was a ready-made blade available? Testing the waters was their real purpose for this trip. Killing the castle's little princess in Freeman Castle, he must be dreaming. Everyone deliberately flattered him, blindly praising him, making the bragging youth feel somewhat dizzy. Before long, Jianshi really came back. And brought back a black pig with white spots. "Here, the mongrel you wanted, I brought it for you," Jianshi said. The bragging youth was first stunned, then furious. "Are you fucking with me? I told you to bring Beavis's mongrel, and you bring me a spotted pig. Do you want to die?" Jianshi casually spread his hands. "Sorry, there's only this one mongrel in the entire Freeman Castle. I really couldn't find a second one. If you're really not satisfied, why don't you try other territories? I heard the outside is full of mongrels, especially that what's-his-name Bud Freeman. He himself aside, his sons and grandsons are all mongrels. Should be perfect for you." "Oh, I get it now. You must have come to the wrong place." "No problem. I'll find someone to show you the way. Don't get lost this time." Bud Freeman?" The bragging youth was confused. Wasn't that his grandfather? Even if he was stupid, He should realize by now that he was being insulted. This low-class vampire dared to insult him. The vampire youth stepped forward, about to teach this inferior servant a lesson, when he suddenly noticed something wrong. Although Jianshir's skin was pale from being covered in mecha armor for years, it wasn't the bloodless pallor of vampires. Especially up close, the bragging youth clearly felt the vibrant life force emanating from Jianshir. This was an aura that no vampire could possibly possess. You're actually human. The vampire youths all looked shocked. Back when the 3rd and 4th generation vampires ruled this world, the already declining native human race was on the verge of extinction. Plus, the vampires who became world rulers didn't know restraint and hunted humans extensively. This led to fewer humans with each generation, nearly extinct in modern times. These youths weren't even adults yet and weren't qualified to participate in survival games, so they hadn't had contact with players from other worlds yet, let alone humans. Even the bragging youth who considered himself noble had never actually encountered a living human. The bragging youth intoxicatedly savored the vibrant life force belonging to humans. When he opened his eyes again, his expression had become extremely greedy. He wanted to drain this human's blood. Jianshir had originally just wanted to toy with this beardless young outsider, to avoid causing trouble for Suisui. He hadn't expected that before he could make a move on them, these ignorant brats would show malice toward him first. Jianshir put away his casual expression, and black mist unknowingly crept into his pupils, dyeing his black eyes even deeper. The overall strength of vampires was very strong. He and Suisui were no match. This didn't need special testing. It could be felt from the various servants coming and going. However, these few kids in front of him, whether due to their young age or something else, were clearly not on the same level as the servants in Freeman Castle. Beating them up would be effortless. Low life. The bragging boy stared at Jianshir's blood vessels and swallowed. I order you to slit your own throat and die an apology. Otherwise, I'll tell your prince and make your life worse than death. The bragging boy spoke extremely arrogantly. He truly believed from the bottom of his heart that no vampire in the entire Freeman clan would dare resist his grandfather. Although he didn't understand why Freeman Castle, as the clan's ancestral inheritance, was in Beavis's hands rather than being occupied by clan elders. The bragging boy didn't understand, but the other vampires knew what was up. They simultaneously stepped back, maintaining distance from the bragging boy. Are you kidding? A human who could move freely within Freeman Castle would be an ordinary slave? You'd know it was impossible even thinking with your ass. A red-haired vampire's eyes rolled, and he stirred up trouble. He actually dares to toy with you. You can't let him off so easily, Neil. Otherwise, when word gets out, you'll lose all face. The bragging youth thought this made sense. His expression became even uglier. I've changed my mind, he said. First kneel down, crawl around this pig 10 times, then bark like a pig twice for me to hear. If you do it well, I'll give you a chance to live. Jianshir, who had been silent, raised his head to look at them, raised an eyebrow, and said quietly, I'm waiting for my skill cooldown. What are you waiting for? What? The bragging youth was somewhat confused by the statement. Before he could figure out what this sentence meant, Jianshir's figure had already disappeared from where he stood. Large amounts of black mist emerged from the ground, surrounding the vampire youths in the center of the area with lightning speed. The thick fog cut off their vision and prevented them from leaving their position. Death Domain activated. The previously arrogant bragging youth finally felt malice from an enemy. What is this thing? The bragging youth waved his hands, but couldn't dispel the surrounding black mist. He could only watch as the black mist climbed up his body bit by bit, like a terrifying giant beast slowly devouring him piece by piece. Do any of you know what's happening? Unable to bear the fear in his heart, the bragging youth turned to ask the other vampire youths for help. But he found that in the pitch-black world, there were no longer any other vampires, only him making a final resistance. Buzz, the forbidden black mist moved. Dense and undisguised killing intent hit him head-on, instantly shattering the bragging youth's already unsteady mind. What do you want to do? He screamed in collapse. I'm telling you, I'm the grandson of Freeman clan elder Bud. If you dare lay a hand on me, not only you, but your family will have to pay with their lives. The bragging youth had no real ability and could only threaten by invoking his grandfather's name. However, what he didn't know was that Jianshi had been secretly observing him for a long time. Jianshi didn't know what power this Bud he mentioned had. But Beavis definitely didn't take him seriously. Otherwise, would those passing servants have that attitude toward him? The other vampire youths weren't actually dead. When they sensed something was wrong, they had alertly huddled together, resisting the deadly aura around them. Feeling Jianshi's powerful strength, the red-haired vampire who had once instigated the bragging youth deeply lowered his head, afraid that Jianshi would make an example of them first. As 10th generation and later newborn vampires, their power wasn't as strong as old-school vampires. And being underage, their power was even weaker. They could bully ordinary people, but encountering a player like Jianshi, they'd be beaten beyond recognition. Jianshi didn't pay attention to the bragging youth's clamoring. Since he dared to toy with him, he dared to kill him. But he wasn't in a hurried act. Death Domain wasn't just about blocking escape routes, it could also evoke the fear in those trapped within, and amplify it infinitely. The longer they stayed inside, the more fragile their nerves became. The bragging youth had no real ability and posed no threat. Instead, it was the other vampires who, after discovering they couldn't leave, combined their power to form a defensive formation. Interesting. Jianshi focused on the defensive formation, pondered briefly, then muttered, "Modify. Within my domain, formation difficulty increases by double, formation effectiveness reduced by half. Judgment. Rule takes effect." As soon as he finished speaking, the rules within Death Domain changed. The vampires maintaining the defensive formation suddenly felt the pressure double. The originally stable formation was inexplicably weakened by half, and the formation difficulty greatly increased. The increased difficulty was beyond their ability to complete. The defensive formation held on for a few more seconds before collapsing with a crash. Several vampire youths, along with the bragging youth, fell into the fear created by the black mist. This is too weak. I wanted to use them to test my upgraded abilities, Jianshi muttered to himself. Losing interest in observation, Jianshi grabbed his scythe and charged into the black mist, beating up all the vampires one by one, specifically targeting their faces. Let you be useless. Help. Stop hitting, stop hitting. I surrender, isn't surrendering enough? My arm is broken. The castle servants calmly walked past the domain, looking straight ahead, pretending not to hear the screams from within the black mist. Until a youth beaten into a pig's head was thrown out of the black mist, tremblingly pulling out a Freeman clan emblem from his chest. I, in the name of Freeman clan elder, demand to see your Prince Beavis Freeman. Go get him. The one thrown out was the bragging youth. Right after speaking, the bragging youth was dragged back into the black mist. Then came another round of inhuman abuse. Jianshi's recently extinguished interest was rekindled by the vampire's special attributes. He discovered that although these vampire youths had poor individual abilities, they had extremely tenacious vitality. No matter how much he tormented them, they wouldn't die. He even used his scythe to hook one vampire's soul out of his body and wildly slashed at the spirit form. After the spirit was scattered, it returned to the original body. And the tormented vampire, aside from being barely alive, wasn't in mortal danger. Very strong survival ability. Before long, and Suisui arrived at the scene. She saw the devastated small garden and the vampire youths being one-sidedly beaten. Her steps paused for less than half a second, then she rushed into the center of the battlefield and lay down on the ground. Help, help! These guys ambushed me. Quick, arrest them. The vampire youths beaten to their last breath? Who the hell is this? What grudge, what resentment? Getting beaten wasn't enough, now they're being framed too. Author's note had something come up yesterday and it got too late, couldn't stay up and fell asleep. We'll make up the missed chapter after kindergarten starts. The worst was yet to come. After Suisui's order fell, Martha, who had been observing from the sidelines, and Ariel, who came within Suisui, both sprang into action. Sharp nails sliced across several people's arteries, and the vampire youths who had been hanging on by a thread instantly fell into a near-death state. If Suisui hadn't said she wanted them dead, these vampires might have only corpses left. The vampire youths were in danger. Done with that, and Suisui raised her head to take a look, then quickly lay back down. Suisui, please contact their guardians. Ariel was confused. What does guardian mean? It means parents. Contact whoever has the most money in their families. Suisui finished speaking and looked at Jianshi. I'll handle the acting later, you handle the negotiations. Be ruthless with the pricing. My appearance fee is very expensive. Jianshi laughed, put away his scythe, and walked to Suisui's side. He tapped her nose, which was slightly red from running quickly. Why are you so money-obsessed lately? I never saw you so focused on scamming money before. Suisui looked around and whispered, I suddenly discovered the joy of making money. Oh? Who taught you that? You Jianian. Jianshi. How is that miser's influence still lingering around? Martha was very efficient. Soon, the guardians of several vampire youths received the message and indicated they were on their way. Since Martha was vague in her message transmission, only saying that several vampire youths were seriously injured and needed to be picked up. She didn't mention the cause of the incident or that Suisui was lying on the ground waiting for them. The guardians didn't sense the seriousness of the situation and, without much thought, agreed to come to Freeman Castle together. Although Suisui was lying on the ground, she was surrounded by a circle of servants taking care of her. Some held umbrellas, some fanned her. There were even those feeding her snacks bite by bite. In contrast, the vampire youths who were seriously injured and barely alive lying on the ground became a pitiful control group. As soon as the guardians entered the main gate, a little maid who got the news immediately tipped off Suisui. Swallowing the last sip of fruit juice, Suisui waved to disperse the crowd. Quick, 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 everyone hide. Put away the snacks and the umbrella too. I need more sweat on my forehead. Splash some more water on me. A group of vampires busily fussed about. Jianshi, as the victim's family member, naturally had to personally confront the vampire guardians. Catching sight of several vampires with powerful auras being led into the castle, Jianshi's casual expression became serious. He bent down to hold Suisui in his arms and took the initiative. You're the parents of these vampires? Good that you're here. Now let's talk about how to resolve this matter. The guardians were stunned by Jianshi's preemptive questioning. Weren't they called to pick up people? What was with this confrontational atmosphere? Also, why were there two groups of people lying on the ground? What's going on here? The vampire asking the question was Bud Freeman, the bragging boy's grandfather. When he received the message from Freeman Castle, he was first wary of possible traps. Then he heard that head butler Elton wasn't at the castle, and the castle's master Beavis was sleeping. Greatly reassured, he marched over confidently, wanting to seek justice for his injured grandson. If he could gain some benefits in the process, that would be even better. But what was the situation now? Who was that man full of anger, roaring at them? Bud's ability was incomparable to the bragging boys. He could tell at a glance that Jianshi and Suisui were of different races. This made him even more confused. Grandpa, the bragging boy heard Bud's voice and struggled to crawl out of the corpse pile, his face covered in tears. Bud was shocked and remembered what Martha had said in her message about his grandson being seriously injured. Bud rushed forward, hugged his grandson, and carefully examined the bragging boy's injuries. Broken bones, twisted joints, even his soul was unstable. Most importantly, his vampire essence had been drained. And he had thought the so-called serious injury couldn't be that bad. Unless Beavis killed him on the spot, no matter how serious the injury, he could recover at home after some time. Vampires might not have other abilities, but their survival skills were famous among all races. But seeing his grandson with his own eyes, he realized. Serious injury my ass. This was near death. If the attack had been slightly more vicious, the bragging boy could have died on the spot. Grandson, how did you end up like this? Who beat you? Grandpa will get justice for you, Bud said angrily. Before the bragging boy could speak, Jianshi admitted to his actions first. I beat him. So what? This human? Bud frowned, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes as he looked at Jianshi. Who is this foreigner? Looking at his age, he wasn't too old, but being able to beat several vampires into this state, he must be exceptionally talented. Could this be the adopted son Beavis brought back from outside? Just arrived one day, and Beavis had already told him all the vampire's weaknesses? Who are you? Why did you beat my grandson? If you can't give me a reason, even if Beavis comes today, I'll make you pay with your life for my grandson. Bud deliberately probed. And Suisui, lying in Jianshi's arms, deliberately twitched, drawing both men's attention. Jianshi smoothly said, Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that these brats were causing trouble in Freeman Castle, bullying the weak. You must give me an explanation. Look at my wife, she's passed out. If you can't give me a reason today, I'll have Beavis kill you. Bud was speechless. Speaking so tough, he thought he was going to personally fight him. Turns out this? Bullying him because he can't beat Beavis, huh? What the hell? What the hell? The bragging youth was also screaming internally. Even if he didn't have the strength to speak, he had to crawl over and shake Suisui awake. And shout in her ear. What's wrong with you two? He hadn't harmed any of them. Due to Jianshi's words, Bud looked at the girl in his arms. Although Suisui's limbs were limp and she looked barely alive. In fact, her breathing was steady, her heartbeat strong, and her breathing was so stable she seemed about to fall asleep. Where was the sign of serious injury? Please look around before speaking. His grandson was what serious injury really looked like. And Suisui felt uncomfortable keeping her eyes closed for so long. And not speaking made her feel left out, making her drowsy. The feeling of being stared at was too intense. And Suisui couldn't help but secretly open a tiny crack to observe. She happened to meet Bud's questioning gaze. Questioning her acting skills? And Suisui found this intolerable. So under everyone's gaze, the barely alive girl suddenly struggled, spewing large amounts of bright red liquid from her mouth. After spewing, she shouted, I'm dead. All the people and non-people present were speechless. This acting was too realistic, so realistic they were powerless to complain. Another vampire guardian couldn't help but argue. That's not blood you're spewing, is it? How could anyone spew that much blood at once? What Suisui had just spewed was at least a pound. Besides, vampire blood was very sensitive. How could they not distinguish between blood and other liquids? Jianshi didn't give them more time to think. He immediately interrupted the speaking vampire. All right, let's leave the past behind. Let's talk about the present. Setting aside the facts, just tell me, is my wife unconscious or not? Bud, don't you have any idea whether she's unconscious or not? However, Jianshi ignored them and felt no shame whatsoever. He just turned to look at Martha. If you don't believe me, you can ask the castle's professionals to examine her. They'll definitely give you an authoritative assessment. Martha didn't move, just smiled at everyone and slowly nodded. Seriously injured and unconscious. That's right. All the guardians, you're really setting aside facts and talking pure nonsense. Jianshi, just tell me if this assessment is authoritative enough. If this isn't authoritative enough, then he'd have to ask Beavis to come. A vampire parent couldn't help twitching his mouth and protesting dissatisfiedly. I say, everyone here are powerful vampires. Can we not play such low-level tricks? Low-level tricks? The seriously injured and unconscious Suisui immediately came back to life, got up and glared at him. She was the first to object. Jianshi pressed her back into his arms, pretending nothing had happened, and continued arguing. Sir, are you saying you want to take sole responsibility for tonight's events? Martha silently moved a step, positioning herself right behind that vampire. The threatening intent couldn't be more obvious. Damn. The vampire who spoke immediately wilted. Today's assessment was indeed very authoritative. Those two humans had laid their bad intentions completely bare, not hiding anything at all. He had no business sticking his neck out. I meant, The vampire changed his tune. Your lover was so seriously injured. I don't know how they were raised at home. Too excessive. The beating was perfectly justified. All the vampire guardians present could see that Freeman Castle was up to no good this time. To shirk responsibility, the other vampires chimed in. Right, the beating was justified. Kids need to be beaten sometimes. If you don't beat them, they won't learn. This isn't called beating. It's giving them a complete childhood. Sir, you're a good person. The vampire youths still lying on the ground looked up numbly at their guardians. Dad, you're our real dad. Please think before you speak. Who sent them to Freeman Castle to scout today? Jian sure didn't care about these hypocritical agreements. Compensation was the core of their negotiation. His little wife had already secretly poked him several times, urging him to quickly demand compensation. After a pause, Jian Shi continued. Since we've reached consensus on responsibility, let's talk about compensation. Compensation? Bud nodded suspiciously. These two had gone through all this trouble just to reduce compensation? Something felt off. With Beavis around, Bud really couldn't do anything to the castle people. With a grand gesture, he said reluctantly, forget about compensation. These minor injuries will heal at home. The kids really needed discipline. You did right, little brother. We should thank you. HM? Jian Shi stared at him with a half-smile, and his originally planned words changed on the spot. Since Mr. Bud says no compensation is needed, we'll skip that step. Here's the thing. We helped you educate your children, let them see society's dangers early, cleansed their hearts and souls, and elevated their spirits. How do you plan to pay this fee? All the vampires present? Are you even human? You beat our people half to death and still want to charge us education fees? Bud's eyes darkened, and powerful vampire pressure slowly spread around. But before it could touch Jian Shi, it was repelled by an even stronger aura. Ariel had somehow positioned herself behind the two, flashing a brilliant smile at the grim-faced Bud. Mr. Bud, this is Freeman Castle. Bud narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Ariel? And Martha? Looks like today's show was arranged by Beavis. What's the purpose? Make us hand over family assets? Heh, since when has Beavis become so roundabout? Ariel shook her head. If you want to understand it that way, that's fine too. Anyway, during the master's slumber, Miss Nora's will is the master's will. Miss Nora? Who? In Suisui came back to life again. Me. She struggled to raise her little hand, drawing everyone's attention back to herself. Then calmly pulled out an extremely long itemized bill and handed it to Ariel. Then fainted again. The vampire guardians finally figured out who was behind this incident. A foreigner protected by first-class maids Martha and Ariel, respectfully called Mississippi. This was the adopted child Beavis brought back from outside? A girl? The vampires had various expressions. So far, for these guardians, the greatest damage they'd suffered was just their children being beaten half to death. Vampires were cold-hearted, family affection meant little to them. So the anger expressed by everyone present was just pretense. Until Ariel read out the list Suisui had prepared. Miss Nora says, regarding the education fees for the young masters and the psychological damage from beating Miss Nora, she proposes the following demands. So the real heartbreak was yet to come. The guardians really wanted to turn around and leave, abandoning their sons and grandsons here. Only Bud kept a dark expression and snorted coldly. Too much. A junior dares to ride over my head. Call Beavis out for me. Do you think I'm afraid of him? And Suisui quickly got up, calling my dad is fine, but it costs extra. Bud. In the end, the group made a big fuss and still ended up before Beavis. Beavis, awakened from his sleep, had eyes so red they could drip blood. Before Bud could finish explaining, he interrupted. Dead. Brief and to the point. Unfamiliar people might not understand what Beavis was saying. Bud snorted coldly. If I hadn't arrived in time, Beavis interrupted again. Not dead? If not dead, what are you yelling about? Come tell me when they're dead. Huh? Bud felt that just talking to Beavis could make him sick with anger. What do you mean? My grandson's vampire essence has been drained, Beavis remained expressionless and slammed the coffin lid shut with a bang. Dead? If they're already dead. What's the point of yelling? Can saying a few words bring the dead back to life? No? Then shut up. Trying to reason with Bai Weiqi was pure self-torture. And Suisui sympathetically patted Bard's shoulder and said, "At least if you come to me, I can talk some nonsense with you. But you insisted on going to my dad, now you see your mistake, right?" Bard, however, seemed to have been provoked by something. Not only did he not admit his mistake, but he insisted on arguing with Bai Weiqi. Then Bai Weiqi crushed his skull, sending him straight back home. Of course, Blood Clan members weren't so easy to kill, especially ancient monsters like Bard who had lived tens of thousands of years. According to Martha, capable Blood Clan members kept a special coffin hidden in a safe place. They stored their power core inside the coffin. Once they died, they would consume part of their power to reconstruct their body. In other words, Bard went home to resurrect. Woken by Bard's noise, Bai Weiqi was in a bad mood. When angry, people always want to do something, and Blood Clan was no exception. He looked at Suisui, his blood-red eyes flickering in the shadows. And Suisui's intuition told her this was bad. "I'll give you 5 seconds to prepare. After 5 seconds, I'll suppress my strength to your level." Before Bai Weiqi finished speaking, and Suisui turned and ran. 5 seconds later, Bai Weiqi spread his wings, dragging a 40-meter-long greatsword, fiercely chasing after Suisui, radiating killing intent. The entire Blood Clan stopped their work, watching Bai Weiqi chase Suisui wildly through the sky, swinging his massive sword. Even Elton, far away, seemed to sense something and glanced toward the castle. Suisui fled while trying to calm Bai Weiqi's temper. "Dad, calm down. It really wasn't me who sent that old stinky guy to disturb your sleep, I swear. It's not my fault. I'm innocent. You have to believe your child. I warn you, Bai Weiqi, don't force me. If you dare hit me, I'll hit your daughter. You only have one child, you know? If you kill me, I'll make you lonely forever. A lonely old man. Dad, spare me. Dad, I was wrong. Dad, want to take a break? Have lunch and then continue?" No matter what Suisui said, all she got was fiercer sword flashes. Bai Weiqi was clearly furious. If he didn't properly discipline this brat today, he wouldn't stop. The two flew wildly around the castle, chasing from morning till night. After the bloodline activation formation was set up, Bai Weiqi carried Suisui like noodles onto the altar. He threw her in the center. "Hurry up and finish. Send her to the elders. I don't want to hear from those old bastards for at least half a year." After flying all day, Suisui's strength was exhausted. If not for Bai Weiqi's 40-meter greatsword urging her on, she would have collapsed on the ground. Jianshi held Suisui's pale little face, full of concern. He naturally wouldn't leave Suisui alone on the Blood Clan's altar. Though she seemed calm, what if something happened? Even a 1 in 10,000 chance was too risky for Jianshi. At his strong insistence, Bai Weiqi allowed Jianshi to accompany Suisui. 1 is trouble, 2 is also trouble. Better finish quickly and be done with it. He didn't want to see these two annoying people for a while. The bloodline activation ceremony was very important. Even Elton, who was on a business trip, rushed back to observe. "Begin." At Bai Weiqi's command, Merlin activated the altar. Fresh red blood filled the runes on the altar from an unknown source. Soon, Jianshi and Suisui were engulfed by red light. When their figures completely disappeared, Elton looked at Bai Weiqi beside him. "If I'm not mistaken, this altar only allows one person at a time. How did you let both of them on?" Bai Weiqi raised his eyelids slightly, looking completely indifferent. Who said 2 people can't go on?" Though phrased as a question, his attitude suggested that if Elton could name someone who forbade it, Bai Weiqi would immediately dig up that person's grave and erase all traces of them from the world. Then there would be no rules. Elton smiled. "No one said that, but your reckless behavior might cause accidents." Bai Weiqi was getting sleepy again. He yawned lightly, forcing himself to look at the red light in the center of the altar. "Anyway, no one will die. At worst, the altar explodes." What kind of accident could that be? Only Weiwei could speak so casually about an ancient inherited altar. The castle's owner didn't care, so what could Elton say? He just smiled politely, acting even more indifferent than Weiwei. You're right, he said. In the altar's center, the dazed Suisui was tormented awake by a burning pain. She opened her eyes confusedly, seeing nothing but red light around. The only comfort was Jianshi, who stayed by her side. Awake? Jianshi stroked Suisui's head and whispered. He sat cross-legged in the altar's center, holding the half-conscious Suisui, letting the red light engulf them. Jianshi didn't sense danger from the red light, so he didn't separate Suisui from it. Suisui opened her mouth, exhaling warm breath. She leaned against Jianshi, barely moving, occasionally shifting slightly from discomfort, then quickly quiet again. Jianshi wasn't feeling well either. They both stepped into the altar together, receiving the Blood Clan altar's baptism. However, the power transmitted by the red light seemed to reject him somewhat. It was hard to absorb into his body, and contact with the black mist made him violent. To accompany Suisui longer, Jianshi tried not to absorb the power. He let it roam freely inside his body. Though the burning sensation didn't disappear, at least it didn't clash with his original power. Still, the Blood Clan altar affected Jianshi. When Suisui raised her head, she noticed Jianshi's originally ink-black eyes were turning red. Strangely beautiful. She couldn't help but reach out to touch Jianshi's eyes, her mood much better than before. Jianshi was puzzled. What's wrong? Suisui pulled out a small mirror from her backpack so Jianshi could see his reflection. Super handsome. Suisui clenched her fists and waved them happily. She hadn't expected Jianshi to suit red eyes so well. The same red eyes on Weiwei only showed cold aloofness. On Elton, they showed noble elegance. On Jianshi, they seemed to release a hidden wildness, adding a bit of wickedness. Anyway, it was still that mischievous vibe. Under the stimulation of the red light, Suisui had somehow revealed her little demon bloodline. Thin wings folded together, unable to flap powerfully. Fangs and small horns appeared and disappeared, looking quite weak. However, the little tail with spikes was swishing energetically in the air. Suisui could clearly feel that after the little demon bloodline appeared, the surrounding red light became more active. It frantically poured into her body, making her already crowded meridian swell with unbearable pain. Hiss! So painful. At the same time, Suisui also felt trembling from the depths of her soul. Her little demon bloodline was actually excited, and even disobeyed Suisui's control, opening its gates wide and frantically devouring the surrounding red light. The consequence of doing this was that Suisui felt even worse. Her eyes also turned red, the color more pure and brilliantly transparent than before. Heat filled Suisui's mind, her thoughts burned into mush. Her fair cheeks gradually flushed with blood color. Suisui shook her head dizzily, like she was drunk, desperately nuzzling against Jianshi. Uncomfortable, too uncomfortable. Stop it, you damn thing. Disobedience means getting beaten. Jianshi felt Suisui's abnormality, tightened his arms, and frowned as he touched Suisui's flushed face with his hand. What's wrong? He didn't know the specific situation and could only patiently ask Suisui. But Suisui's mind was now filled with only red light, and she couldn't hear Jianshi's voice at all. She instinctively pursued that scent that made her feel close and trusting, desperately moving closer, closer. She made Jianshi's clothes disheveled, but still wouldn't stop. Jianshi wanted to reach out and hold down the restless little troublemaker. But at this moment, Suisui's lips happened to reach Jianshi's neck. Smelling the blood fragrance from Jianshi's body, she suddenly had an impulse to bite down hard on that blood vessel. Fortunately, even though her rationality had somewhat collapsed, Suisui's subconscious still didn't want to hurt Jianshi. She opened her mouth and bit down, but only pierced the skin on Jianshi's neck, absorbing an appropriate amount of blood that slid down her throat into her stomach. The moderate amount of blood instantly sobered her up. She widened her eyes, looking incredulously at the small hole in front of her that was still oozing tiny blood droplets. Guiltily, she stuck out her tongue to lick it, stopping the bleeding. Damn. Jian sure cursed in his mind. His Adam's apple moved rapidly, almost losing control of his behavior. To prevent Suisui from continuing to do provocative things, Jianshi re-imprisoned her in his arms, making it difficult for the little troublemaker to move easily. Then he asked, "What just happened? Was it very uncomfortable?" Following Jianshi's words, Suisui closed her eyes to feel the situation inside her body. The little demon bloodline was currently in an activated state, but its previous frenzy had passed. In her body, there was a force no weaker than the little demon bloodline, competing with it for territory. She had invited the wolf into the house. The two forces were fighting fiercely, but neither was willing to forcibly expel the other. Both wanted to devour the other to enhance themselves. This also allowed Suisui's mind to finally function normally. "I don't know what this situation counts as either." Suisui told Jianshi everything she felt. Jianshi lowered his head in thought, then suddenly said, "Your situation sounds like two forces competing for territory. Since both forces wanted to replace the other, it meant they were essentially the same thing." In other words, the red light that entered Suisui's body was actually vampire bloodline. Jianshi suddenly understood why the force in the red light had such a strong reaction after entering his body. Because his death god talent and vampire bloodline weren't compatible or had very low compatibility, like eating something that gave him diarrhea. The vampire power wanted to take root in his body, so it had to expel the death god bloodline. Conversely, the death god bloodline naturally wouldn't let some inexplicable thing steal its territory. Suisui's situation was somewhat special. Her little demon bloodline and vampire bloodline might be of the same origin in some aspects. So both forces were thinking of devouring and fusing with the other, rather than expelling. After all, who wouldn't want to supplement themselves with something so nourishing? Regarding this point, Beavis probably knew long ago. So how long will they keep fighting? Suisui sighed. She certainly didn't want the little demon bloodline to disappear. She was already very skilled with the little demon's abilities. If it suddenly changed to vampire bloodline, she'd need time to adapt. The gains wouldn't be worth the losses. But if the vampire bloodline failed to successfully devour the little demon bloodline, would her second dad come after her again with a 40-meter sword, chasing her for another day? Or throw her into the altar again? No way. Suisui screamed silently. Just acknowledging a father, how did it create so many problems? Jianshi soothingly rubbed Suisui's back, trying to keep her emotions from being so agitated. His ears were constantly filled with Suisui's various unconscious mutterings. Listening, Jianshi suddenly thought of something and asked again. "In the last world, we also got a bloodline evolution opportunity. Did you use that thing?" "I never had a chance to use it." Suisui answered weakly. "That's good." Jianshi nodded. "Take it out and use it now." "Huh?" Suisui was somewhat confused. But out of trust in Jianshi, she didn't ask for reasons at a time when she didn't really want to ask questions anyway. A card shimmering with starlight appeared in her hand. She crushed it and used it. Bloodline Evolution card, successfully used. A force more domineering than both the vampire bloodline and little demon bloodline suddenly surged into Suisui's meridians. It forcibly needed the two fighting bloodlines together, completing its mission. Ding, talent bloodline evolution successful. After the bloodline evolution succeeded, Suisui's head didn't hurt and her legs didn't ache. Not only did she feel relaxed all over, but she was also particularly energetic. She could immediately get up and be chased by Beavis for another whole day. The evolved talent bloodline was like a vicious wolf, greedily devouring the surrounding red light and drawing the power it needed from it. Suisui opened her data panel while feeling the power in her body. On the data panel, the talent bloodline's name had changed to Little Demon Bloodline, New. Not only had the original skills not disappeared, but many attributes had also improved. At the same time, the situation where her body was like a black hole that couldn't be filled no matter how much power it devoured was also abnormal. She was ultimately an ordinary person. No matter how high her talent, there were limits. She shouldn't have such exaggerated effects. Until she sensed that most of the power she devoured flowed to some unknown place. And Suisui frowned and followed the power's trail. Finally, she traced it to Jianshir's neck. The small wound where she had bitten him had somehow healed and left a small mark. It was a fat, plump, blood-red little bat. And Suisui guiltily covered the little bat, pretending she hadn't seen anything. And Suisui wasn't clear on how this bat mark came about for now. But this kind of thing, anyone with half a brain would know it was related to her. How did biting once leave evidence? Thanks to Suisui, Jianshir also saw the mark on his neck in the mirror. He reached up to touch the slightly warm, blood-red fat bat on his neck, chuckled softly, and had some guesses in his mind. Focus. Don't waste the free benefits. When it came to taking advantage, and Suisui was serious. She regained control of her body and did her utmost to absorb the rich vampire power around her. Half an hour later, and Suisui was numb. Originally, even with awakened vampire bloodline, no matter how talented Suisui was, her capacity was limited. People always have limits. But she had accidentally bonded with a humanoid pet, SSR rarity, SSR strength, and now SSR support ability too. Suisui had been absorbing frantically with the valve wide open for half an hour. Based on the rate of loss, if this power had remained in her body, she would have exploded. And after Jianshir received large amounts of refined pure power from her, he still appeared completely at ease. Are you really okay? Every few minutes, Suisui would touch Jianshir's forehead, cheeks, and other places to confirm his body temperature was normal before daring to continue transferring power to him. A special mark closely connected Suisui and Jianshir. Suisui could transfer her excess power to Jianshir and could also draw power from Jianshir when necessary. She could even sense whether he was happy or unhappy when Jianshir's emotions fluctuated intensely. There were almost no secrets between them. Jianshir didn't mind having his privacy peeked at. He assessed his body's condition and said to Suisui, "Keep absorbing. I have a way to store this power." Relying on the human body alone couldn't possibly withstand so much energy, but Jianshir had a domain that could seal all matter, death domain. An hour later, even Beavis and the others, no matter how indifferent, noticed the abnormality. Why haven't they come out yet? Merlin looked at the clock on the wall, rubbed her eyes, and confirmed she hadn't misread the time. A full hour had passed. Could these two have died inside? All the vampires thought the same thing. All the vampires who had witnessed the scene knew how powerful the energy was when the altar activated. Even a sponge would eventually be saturated. Unless they were like sieves, letting power flow in one side and out the other with no accumulation in their bodies, it would be impossible to stay inside for so long. Would Beavis bring back a waste to inherit the family business? Without much thought, all the vampires rejected this answer. Could something really have happened? Ariel leaned against Martha worriedly, calculating Suisui's chances of survival. "Master, should we intervene in the altar's closing time?" Merlin asked respectfully. Normally, the altar would automatically stop when the user's body was saturated, but today, for some reason, it was still in an activated state. Without Beavis's orders, no vampire dared make decisions on their own. Beavis's eyes were half open, as if he had just awakened from sleep and wasn't quite alert yet. He leaned back in his chair, his face covered by shadows, making it difficult for others to see his expression, let alone read the emotions within. His pale hand curled up one finger. Beavis was about to have Merlin close the altar to see what had happened inside. Then he heard a thunderous crash. The ancient altar that had been passed down from antiquity and carefully protected by the Freeman clan cracked open from the middle, revealing a deep fissure. The massive power that couldn't be withdrawn in time also turned into streams of light, shooting in all directions. Merlin and Elton acted simultaneously, spreading a blood-red giant net to cover all the lower-ranking vampires present, preventing them from being turned into pincushions by the explosive energy. When the red light dispersed, two clear figures appeared in the center of the altar. It was Suisui and Jianshi. And Suisui had never expected that absorbing too much energy would make the altar explode. Or rather, that altar was too stubborn. Sensing Suisui's seemingly bottomless appetite, instead of cutting losses and stopping the energy supply in time, it actually increased the delivery intensity. But this altar was older than even Beavis and had been completely neglected during its years in Beavis's possession. It had never been maintained. Like an elderly person who hadn't eaten well for decades suddenly gorging themselves, how could the body handle it? Before Suisui could do anything, the altar blew itself up first. And Suisui was dumbfounded. She'd seen scammers before, but never one this hardcore. This was mutual destruction. As soon as the smoke cleared, and Suisui met Beavis's unfriendly gaze. Without thinking, she hugged Beavis's leg and wailed, babbling nonsense. Beavis showed no expression from beginning to end, coldly watching Suisui make excuses. Elton's cultivation wasn't as deep as Beavis's, and he couldn't help but laugh. Master truly has divine foresight. Saying the altar would explode, and it really did explode, the kind that couldn't be repaired. Beavis snorted coldly at this, grabbed one of Suisui's little horns with one hand, and carefully observed the upgraded little demon bloodline. The upgraded little demon looked much the same as before, just paler skin and blood-red lips. The fangs had also grown much longer, bearing some resemblance to vampires. After examining Suisui's evolved appearance, Beavis looked away in disgust. This is the result you got from blowing up the altar? Suisui, no, listen to my excuses first. Beavis didn't give Suisui another chance to speak, saying to Merlin nearby, calculate how much this altar costs and make her pay for it. Suisui was struck as if by lightning. The most tragic thing in life was inheriting debt before inheriting property. Beavis felt no emotion toward her deeply stricken appearance. Instead, Elton was amused by Suisui again. He bent down and made a gesture of invitation. Don't be sad yet, Miss Nora. Tonight's procedures aren't finished. What the hell? She was already this miserable, and the procedures weren't finished? Would she have to pay with her life after finishing them? Suisui simply buried her face and threw herself into Jianshi's arms, silently protesting. Elton laughed and shook his head, gently coaxing, after this hurdle, you'll be the true little princess of the Freeman family. A little debt is nothing to worry about. Huh? Suisui was shocked by the hidden information in Elton's words. True little princess? Was I fake before? Did vampires treat fake princesses this well? Could she know? She couldn't think about it. Thinking further would cause trouble. Beavis would come after her with a knife. Elton didn't know what Suisui was thinking and said truthfully, it wasn't exactly fake. In human terms, your previous status was called a probationary period. Damn, even being a princess had a probationary period. Regarding the probationary period for being a princess, Suisui didn't want to argue about it. Arguing wouldn't help anyway. What she wanted to know now was what this so-called second procedure was. Beavis was getting drowsy again, so Elton had to answer. You've heard of the first embrace, haven't you? This was relatively common vampire knowledge, and Suisui did know about it. First embrace was the process of turning a human into a vampire. First, drain all the human blood, then have the vampire give back a drop of essence blood. After absorbing the essence blood, the human could become a newborn vampire. The strength of the newborn vampire depended on the owner of that drop of blood. Before Elton could finish speaking, he saw Suisui tightly covering her neck, shrinking and hiding behind Jianshi. Looking wary. Elton's remaining words got stuck in his throat, unable to go up or down. After a long while, he sighed helplessly and asked gently, "What are you doing?" What was she doing? Obviously preventing being drained dry. Beavis was a vampire with a criminal record. Suisui carefully squeezed half her face out from Jianshi's arms and asked in a muffled voice, "Can you not bite me?" I'm afraid of blood." As soon as she finished speaking, Beavis raised his 40-meter sword, flashing it in front of Suisui's eyes. This scared Suisui back behind Jianshi. Why was Beavis trying to cut her again? He wasn't this violent when they first met. It was all his cold, aloof appearance that had deceived her. She regretted it, truly regretted it. To avoid being cut, Suisui had a flash of inspiration and tremblingly extended a small finger, saying with forced grief, "Bite then, gently, don't let blood spurt out and scare me." Beavis slightly opened his eyes, his blood-red eyes filled with killing intent. Afraid of blood? He'd make sure she wasn't afraid soon enough. Ahem. Elton quickly cut Suisui's finger before Beavis could explode and explained to Suisui, "Your situation is special. You don't need a first embrace, just a drop of his essence blood. Why didn't you say so earlier?" And Suisui felt she could do this again. After receiving Beavis's inheritance, Suisui became a member of the castle. Princess Nora officially came online. With Suisui's identity settled, Freeman Castle had an official spokesperson. Beavis delegated authority quite readily. Except for some matters Suisui couldn't handle, everything else was left to Suisui, including many affairs that Beavis had been avoiding and procrastinating on for a long time. That very night, Beavis lay down in his custom soundproof coffin and completely sealed his room, not giving Suisui any chance to back out. On the other side, after Bud returned to the city, he weakly crawled out of his resurrection chamber. A servant respectfully handed him pre-prepared clothing and helped Bud dress. The first thing Bud did after resurrection was send a message to the Council of Elders. Confirmed, Beavis's condition is problematic. It turned out Bud had been targeting Beavis from the start. Originally, a worthless grandson wasn't worth his personal involvement. His insistence on seeing Beavis wasn't because his brain was broken, but deliberate probing. The Council of Elders had recently obtained insider information. Supposedly, Beavis had been seriously injured in a game, his strength not what it was at full power, and might not be able to defeat the Council of Elders. But no one knew the specifics, because Beavis was the only vampire who survived that game. Before Beavis appeared, the Council of Elders was the most powerful force among all vampires. Vampires were a very special species. Before the game's arrival, vampire hierarchy and abilities were always determined by generation. Children and grandchildren could never be stronger than their elders. Fourth-generation vampires could never surpass third-generation vampires. In summary, life had no hope. Until the game arrived, this absolute rule of generational dominance was broken. And Beavis was a unique flower among millions of vampires. His generation wasn't particularly high. He wasn't even a fourth-generation vampire. Yet he was so powerful that even third-generation vampires feared him. After the game's arrival, these high-generation vampires finally got a chance to breathe. Because Beavis no longer focused his attention on them. Even knowing there were always stronger people and higher heavens. Being strong in one's own world could still be crushed by stronger worlds. But the elders who were used to being local emperors couldn't stand this disparity, only seeing their own small world. Killing Beavis so vampires could return to the former hierarchical rule was every elder's dream and goal. Beavis being injured was a good hunting opportunity. After heated discussion, the Council of Elders finally decided first, get Suisui to the Council's territory. Give Suisui a show of force, intimidate her to indirectly strike at Beavis. Best if they could control her and use her to constrain Beavis. Perfect. This proposal, starting with Beavis, but ultimately having little to do with him, quickly gained unanimous approval. When Merlin received the invitation from the Council of Elders, she wasn't surprised at all. Those stubborn old fools spent all day thinking about how to overthrow Beavis and restore their emperor status. They never considered whether the vampire world would be oppressed by other high-level worlds after Beavis fell. The invitation was delivered to Suisui. Suisui glanced at it and said she didn't want to go. Her days in the castle were blissful as a fairy. She had everything she wanted, and Jianshi helped her with tedious work. It couldn't be better. Wasn't being a happy little princess good enough? Running to other people's territory to argue with them, wasn't that tiring? Those guys obviously had bad intentions. Why would she go looking for trouble? What if they tricked her? Merlin kept a serious face and opened the bill in front of Suisui. She read out the itemized costs for repairing the destroyed altar one by one. Suisui's smile immediately collapsed, and she clutched her heart and fell onto the sofa. "I'm not going," she said stubbornly. All her valuable things were in her backpack. All she carried was a lollipop. They could take it if they wanted. Let them keep accounts. As long as she was poor enough, Beavis couldn't do anything to her. Merlin seemed to have anticipated Suisui's reaction and calmly flipped to the next page of her notebook. It contained Lord Elton's plan for making the little princess work properly. First, eliminate intimidation as an option. Except for Beavis, no vampire in the entire castle would actually harm Suisui. Suisui knew this too, which was why she was so fearless. So execute Plan 2, Temptation. Merlin cleared her throat and organized Beavis's assets into a massive report, slowly reading it to Suisui. Then, under Suisui's confused gaze, she slowly said, "Lord Elton said that if you follow normal procedures, you won't inherit Lord Beavis's estate for tens of thousands of years. And as far as I know, humans have very short lifespans. If you die before inheriting these assets, wouldn't your position as heir be meaningless?" Suisui deeply agreed. In terms of longevity, she definitely couldn't compete with Beavis. Outlive Beavis? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. So she could only take shortcuts. Suisui suddenly understood Merlin's meaning and looked expectant. Merlin didn't disappoint, revealing Elton's pre-planned strategy. Lord Elton said that if you want to obtain Lord Beavis's assets, you must do something for the castle. But the castle has limited positions, and basic work like watering and sweeping doesn't require you. To make a contribution, you can only go on business trips. She waved the invitation in her hand, making her intention very clear. Want assets? Go to work. For assets, no, for being filial to Beavis and letting him live peacefully in his old age, Suisui went to the Council of Elders and began her working life to pay off debts. The vampire world had been participating in games for many, many years. This meant the overall strength of this world was unfathomable. Perhaps any random vampire on the street could beat up seed players like Suisui. To this, Suisui disdainfully said, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't bully the young and poor. Although she couldn't beat them, she could call Daddy. When Elton wasn't around, Merlin had to stay at the castle to maintain order. Still accompanying Suisui were Ariel and Martha. They were the strongest vampires besides Merlin, more than capable of protecting Suisui's safety. With the vampire world's overall level, traveling took almost no time. From when the Council of Elders sent the invitation to when Suisui stood at the council's door with her people, only 4 hours had passed. Of these 4 hours, at least 230 minutes were spent preparing for Suisui's departure. This is the Council of Elders? Why does it look so run down? Looking at the small, poorly decorated shabby building before her, Suisui couldn't help feeling disappointed. Even without comparing it to Freeman Castle, this so-called Council of Elders was too shabby. Look at those walls, they seemed ready to collapse at a touch. And that pool, no plants, not even water, just bare stones that couldn't even grow moss. Ugly as hell. The Council of Elders appeared before Suisui in a weathered state. Suisui couldn't help wondering if she'd spent 3 hours preparing for people who weren't worth it. Sensing Suisui's disappointment, Martha and Ariel both smiled. This place didn't used to look like this. Ariel secretly told Suisui. The Council of Elders was once the most powerful organization in the world. Their meeting place collected all the world's treasures and was built even more extravagantly than Freeman Castle. Really? So how did it become like this? Suisui couldn't help being curious. Lord Beavis destroyed it. Martha smiled as she continued. Beavis had always despised the corrupt Council of Elders. So it was second dad's doing. Suisui looked respectful. Looking carefully, she indeed found some incongruous elements on the ground. The breaks in the outer walls weren't smooth, pitted and uneven like a wooden board broken by brute force. Perhaps the Council of Elders once had more buildings, but Beavis had destroyed them completely. Only a broken-down main hall remained, and for tens of thousands of years, no one dared repair it. As long as it didn't leak, they made do. Handing the invitation to the gate guard, and Suisui and her people successfully entered the small, shabby council meeting room. Less than 5 minutes remained until the meeting time stated on the invitation, but there were no elders in the meeting room. She'd thought her timing was perfect, but those elders were even better. Clearly the hosts, yet arriving later than her, the guest. For such minor harassment, and Suisui felt nothing and casually pulled out a chair to sit. Though the meeting room looked shabby outside, the interior furnishings were quite classy. Combined together, it had a strange, mismatched feeling. 5 minutes quickly passed, but still no elder appeared. So it wasn't about timing, they were running over time. And Suisui never indulged people with no sense of time. Without a word, she got up and left the meeting room, walking while loudly declaring, "Looks like today's meeting is cancelled. Let's go home and sleep." Her steps were quick and urgent, without any hesitation. The gate guard had received orders from the elders, with many prepared responses for Suisui's anger. They could insult and disparage her from multiple angles as long as she showed anger. But Suisui never asked a single question from start to finish. She showed neither anger nor embarrassment, coming and going casually. The guard naturally couldn't let her leave like this. Racking his brains, he modified the elder's teachings and blocked Suisui's path. "Miss Nora, where are you going? The meeting is about to start. You can't wander around during this time." Suisui shook her head very seriously. No. I think you're mistaken. Today's meeting has been cancelled. Didn't you know? Huh? The guard was confused. When was it cancelled? Why didn't he receive notice? Whether it was really cancelled or not, without orders from the elders, the guard couldn't let Suisui leave. He could only bite the bullet and explain, "The meeting hasn't been cancelled. The elders were just temporarily delayed. Please wait patiently." Waiting was impossible, not in this lifetime. Suisui raised her wrist, revealing the watch under her sleeve. Pointing at the dial, she asked, "What time is it?" The guard looked and honestly answered, 5:17. "Congratulations, you got it right." Suisui smiled and replied, then lifted her foot to leave again. Wait. The guard really couldn't follow Suisui's logic and didn't understand the significance of asking the time. "The meeting hasn't started yet. You can't leave." "Stop," Suisui interrupted him. "I came to attend a 5:15 meeting. Since 5:15 has passed, that means the meeting is over. What happens after has nothing to do with me." "Are you kidding?" She didn't want to come in the first place. They were the ones begging her to come. Haven't figured out their position, have they? Actually daring to make her wait overtime? No matter what the Council of Elders guard said, Suisui firmly believed she had already attended the meeting and could leave. No one's persuasion worked. The guard's abilities were inferior to Ariel and Martha's. He couldn't forcibly detain them and could only watch helplessly as they walked farther and farther away, about to disappear from the Council's territory through the teleportation array. Not only was the guard exhausted, but even the elders secretly observing the situation were dumbfounded. What was happening? This person had just arrived. Why was she leaving already? Did she feel offended and throw a tantrum? If so, they'd actually feel better about it. But Suisui found a seemingly reasonable excuse. She had already attended the meeting. Just as Suisui said, the 5:15 meeting had only her present. So whenever she said that meeting ended, it could end. Since the meeting was over, why stay here for New Year's? Suisui walked very quickly. She prayed in her heart that no one would stop her, so she could take people straight home and finish a business trip in 5 minutes. She'd already asked Accountant Martha, even staying at the Council of Elders for just 5 minutes counted as completing the task. She had openly accepted the council's invitation and arrived punctually. If the useless elders couldn't seize the opportunity, what did that have to do with her? Unfortunately, the elders ultimately didn't let Suisui have her way. At the crucial moment, they finally deigned to appear, trying to stop Suisui from leaving. Miss Nora Freeman. First to appear was Bud. Bud's worthless grandson was still imprisoned in Freeman Castle's dungeon, and Suisui hadn't received Bud's ransom, so she had a very poor impression of him. They could be said to have some grudges between them. Bud thought his appearance would be enough to draw attention, that they'd at least have a war of words about that dark history. However, Suisui was eager to get off work and merely glanced back at him before ignoring him. She urged Martha to open the teleportation array and hurry home. Let's go quickly. I don't want to stay in this shabby place for another second. It's lowering my standards, and there's no money to be made. The troublemaker's unintentional words hit Bud's sore spot directly. Once upon a time, how glorious and limitless the Council of Elders had been. Ordinary vampires would feel honored just to stand outside the council's territory and gaze up at the palace gates, let alone enter the meeting room. But now someone was treating the Council of Elders like garbage, eager to abandon it. Simply outrageous. Why is Miss Nora in such a hurry to leave? Bud's face twitched as he smiled without warmth. Since you're here, why not listen to our meeting content? This concerns Prince Beavis's important matters. Related to Beavis? Martha paused in opening the teleportation array, looking questioningly at Suisui. Listen or not listen? Suisui hesitated briefly, reluctantly abandoning the idea of going home to sleep and staying behind. Although Beavis had gone to sleep, there was no guarantee someone wouldn't report back. When Beavis emerged from seclusion and chopped her up for 3 days and nights, that wouldn't be pleasant. Better to be a filial child and not appear too rebellious. So she walked step by step to Bud's side, keeping a straight face, and asked seriously, "How much are you planning to pay me?" "What the hell?" Bud's smile froze before it could fully form. Seeing Bud's stupid expression, Suisui patiently explained. "Do you know how many affairs I handle every day? Do you know how much revenue these affairs bring to Freeman Castle? I'm taking time from my busy schedule to attend meetings, and you're still wasting my time. If you want me to continue staying here wasting time with you, shouldn't you show some sincerity and compensate for my economic losses during this period? Wasn't this reasonable?" Suisui thought it was very reasonable. Although Martha and Ariel's expressions were quite meaningful, Suisui pretended not to see. The troublemaker was becoming more and more brazen about asking for money, as if possessed by Eugenian. Even Jianshi, who had always been treated as background by others, couldn't help glancing at her. He really didn't know who was actually sitting in the office working diligently. Other people's savings plummeted after falling in love. But him? His workload skyrocketed after falling in love, handling miscellaneous tasks wherever he went. But what could he do? It was his own indulgence that created this situation. Jianshi sighed helplessly. 10 minutes later, Bud sat expressionlessly in the meeting room, his face colder than anyone's. To keep Suisui, he not only paid a large sum in fees, but also promised to ransom back the worthless grandson imprisoned in Freeman Castle. Another huge expense. He couldn't even understand how things had developed this way. The meeting room had 10 chairs, but only 5 people seated. Excluding Suisui, the so-called Council of Elders had only 4 elders. An elder in black robes took the stage to speak. Though he wanted to appear kindly, his mean features worked against him. No matter how hard he tried, it was futile. The 4 elders took turns giving their opening remarks. Logically, it should be Suisui's turn to introduce herself as the guest. Suisui even spent 10 seconds mentally drafting a response to deal with these verbose elders. However, after the last elder finished, another elder immediately picked up the conversation, continuing to drone on. Suisui immediately gave up any intention of speaking, happy to relax. The 4 people took turns talking for half an hour, never giving Suisui a chance to interject. After a while, Suisui found it boring and leaned back in her chair, drowsy. No wonder Beavis loved sleeping so much. Listening to these elders recite scriptures every day, how could anyone not be sleepy? The elders performed quite well, picking up each other's cues naturally, even momentarily forgetting Suisui's existence and almost revealing their assassination plans for Beavis. Fortunately, one elder inadvertently glanced at Martha nearby, and his excited emotions instantly cooled, quickly returning to reality. They had seriously discussed that the most effective way to deal with young people was exclusion. The circle's door was wide open before their eyes, but they just wouldn't let her play. This method would really work if they encountered someone with heavy vanity or strong self-esteem. However, Suisui had neither, completely missing these elders' subtle intentions. She almost left mid-session due to boredom. After another 10 minutes, the meeting finally reached its conclusion. A certain unfamiliar elder summarized the entire meeting. Then came the main event. Miss Nora, regarding this meeting's content, do you have anything to say? The four elders' gazes immediately focused on Suisui, their eyes burning as if they could bore holes through people. Suisui shook her head obediently no. She didn't even understand what these blood clan members were talking about, so what was there to say? The old man, unaware of Suisui's thoughts, was very satisfied with her attitude. He nodded and continued, since no one has objections, then it's settled. I will organize the matter and send it to everyone. I hope all blood clans can unite and create brilliance together. After speaking, a young blood clan member appeared in the meeting room, holding a folder prepared in advance, placing one in front of each person. The other elders pretended to flip through the folders, glanced at them, and then once again gave some concluding remarks. Suisui sensed the meeting was about to end, and her fuzzy mind finally cleared a bit. She stood up, stretched, rubbed her eyes, and walked toward the meeting room door. All done talking, right? Once you're finished, I'm leaving. Goodbye. As for the blue folder on the table, she never glanced at it once. The elder who distributed the folders darkened his face, and the pressure of a high-level blood clan member suddenly burst out, shattering the tables and chairs. Masha said nothing, calmly extended a finger, and lightly tapped the air. Clang! The attacker was repelled by the backlash force, falling back into a chair. The aura released by the elder not only failed to harm Suisui, but also caused him to cough up blood from the backlash. Bard quickly stood up to mediate. What's going on? Why are you fighting? Ulysses, control yourself. And Nora, I think you need to discipline your maid. Attacking without reason is very rude. And Suisui turned around, puzzled. What about the thing where he attacked me? Why don't you mention that? Bard said without changing his expression, Ulysses is just a bit hot-tempered. He wouldn't really hurt you. Look, you're standing here fine, aren't you? But Ulysses got hurt because of you. Shouldn't you apologize for that? Wow, such double standards. If you hit me, it's just a bad temper. If I hit you, it's impolite. Suisui immediately felt unhappy. Nonsense? Who's afraid of whom? She looked around but found no suitable place. So she closed her eyes and leaned into Jian Shi's arms. Who said I'm fine? I'm just strong and didn't show it. She glanced at the elder with internal injuries and spat out a mouthful of blood as well. The color on her face visibly faded, and her breath was weak. Then she added, Such an old blood clan member. How come you're more delicate than young people? Hey, are you about to die? The beaten elder twitched at the corner of his mouth, not knowing what to say. He really had internal injuries from Masha's attack, but somehow looked less miserable than her. Is this acting? Jian Shi quickly got into character, holding the weak, Suisui and sternly scolding. You actually dared to fight? I get it now. This meeting was a trap to kill us. So sinister. With such malice, aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning when you go out? The elders, hit by the baseless accusation, almost spat out old blood. The injured one couldn't even hold back coughing, feeling like he might faint any second. Usually, they were the ones twisting facts and blaming others, but this was the first time they were punished in return, and it felt worse than being killed. Their plan hadn't even started. This was slander. They couldn't bear this grievance. How could anyone be worse than them? They wouldn't allow it. Compared to the other elders, Bard was more experienced. He was the first to break the silence. Miss Nora, using the same trick twice isn't good, is it? This isn't the Fryman Castle. Last time, the young men they sent to probe were held like this. Except for him, all blood clans had to pay ransom to leave, earning them a huge sum. Coming again? No one here can back them up. So Bard continued, Miss Nora, if you're sensible, signing this contract means you can leave safely. If not, you'll have to suffer. It turned out the blue folder contained a secret contract. Once Suisui accepted it, it meant agreeing to the terms. Hiss, so vicious. Suisui poked her head out from Jianshir's arms, thought for a moment, and asked, I've never suffered before. Is that thing tasty? If not, I don't want it. Bard, don't play dumb. You only have 2 choices now. Sign or die. Oh snap. So domineering? You want to be my master? Suisui looked admiring. Before the elders could react, she opened the communication page on her player bracelet and muttered, Wait, I'll ask my second dad to discuss my ownership with you. After all, only my dad could assign me tasks before. Why drag Bevis into this? The elders were shocked. They targeted Suisui because they feared Bevis. Even rumors said Bevis was seriously injured. They still dared not confront him directly. But soon, the elders remembered Bevis was in seclusion. If he was really injured and recuperating, he wouldn't make it here today. Realizing this, the timid elders became tough again. Looks like Miss Nora is unwilling to cooperate. The injured elder wiped blood from his mouth and stood up grimly. The others stood with him. For pairs of slightly different red eyes stared at Suisui like ghosts. The pressure was palpable. Jianshir's face darkened, sneering, What, can't argue with reason so you resort to threats? But with your strength, I doubt you can make us submit. As he finished, Masha and Ariel stepped forward, blocking Jianshir and Suisui. Since the game's arrival, the original rules of the Blood Clan world were broken. Countless talented seeds sprouted like bamboo shoots after rain, growing strong. The originally powerful elders, being rigid and cautious, entered the game less and less, surpassed by many young blood clans. Masha and Ariel were 2 of them. If they used full strength, they could easily defeat the 4 elders present and escape unharmed, so they feared no threats. This was one reason Elton placed them beside Suisui. Even the most talented seeds need time to grow into towering trees. The elders wouldn't admit they couldn't beat 2 young blood clans. But if a fight broke out, none would keep face. When do you want to see this end? Ulysses suddenly stepped back, gritting his teeth. Just watched an interesting show and lost track of time. Why are you so angry? From the shadows, a blood clan member appeared. Seeing him, Masha and Ariel's faces changed drastically, quickly closing ranks to protect Suisui. Harvey. Masha's voice was shocked and incredulous. She didn't expect this powerful blood clan member to leave his territory and appear elsewhere. Is Harvey crazy? Do you know what you're doing? For the first time, Suisui saw the gentle Masha flustered. Of course I know what I'm doing, dear Masha. Harvey stepped closer. And you siding with Bevis just to be a maid? Is it worth it, my dear fiancé? Whoa, what a bombshell. The top maid Masha is actually the fiancé of some blood clan member. Suisui's gossip radar lit up red. She tried to get up from Jianshir's arms, but met a pair of probing dark red eyes. This must be Miss Nora, right? Harvey's face wore an extremely fake smile, dazzling Suisui's eyes. She had never seen a blood clan member so annoying just by looking at him. Eye burning. So Suisui said nothing and buried herself back in Jianshir's arms, pretending not to see anything. Better to look at Jianshir to cleanse her eyes. Harvey's smile faltered, a faint sinister gleam flashing in his eyes. Then, as if unaware of Suisui's rejection, he continued talking to himself. Everyone's here? Then let's go. Masha guarded Suisui warily. Where do you want to take us? Of course to my territory, dear Masha. You haven't been back for a long time, right? Missing your parents. Harvey leaned toward Masha, seemingly wanting to kiss her. Masha stepped back, disgusted, turning her head away. Harvey sighed regretfully and didn't persist. Suisui didn't know who Harvey was, but seeing Masha and Ariel's wary faces, she pursed her lips and said nothing more. She obediently followed him out of the elders' meeting place. Passing Ulysses, she heard his sarcastic voice. Thought you were tough, but you're just a bully to the weak. Bang! Jian sure punched Ulysses' nose. The dense death aura disrupted Ulysses' already damaged balance system. His nose bled slightly. Though quickly healed by his immune system, his pride was trampled. Jian sure leisurely added, "So you know you're a coward?" "You!" Ulysses instantly flew into a rage. His wild energy just spilled out but was forcibly suppressed by a stronger force. Harvey turned, wearing a fake smile toward Ulysses. "What are you doing?" "We invited Miss Nora to my territory, not kidnapping. With your attitude, people might think I forced the Fryman Castle's little princess." "Tone it down, be more hospitable, so Miss Nora feels at home." "Heh? At home? Hostage is hostage, no need to be so fake." Even this villain found Harvey's hypocrisy unbearable. Jian sure smiled faintly at Ulysses, as if mocking him for admitting he was a coward. Ulysses gritted his teeth, but dared not ignore Harvey's words. The blood clan who once begged under his hand had grown into someone even he couldn't fight. Sad and pitiful. Traveling from one territory to another didn't take long. If no external interference, a few minutes was enough. Along the way, Harvey tried to get close to Masha, acting deeply in love and wanting to reconcile. But a hypocrite like him only made people hate him more. And Suisui had never seen so many expressions on Masha's face: disgust, nausea, irritation, no positive emotions. In a way, Harvey was a genius. If it were me, I'd run away from such a greasy fiancé, not for fame or fortune, just to be far from him. And Suisui whispered to Jianshi. Jianshi nodded in agreement. Right, the scariest thing is that fiancé thinks others run away for other reasons, denies all answers, but never thinks about himself. That's confidence. After hearing their whisper, Harvey almost lost his composure. He regretted stopping Ulysses earlier. Such chatty people should stay in the elders' meeting to get along with Ulysses. The rest of the way, Harvey was especially silent. Masha finally relaxed, guarding in Suisui with Ariel, one in front and one behind, to prevent accidents. And Suisui and Jian sure also knew when to stop, not wanting to push the hypocrite to desperation. They didn't know what shielding device Harvey used, but it blocked the game's player communication device. This also meant Suisui couldn't contact Elton for help. To escape Harvey's control, they had to rely on themselves. Though Harvey was a prince, his value couldn't compare to Bevis. At best a local lord, daring to roam only while Bevis was injured. "Welcome to my territory, Miss Nora. I hope you enjoy your stay." Harvey stood at the castle gate, saying a very polite fake line. And Suisui took a few seconds to observe the castle's appearance. It was smaller and less prosperous than Fryman Castle. Service quality inside was definitely inferior. And Suisui sighed, shook her head, and walked up to Harvey, face serious. "How much money are you going to give me?" "What?" A question mark slowly appeared in Harvey's mind. He had dealt with all kinds of people in the game: fake, irritable, simple, sinister. But never someone like Suisui, who was so unpredictable. This made it hard for Harvey to keep up. He could only ask humbly, "What do you mean?" And Suisui looked at him, puzzled. "Didn't you say you want me to have fun during my stay? Without money, how can I be happy?" Harvey's smile faltered, then said, "You don't need to pay anything during your stay." "I think you misunderstood." And Suisui interrupted, "I meant my happiness comes from money. The more money, the happier I am. It's not about spending or not." "Got it." Harvey didn't understand and didn't want to. He even suspected that this little princess from Fryman Castle might have some mental issues. He was just being polite, yet someone climbed up the ladder and asked him for money. Did he forget his captive status? "You're here to serve time." After taking several deep breaths, Harvey calmed down. Ignoring Suisui's demand for money, he pointed coldly at the castle gate and said, "Please." Failing to squeeze money from Harvey, and Suisui was a bit disappointed. She slowly took small steps past Harvey, muttering, "No money, why pretend?" Harvey had served under Ulysses for half his life, so he could easily ignore Suisui's contempt, remaining calm. When the elders were in power, Ulysses' insults were much harsher than Suisui's. Without Harvey's direct response, Suisui felt somewhat regretful. The four formally checked into Harvey's castle. Harvey's hypocrisy was superficial. He wouldn't miss disguising his personality through architectural style. Walking through the castle, everything looked shiny and splendid, with attendants and golden halls. Except it was smaller and less prosperous than Fryman Castle, nothing special on the surface. Suisui was given 4 single rooms. They wanted to separate her from Masha's group. But on enemy territory, especially under suspected captivity, no one would be foolish enough to follow such arrangements and be isolated. They found an excuse to block Harvey's mouth and chose to stay in the same room. Jianshi and Suisui slept in the bedroom. Ariel and Masha guarded on the sofa outside. Unlike humans, blood clans could sleep standing if needed, not picky about places. Suisui didn't mind. Besides her own people, many maids were assigned to her room. Her daily needs were well taken care of, showing she was highly valued. But in fact, Harvey used the guise of service to monitor her. Wherever Suisui went, eyes secretly watched, even in the bathroom. Some even tried to follow her into the bedroom to guard her sleep. Who allows others to sleep beside their bed? Suisui couldn't stand it anymore, pushed open the bedroom window, and shouted outside, "Harvey, do you have some psychological issues? Don't ruin others' private lives just because you have none. If not, I'll arrange a passionate drama for you when I get back, as exciting as you want. Stop staring at me every day. I have a boyfriend. My nightlife isn't as dull as yours." Her words were blunt. Any adult with shame would blush. Cough. Staring at the bedroom is indeed inappropriate. After this strange move, Suisui finally got a little breathing room. In the bedroom, the 4 gathered. Suisui suppressed her curiosity and first asked about Harvey. "Who's that hypocrite who suddenly appeared? Why do you all seem wary of him? Do you know him?" Of course, they knew. Masha and Ariel exchanged glances, then organized their words to briefly but thoroughly explain the key points. After the old world's rules shattered, many talented seeds emerged. Countless geniuses rose quickly into towering trees. But no matter how many geniuses, very few reached the top-tier strength. Masha and Ariel described a pyramid model of blood clan combat power in Suisui's mind. At the top was the strongest in the world, Bevis. He alone occupied a layer. No opponent in the blood clan world. The second layer was the ceiling of power excluding Bevis. Top-tier experts of various clans, like Elton and Merlin of Fryman Castle. They belonged to the stage. Harvey had just entered the stage, on the same level as Elton and Merlin, though who was stronger was unclear. Masha and Ariel were 1 level lower, the 3rd layer, still high-end fighters. The 4 elders from the old blood clan society also belonged to the 3rd layer. But they were the weakest in the 3rd layer. Basically, any 3rd layer expert could easily beat them. Even excluding Bevis, 2nd layer experts were still rare. Masha was shocked when she first met Harvey because 2nd layer experts had their own tasks and couldn't easily leave their territories. They guarded against invasions from other worlds. From Masha and Ariel, Suisui learned a secret. The blood clan world was rated a high-level world mainly because of Bevis. Bevis was so strong that he raised the average strength of the entire blood clan world. Without Bevis, the blood clan world was still a bit far from a high-level world. Is my second dad really that strong? Suisui patted her chest, relieved and proud of her past decisions. When she first met Bevis, she was shocked by his strength and had no thought of resistance. The strong were sensitive. Those with power easily sense their own and others' weaknesses. Facing Harvey, Elton, and other strong enemies, Suisui's first reaction was to flee. Knowing she couldn't win, so she ran. But facing Bevis, she didn't even think of running. Her soul trembled, making her accept fate, even though Bevis never intended to kill her. Thinking this, Suisui felt proud again. My second dad is so strong and still recognizes me as his daughter. Am I so outstanding that I caught his attention? Awakened his talent appreciation. And Suisui couldn't help but sigh, I'm really amazing, with an unlimited future. Masha hesitated, but seeing in Suisui's smug expression, swallowed her words. Let the little princess think that way. It's not bad. Masha ignored Suisui's words and continued about Harvey. Compared to other high-level worlds, the Blood Clan world's world barrier is actually the weakest. Other worlds covet us, so the prince gathered all Blood Clan strongmen and explained the key points. Though the prince still manages things, top experts aren't fools. They quickly understood the severity. Since then, any Blood Clan reaching the second layer is assigned a territory. Guarding the spatial barrier within the territory and rarely leaving it became an unwritten rule among top experts. But today, Harvey broke this rule, crossing mountains and rivers to intercept Suisui on the Elder's territory. Though he hadn't been away long, the Blood Clan world's enemies were also formidable. They even had more strongmen than the Blood Clan world. Without top experts guarding, breaking spatial barriers in a short time wasn't difficult. After saying this, Masha took a deep breath, her expression serious. I suspect Harvey has already sided with other high-level worlds. This speculation was reasonable but lacked evidence. Though Harvey was hypocritical and unpleasant, such a strongman was also an indispensable pillar of the Blood Clan world. Without solid proof, no one could convict him lightly. Enough for today. Let me rest. And Suisui covered her forehead, sending Masha and Ariel out. They told her too much. She couldn't digest so much important information at once. High-level worlds, top experts. Honestly, Suisui only had a vague idea of the strength gap between Bevis, Elton, and others. She couldn't feel the value of this information. At most, she could shout, "Daddy's awesome." Their world had been in the game less than a year, still half understanding the basics. How dare they peek into the Blood Clan world, which had been in the game for countless years? Their foundation was beyond Suisui's imagination. Headache. Suisui lay on the bed and fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. Less thinking about complicated things saves brain power. Someone fell asleep immediately, but Jian sure had to collect and organize the sudden flood of information, trying to find what was useful for the star system. Unlike Suisui, he knew the more he knew, the better for the entire star system. He also had a feeling that from the moment the Blood Clan world connected, the star system's growth would accelerate. Sigh. Headache. A night without dreams. Though in enemy territory, Suisui's sleep quality was unaffected. Brushed teeth, washed face, and was a lively kid again. The Blood Clan world's overall tone was dim. Even daytime sunlight wasn't strong. Modern Blood Clans had long overcome the obvious weakness of fearing sunlight, but still disliked daytime. Unless necessary, most Blood Clans slept in their nests during the day. Dong, 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 a deep bell sound woke all sleeping Blood Clans. What's that sound? What happened? Is there an alien invasion? Hurry, go check. Has anyone notified Prince Harvey? What are you waiting for? Hurry and bring the prince. Chaos erupted in the castle. When they finally crawled out of coffins and rushed outside, they saw Suisui in the largest square holding a huge iron hammer, her head covered with a bubble-like thing. She struck a large bronze bell repeatedly. The bell's sound was somewhat dull but loud enough to be unavoidable. Wake up. The sun's shining on your butt. Suisui shouted while hitting. She did this daily, seeing how long Harvey could endure. What are you doing? Before Harvey appeared, the castle's head maid angrily rushed out, pointing at Suisui's nose, yelling, "Don't you know it's rest time? Making such noise disturbs Prince Harvey's rest. Is this how Fryman taught you manners? Kneel and apologize now or else." This Blood Clan didn't seem very smart. Suisui sized up the head maid from head to toe, then shook her head and sighed. TSK, poor quality, worse professionalism than Merlin, and not very strong. How did she become head maid? The head maid, Kurosi, didn't know Suisui's thoughts and glared with big eyes. Suisui tilted her head, picked up the hammer, and struck the 2-meter bronze bell again. Dong, louder and clearer than before. I just hit it. What can you do? In case Kurosi didn't get it, and Suisui added, you don't need to make me look bad. I'm already pretty good looking. She happily patted her slightly chubby cheeks and showed her face. Except not domineering enough, she thought she was quite pretty. Kurosi was so angry at Suisui's twisted facts that she summoned guards and ordered, arrest her and lock her in the dungeon. The two guards on duty during the day hadn't experienced being forcibly woken and stood still rationally. This was a guest from Fryman Castle. Without Harvey's order, they dared not act. Joking, they couldn't handle Fryman Castle's strong and unreasonable style. The situation froze. Seeing the guards disobey, Kurosi got angrier. Her not-so-bright mind, fueled by anger, wanted to arrest Suisui herself. Suisui dodged behind Masha and made a face at Kurosi. Yeah, you can't catch me mad. Masha expressionlessly blocked the front, saying nothing. Her aura was imposing without anger. Weak-willed people couldn't stand her gaze. Like Kurosi, who almost knelt in front of everyone. Only saved by a first-class maid support, she avoided embarrassment. Realizing what she did, Kurosi was both ashamed and angry. She stared at Masha for a long time, then suddenly asked, "Are you Masha?" Masha glanced at her coldly, saying nothing. No need to answer a stupid fool's question. Without Masha's reply, Kurosi became smug. She scrutinized Masha and disdainfully said, "The fiancé Harvey can't forget?" I thought she'd be stunning, but she's just SOSO. Kurosi spoke lightly, but Suisui saw jealousy in her eyes. Masha wasn't breathtakingly beautiful, but had a gentle personality, firm character, good strength and talent. A confidence that radiated from her bones. Combined with her gentle temperament, she was mysteriously attractive, always drawing people close. For example, Suisui really liked Masha. But what did this have to do with the head maid of Harvey's castle? Suisui thought for a while but couldn't find an answer. Masha ignored the head maid's provocation. With her status and vision, Kurosi's behavior was just a clown's antics, unable to cause any real trouble or interest. Kurosi thought she had found Masha's weak spot and flirted with her long curly hair. Good family, strong power, so what? Still just an ordinary maid under someone else. The head maid of Harvey's castle was far inferior in quality to the first-class maid of Fryman Castle. Didn't she have any sense? The guards standing nearby couldn't help but mutter in their hearts. Suisui peeked from behind Masha, looked at Kurosi's pretty but empty face. She pulled out a loudspeaker from her backpack and shouted, "Harvey? Harvey, can you hear me? Come out quickly, I want to go home. I don't want to play with fools." Kurosi was stunned by the loud volume for a moment, then her face darkened when she heard Suisui's words. "Who's the fool?" Lowering her head, the small white loudspeaker was placed at Suisui's feet, continuously playing that sentence on loop. Suisui recorded it and wouldn't stop until Harvey responded. Kurosi glared fiercely at Suisui and ordered, "What are you doing? Turn it off immediately." And Nora Suisui, the little princess, glared back defiantly. "Who are you? What right do you have to order me? Let Harvey come out and talk to me." Kurosi tried to turn off the loudspeaker, but Suisui refused. Kurosi couldn't beat Masha, so she could only glare helplessly. The situation froze again, with only the loudspeaker looping Suisui's childish shouting. Originally, Harvey didn't plan to care about the commotion outside, but Suisui named him and caused a big fuss. Harvey's castle's overall combat power was no match for Fryman Castle, and most high-end forces were scattered. Without Harvey's personal intervention, no one could harm a hair on Suisui. Putting down his teacup, Harvey raised a fake smile and said to the person opposite, "Sorry, I have some private matters to handle. I'll be gone for a while." The other person gestured for him to go, and Harvey disappeared inside. When Harvey appeared in the central square, the noise was instantly suppressed. He still wore that hypocritical look and wasn't angry at Suisui's fuss. He glanced at the gathered crowd and asked, "Miss Nora called me, just say the word. Why make such a fuss?" Facing Harvey, Suisui immediately became confident. She stepped out from behind Masha and stood boldly before everyone. Sometimes fools are more dangerous than the wise because they don't weigh pros and cons or care about consequences. They act on impulse and can strike unexpectedly. Harvey wouldn't easily attack her, and Suisui was sure of that. Your words sound nice, but your service quality is terrible. Look, I just got up early to do morning exercises, and your people rushed up and yelled at me. Is this your idea of hospitality? No one yells at me like this at home. And Suisui believed she spoke the truth. Whether at home or Fryman Castle, no one had ever insulted her like this. If Harvey wanted to show off, he had to endure her antics. Harvey's smile didn't change, but his eyes turned cold, slowly resting on Kurosi. Kurosi panicked, knelt down with a thud, and tried to say something. Harvey didn't give her a chance and raised his hand. The two guards who ignored Kurosi's orders grabbed her immediately. Take her away, Harvey said calmly, no manners at all. Do you think you can offend a guest from Fryman Castle? Kurosi's eyes widened in disbelief, mouth opening to speak, but only a hoarse laugh came out. The guards wisely covered her mouth. Kurosi was taken away, full of resentment. Harvey turned to Suisui and said, the servants in the castle have no discipline. Sorry for the trouble, Miss Nora. That bitch. Kurosi's eyes filled with venom as they landed on Masha. Even though Masha hadn't said a word, Kurosi treated her as an enemy. And Suisui watched Kurosi leave, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes. A castle's head maid could be dismissed so easily? Something felt off. And Suisui was too conspicuous. Few noticed Jianshi, who had not appeared beside her. Harvey followed Suisui's gaze and saw a man in a black trench coat standing by the glass window of her guest room, watching her. Nora's male pet? Harvey quickly lost interest. What was Jianshi doing? Watching Suisui's antics remotely from the bedroom window? Of course not. While Suisui attracted the castle's attention, Jianshi avoided Blood Clan surveillance and quietly roamed the castle. The bedroom only held a clone he left behind. Though smaller than Fryman Castle, Harvey's castle was equally complex. Each palace was guarded. Fortunately, fewer people were around during the day, reducing unexpected incidents. Now, most Blood Clan's attention was on Suisui. Jianshi carefully avoided guards and explored the castle, gradually improving the map Masha had drawn. Masha hadn't returned for years and had sided with Bevis. Harvey wouldn't be careless. Jianshi didn't expect much but unexpectedly sensed a faint dangerous aura from a room around a corner. His luck to encounter danger just by wandering. Jianshi controlled his expression, disguised as an ordinary guard, and naturally passed the door. Click, the tightly closed door mysteriously opened a crack. Jianshi almost looked back, but controlled his curiosity and calmly left. When lacking ability, less risk-taking is better. Curious about Harvey's secret? No problem, come back when stronger. Unknown to Jianshi, behind the dangerous door, a pair of pale golden eyes silently watched his every move through the crack. An hour later, the clone's skill expired. Jianshi returned to the room and recalled his clone. The clone was reluctant, struggling to leave something for Suisui. But the main body was too domineering, cutting off all contact opportunities. Indirect contact was also impossible. Suisui and others, seeing the time was right, escaped Harvey's harassment and returned. Though no outsiders were in the room, Masha used a rare shielding item to prevent spying. On Harvey's turf, no small matter could be overlooked. Jianshi. Suisui immediately collapsed onto Jianshi, limbs soft like no bones. Do you know? Harvey is a pervert. All the castle's maids have affairs with him. Suisui whispered. Jianshi was surprised. Couldn't tell. Was Harvey that promiscuous? He thought Harvey was just ambitious. But how do you know? Such secret news wouldn't be spread by Harvey. The castle's servants? They wouldn't dare. Masha told me. Suisui clenched her fists angry. Her dear Masha was engaged to a pervert, unbearable. No wonder Masha wanted to escape the marriage. Jianshi looked at Masha, who appeared helpless. I said Harvey liked to place women who had relations with him into castle jobs, not that all maids had affairs with him. The castle was huge, with thousands of maids frequently changing. Even if Harvey wanted, he couldn't handle all. As a prince of a territory with big ambitions, he should focus on expanding his domain. But, and Suisui, what's the difference? Lovers turned maids meant maids were lovers. And Suisui's logic was sound. Jianshi smiled, about to say something, but the door knocked. Then a group of maids pushed in a food cart. Delicate dishes were placed on the table. It was mealtime. The maids worked orderly, no different from usual. And Suisui watched silently. Curious, she asked Masha quietly. The head maid just stepped down, right? Why don't these maids seem affected? Could someone have replaced her so quickly? No way. Such an important position wasn't replaced so easily. Merlin usually arranged 3 days of affairs in advance to prevent chaos if something happened suddenly. But Harvey's head maid didn't seem that smart. It's different, Masha explained with a smile. And Suisui learned Harvey's castle layout differed from Fryman Castle. Merlin was the real powerful head maid, Bevis's right hand, managing all personnel. Harvey's head maid was just a nominal figure with no real power, mostly for show. The real ruler was only Harvey. Hiss, no wonder the 2 guards dared to ignore Kurosi's orders. Harvey dismissed her without hesitation. Combining secrets Merlin told her, and Suisui had a strange thought. Could the head maid really be Harvey's lover? Putting gossip aside. After everyone arrived, Jianshi took out Masha's map from his space equipment. He had marked it up with red ink, making a new map. Time was limited. Jianshi wasn't in Suisui and couldn't explore every corner. But he had a good grasp of the surface layout. They briefly discussed how to escape Harvey's control. Leaving was simple if Harvey was absent or someone equally strong restrained him. Masha and Ariel could then lead in Suisui out. But both were impossible. Few could restrain Harvey, all top Blood Clan fighters. Besides Bevis, Fryman Castle had 3 top fighters, Merlin, Elton, and one unknown to Suisui. All were currently missing. The second reason was even more absurd. The Blood Clan situation was stable, with no major events to alert top fighters. As long as Harvey stayed in his territory, no one would bother him despite his contributions. The power gap was like a mountain on their shoulders, making progress impossible. I wonder if my second dad is sleeping well these days, dreaming sweet dreams. And Suisui looked at the ceiling, lost in thought. If not for Harvey's annoyance, she might have adopted him as a dad. Ariel blinked, stretched her stiff neck, and thought sarcastically, the prince must be laughing in his dreams these days. After daily thoughts, and Suisui frowned and voiced her doubt. Why do you think Harvey brought me back if he's fine? Though nominally the little princess of Fryman Castle, she had little power. Besides, she was an adopted daughter. Bevis wasn't the doting type. Frankly, if Bevis only wanted an heir, killing her would just mean finding another. No real threat to Bevis. Masha's expression was calm, roughly guessing Harvey's intentions. Simply put, he might want to probe or intimidate Fryman Castle through you, slap their face, and assert his presence. If deeper, he might want to harm Lord Bevis through you. But no one knows what methods he'll use. Like soul-searching, memory alteration, enslavement contracts, or turning someone into a puppet. Many methods. Masha didn't tell Suisui to avoid scaring her. After hearing Masha, and Suisui asked, if he wants to do something, why hasn't he acted yet? She had been under Harvey's soft captivity for a day. Merlin and others weren't fools. Delaying time didn't help Harvey. If Fryman Castle came, Harvey wouldn't keep her. Could Harvey be trying to train her, using her as a stepping stone? Having a trump card in hand but not using it, insisting on slowly playing from a 3, and then having the challenger level up by fighting monsters all the way until finally defeating the big boss to achieve victory. That would be crazy. This isn't a game. Harvey would never do something so stupid. The reason he hadn't appeared for so long could only be one thing. Harvey was held up by something and didn't have time to deal with her. What could be important enough to make Harvey put aside Bevis? Jianshi immediately thought of the room full of dangerous aura that he had encountered. He immediately told them about this. A room full of dangerous aura? Martha and Ariel exchanged glances, both seeing gravity in each other's eyes. Harvey definitely had a problem. Ariel was worried and wanted to find an opportunity to investigate, while Martha stayed behind to protect Suisui. But Suisui disagreed. She also wanted to go to the scene and watch. It's too dangerous. Martha also disagreed. Let me go, and Suisui clung to Martha, acting cute with her sweet voice. I promise I won't get close to the target, just take a look from far away. Trust me, if something really happens, I'll run faster than anyone. Please, the little troublemaker was quite skilled at pestering people, and Martha almost couldn't hold firm. But considering Suisui's safety, Martha still hardened her heart and refused her request. Seeing the little troublemaker drooping her eyelids and listlessly lying on the dining table, not even wanting to eat, Ariel felt a bit sorry for her and could only turn her head away to avoid looking. But what no one expected was that the first to give in was actually Jianshi, who cared most about Suisui. Are you serious? Martha looked completely disapproving. Although in the vampire's eyes, Jianshi's strength wasn't particularly strong and could even be said to be somewhat weak. But no one would look down on a young person with unlimited possibilities. How old was Jianshi? When they were his age, they might not have been as capable as him. Jianshi touched Suisui's head and didn't reveal too much, only saying, with you blocking in front, even if an accident happens, I can still manage to escape with her. Martha had seen the affairs Jianshi handled and knew he was never careless about important matters, with a reliability that Suisui couldn't match. Since he said so, Martha reluctantly gave him 3 points of trust and gave Suisui 1 chance to observe from a distance. To avoid Harvey's surveillance, the time naturally had to be chosen during the day. To ensure the next day's operation could go smoothly, Suisui carried her 2-meter-tall bronze bell and rang it in the garden all night. Whoever came to persuade her, she would curse Harvey. Who would dare to persuade her then? Being woken up halfway through sleep was more unbearable than staying up all night. The next day during the day, the vampires who had been tormented all night were suffering from nervous exhaustion, and those on night shift started dozing off while working. Seeing that the time was about right, Ariel used a prop to set up an illusion that could be remotely controlled. It was impossible to detect without close observation. Martha, can you hear me? Over. Ariel, look at me. I'm at your right rear 23-degree angle, 1,220 meters away. Over. Jianshi, where did you go? Over. Suisui cheerfully tested the earphones. Everyone could hear little murmurs in their ears from time to time, strange and cute. Jianshi extended a finger to poke the little meat bun puffed up on Suisui's face and also turned on his communicator. I'm at 0 meters directly to your right. Can you see me? Over. Giggle, receiving replies from everyone, Suisui's bright cat eyes curved into crescents. So fun, the pre-battle games ended here. Ariel, as the vanguard of this mission, was best at stealth and silently bypassed the obvious guards, gradually approaching the target location. The target they needed to investigate this time was a very ordinary reception room. This reception room didn't look particularly special at first glance. Even the number of guards nearby wasn't more than elsewhere. But with the map Jianshi brought back, careful observation revealed that this reception room's geographical location was very special. Clearly a place for receiving guests, yet it wasn't arranged in the convenient outer areas of the castle for going out. The surrounding positions were even more interesting. Walking straight less than 500 meters would reach Harvey's study. Turning right about 1,000 meters was Harvey's bedroom. Even the other 2 directions had several relatively important locations that Harvey frequently visited. This ordinary meeting room seemed to be surrounded by them, and Harvey would inevitably pass near the reception room whenever he went out. No matter how you looked at it, this meeting room held secrets. Ariel used props to reduce her presence and dodged a patrol of guards, entering the corridor in front of the reception room. When she heard about it from Jianshi, Ariel had guessed that this reception room would be dangerous. but she didn't expect it to be this dangerous. Ariel's perception ability was stronger than Jianshir's, so her feelings were clearer. The closer she got to the reception room, the more Ariel could feel the oppressive feeling from her soul. At this time, strong perception ability actually hindered her. Ariel couldn't continue forward. Her arms trembled slightly, and her body wasn't as agile as before. If she forced herself closer, even if she discovered Harvey's secret, she wouldn't have a chance to escape. The existence in the reception room was powerful beyond Ariel's expectations. She suppressed the fear in her heart and pressed the communicator on her ear, sending a message to Suisui and the others. Mission failed, retreat. The communicator hadn't even warmed up yet, and they had to leave. Suisui was somewhat disappointed. She sighed silently. Suisui ultimately didn't cause trouble at this time and obediently followed Jianshir to prepare for withdrawal. However, before they could make any more moves, Harvey's voice suddenly rang in their ears. "Since you're here, why not sit down and have some tea?" Suisui's heart jumped, and when she turned her head, she saw Harvey standing far away, quietly watching their movements. Damn, when did Harvey arrive? Could this be a trap that Bastard deliberately set up? No matter what, since they had been caught red-handed by Harvey, they had essentially torn off the facade with him. All the pretenses they had worked hard to maintain were broken. What should they do now? She was still a baby and couldn't beat an old thing like Harvey. Second Dad, where did Second Dad go? Help! Your daughter is about to be killed by bad people. Suisui panicked inside. Martha and Ariel weren't much better, even preparing to fight to the death to send Suisui away. As long as the message got out, Freeman Castle could make Harvey pay dearly. Someone would avenge them. In a flash, Jianshir suddenly released a cloud of smoke, then grabbed Suisui's wrist and rushed into the room they had considered dangerous. Martha and Ariel had no time to think and followed with gritted teeth. The scene behind the wooden door was beyond everyone's expectations. It wasn't a reception room with tables and chairs, nor a special room storing important items, and certainly not the otherworldly enemies they had imagined. Only a familiar mechanical sound rang in their ears with a ding. Ding, welcome to the extreme survival game. This game, Life Restart Simulator. Game rules have been distributed. Please check. Huh? How do we end up in a game? Hearing the game system's voice, everyone simultaneously had this question in their minds. Without giving them much time to think, thick white fog completely separated the several people. A translucent light screen appeared before their eyes. The game had begun. Gained 20 free attribute points. Please allocate them, player. Life Restart Simulator. Suisui first went through this game name in her mind. No impression, which meant it was either a niche or very old game. When she had time, she could go to modern society to supplement her knowledge in this area. The game gave a total of 20 attribute points, but Suisui had 6 attribute bars in front of her. Family background, appearance, intelligence, constitution, happiness, and luck. Happiness and luck were grayed out. She couldn't see the specific values before entering the game, nor could she modify them. Suisui thought and thought, but couldn't figure out what needed to be avoided in this game, so she divided the 20 attribute points evenly into 4 parts, adding 5 points to each attribute bar. Start the game. After intense weightlessness, Suisui opened her eyes and noticed her body was out of control. Not only were her limbs too weak to exert strength, but even the scenery before her eyes was blurry. Then, the only thing she could see clearly appeared in midair. A system prompt. Age 0. You were born a girl. The prompt ended. A timer that ordinary people couldn't see also appeared at the player's tattoo location. Countdown. 1 hour. Suisui didn't know what the countdown was for. She only knew that she was currently weak in all limbs, couldn't see anything clearly, and her eyes felt like they were blind, very uncomfortable. The interstellar people had gotten rid of the difficult disease of nearsightedness hundreds of years ago, yet here she was experiencing it. What was this situation? Suisui opened her mouth wanting to complain, but found she could only make babbling sounds. She was stunned for a moment, not yet understanding what was happening when she saw a magnified human face suddenly approach her. Due to the close distance, and Suisui could barely make out this was a person's outline. "Honey, the baby just spoke. Come listen quickly," a woman said excitedly. Then the man she called Honey also leaned over. He gently pinched in Suisui's hand and kissed it, laughing. "I heard it. The baby is so cute." "Baby?" Were they calling her? And Suisui tightly gripped the man's finger, barely controlling her uncooperative limbs to open the hidden game prompt. "Age 0. You were born a girl." Hiss. Could this sentence mean she had become a newborn baby? Good heavens. And Suisui felt somewhat devastated. She didn't want to be a baby. Fortunately, this situation wouldn't last too long. Maybe after the countdown ended, she'd enter a new phase. The game surely wouldn't leave her to live a whole lifetime, right? Baby and Suisui thought and thought, unable to resist drowsiness, slowly closed her eyes and fell asleep. Beside her, a young couple looked lovingly at their newborn daughter. Meanwhile, on another front, becoming a baby wasn't unique to Suisui alone. Martha and Ariel suffered the same fate. Fortunately, they had participated in enough games and had strong psychological resilience, naturally accepting their identity change. Compared to their relatively stable start, Jianshir's side was full of problems. When first entering the game, Jianshir, like Suisui, evenly distributed his attributes, then chose to start the game. After brief weightlessness, the game prompt appeared before his eyes. Age 0. Due to your mother's long-term malnutrition, she unfortunately miscarried. You died. Jianshir? Could someone tell him what happened? Mother's malnutrition? It should be caused by the family being too poor. Jianshir learned his lesson and focused on the family background attribute, starting his second game. Still the same process. After the weightlessness ended, Jianshir's vision was blurry. Until the game prompt slowly appeared. Age 0. Your mother became pregnant. Your father is a wealthy man. One day the wealthy man's wife came to the door and beat your mother until she miscarried. You died. Jianshir was confused again. He didn't give up and rearranged his attributes. This time he didn't dare set family background too high to avoid being reborn into a wealthy man's mistress. After the familiar process ended, the game prompt appeared again. Age 0. Your mother went to the hospital for a checkup and found she was pregnant with a girl. She was forced by grandma to have an abortion. You died. His vision went black and Jianshir returned to the starting point again, staring blankly at the empty fog. He missed Suisui. Unfortunately, before leaving the birth point, players' hands were still in a sealed state and couldn't be used. Jianshir recovered and continued reincarnating. Age 0. Your mother accidentally fell down the stairs. The hospital failed to save the pregnancy. You died. Age 0. Your mother encountered a car accident while going out and unfortunately miscarried. You died. Age 0. Father was abusive, mother unfortunately miscarried. You died. After experiencing exactly 10 failed reincarnations, with a ding, Jianshir triggered a new prompt. Congratulations player on obtaining the difficult birth achievement. When equipped, grants successful birth effect. The game started again. Age 0. You were born a boy. Both Jianshir and the silently observing game breathed a sigh of relief. Too painful. The experience was terrible. If you couldn't even be born, what was the point of playing any comeback story? But soon, they were slapped in the face again. Jianshir found himself turned into a baby, with something white and fluffy swaying in front of his eyes, even trying to force its way into his mouth. It was his mother trying to breastfeed him. Jianshir kept his mouth tightly shut with a serious expression, even quietly using his talent to cover his skin surface, making it so that no matter how the woman tried to feed him, it would fail. Just kidding, he wasn't really a baby. How could he possibly drink someone else's milk? The young mother was extremely anxious and quickly called her husband over to explain the situation. Honey, look, the baby won't drink milk no matter what. Is he sick? Hearing this, The child's father was also very worried and rushed into the doctor's office holding the newborn Jianshi. The child won't drink milk? A group of doctors surrounded them, as if encountering some novel object, circling around him. Finally, the doctors discovered the child wasn't refusing to drink milk, he just wouldn't drink breast milk. Even the doctors hadn't seen this situation before. After observing for a while, they concluded, since the child doesn't like breast milk, just buy formula to feed him. Some children are allergic to breast milk and are raised this way too. Who knew that? After hearing this, the man's face immediately darkened. Obviously, this result wasn't acceptable to him. The joy of just becoming a father quickly cooled down. Because there were outsiders watching, the man barely managed not to get angry, just threw the child back into the child's mother's arms. And said nothing more. The child's mother was both anxious and aggrieved, but had no other choice and could only sob quietly. Whether it was the child's father's attitude or the child's mother's weakness, neither was a good sign. However, Jianshi was now just a newborn baby and couldn't manage much. He was truly powerless about such things. In any case, he would never eat breast milk no matter what, and could only wrong this virtual character. Without sufficient nutrition support, Jianshi's stamina depleted quickly, and he fell asleep in less than a minute. He showed no signs of waking during the countdown period. An hour later, new game prompts awakened all the babies still sleeping. Age 1. Due to refusing to drink milk, you became increasingly thin and were abandoned by your father. You died. Jianshi. He had never been so impressed by anyone. On the other side, baby Suisui was already 1 year old. Her gradually strengthening arms allowed her to do more things. Age 1. You were born in the city with an ordinary family background, but your parents have a good relationship and love you very much. Happiness +1. The uncoordinated feeling in her limbs had improved a lot, and she wasn't as sleepy as when she was just born. And Suisui supported herself on the bed rail to stand up and stumbled into her own little bed. Let me first pull up all the things I haven't seen before. Her chubby little hand opened the history records, which not only recorded the prompts that had appeared, but also showed her current attribute status. Family background 5, appearance 5, intelligence 5, constitution 5, happiness 1, luck 11, luck 11. This value seemed quite high. Without a reference point, and Suisui wasn't sure if her luck value was high, so she ignored it and observed the other attribute bars. The family background attribute was 5 points, and the game prompt had clearly told her that her family background was ordinary. In other words, 5 points was within the ordinary range. All of Suisui's attributes were 5 points, which resulted in her personal conditions being very ordinary. Nothing particularly outstanding, nothing particularly dangerous either. Opening the friends list, and Suisui wanted to contact the other companions, but found only Martha and Ariel's avatars were lit up. Why can't I contact Jianshi? And Suisui frowned in thought. But having never experienced death, how could she understand Jianshi's ordeal? She could only turn to pull Martha and Ariel into a group chat. Group chat, Strike Harvey's squad, lucky little koi, Martha? Ariel? I became a baby, how are things on your end? Caring sister, me too. This game seems to simulate a person's entire life. We need to explore the specific situation more. Cornflower, wait, let me go reincarnate first. Cornflower has gone offline. Lucky little koi. What did that mean? And Suisui was completely confused. After a while, Ariel came back online. Cornflower, okay, I'm back. Let's continue. Caring sister, Miss Nora hasn't died yet. Lucky little koi, no. From birth until now, it had only been an hour total, during which she did nothing but sleep. How could she die from that? And Suisui couldn't understand. Cornflower, envious. I've already died 4 times. Miss Nora's luck value must be very high, right? Caring sister, should be. I've already died twice. Was her luck value high? And Suisui wasn't sure either, so she simply took a screenshot of her attribute points and sent it to the group. Being too smooth actually left Suisui knowing nothing about the game rules. Cornflower. Cornflower. Miss Nora's luck value is so high, actually 11 points. I died 4 times and the highest I got was 7 points. Martha also quickly replied, saying her highest was 9 points. Only then did Suisui learn that luck value was randomly assigned at the start and different each time. However, 9 points and 11 points weren't that different. Why were Martha and Ariel so surprised? She voiced her question and quickly got an answer. According to Martha and Ariel's experience, 10 was a critical point. All attributes exceeding 10 would undergo qualitative changes. For example, family background. If the family background value exceeded 10 points, the family background would no longer be ordinary wealth. Martha and Ariel chatted enthusiastically, and Suisui learned about many things she hadn't had time to experience. During this time, Jianshi went online and offline at lightning speed several times. Suisui had just pulled him into the group chat when he died, giving everyone no chance to ask questions. After the chat ended, Suisui stared thoughtfully at her attribute bars. Among all attribute values, except for luck value, which was determined at the start, other attributes would increase or decrease in various random events. According to Martha, after each death, the game would summarize her life and give her a score, then ask if she wanted to submit this life's results. No one knew what would happen after submitting results, but it could be guessed that the score would definitely affect the game's final ranking. So how could she improve her attributes during the 1-hour free activity time? Suisui's eyes moved around the room and finally settled on a book with colorful illustrations. A very ordinary children's picture book, but it gave Suisui a flash of inspiration. If parents having a good relationship could increase happiness attributes, then reading and studying should also increase intelligence attributes, right? When the child's mother entered the room, she saw Suisui curled up in a small ball, lying on the bed very seriously flipping through the picture book. Hearing the sound, baby Suisui turned her head, eyes fixed on the child's mother, but her little hand pointed at the picture book, following the audio from the picture book and saying in a sweet baby voice, "Dada, Mama, yay, Nana." The child's mother looked dazed. Then her eyes lit up with an inexplicable gleam. An hour later. Age 2. Your language talent is particularly outstanding. You learn very quickly, and your mother sent you to a special early learning class with remarkable results. Intelligence +1, family background -1, and Suisui's body grew rapidly within an hour and was now a 2-year-old baby with limbs no longer disobedient. And she was energetic, no longer wanting to sleep all the time. And Suisui's first attempt was obviously successful. Her intelligence increased by 1 point, but her family background inexplicably decreased. After the family background attribute fell below 5. Suisui clearly felt that the child's parents were busier, but the family was still quite strapped. Scratching her head, Suisui thought about countermeasures while opening the group chat, wanting to share her new discovery with Martha. As soon as she came online, she saw that an avatar that had been dark for a long time was actually lit up. Jianshi was finally online. After coming online, Jianshi immediately took a screenshot of his experiences and sent it to the group without saying a word. In these short 2 hours, he had experienced too much. It couldn't be explained in a few words. He was also afraid of dying mid-sentence, so he simply sent the image directly. Suisui curiously clicked on this super long screenshot, then fell silent along with Martha and the others. Let's look at Jianshi's life experiences. The first 10 times needn't be mentioned, all birth failures. 11th life, because Jianshi wouldn't drink breast milk, his father thought he was an ominous child and directly threw him away. He starved to death on the roadside. 12th life, Xianxia world. Jianshi was born with once-in-a-century talent in a certain cultivation family, killed by hostile forces at age 2. 13th life, supernatural world. At age 1, he got sick and was hospitalized, where his soul was mistakenly taken by mistake. 14th life, apocalypse. Born just as the zombie virus outbreak occurred, separated from his high-ranking official father. finally found his real father at age 2, but encountered a base uprising and was killed as a hostage. 15th life. Got lost on the street at age 3, sold to the mountains by human traffickers, died of illness due to acclimatization. 16th life. When Suisui was considering how to increase her attribute points, Jianshi had already wandered on the line between life and death 58 times. Each time he died in childhood, with the longest survival being only 5 years old. He had collected a basket of various strange achievements, but still couldn't save his fate of early death. Suisui. Ariel. Martha. Cornflower, can I know what your luck value is? Her tone was very careful, afraid of accidentally touching Jianshi's sore spot. But Jianshi was already used to it and naturally displayed his luck value for this round. Luck 2. This was after he had accumulated many achievements and gained initial bonuses. In short, among his 58 lives, the highest luck value he ever had was only 3 points. That was the time he lived to age 5. And Suisui was amazed. She had never felt so directly just how bad Jianshi's luck really was. However, Jianshi also proved with his life that although the several people were in the same game, they seemed to be proceeding separately. Most importantly, after dying more than 10 times, you could actively choose which world background to enter. This made Suisui somewhat interested, but she felt she couldn't die 10 times. What a pity. She still wanted to visit those fantasy and xianxia worlds. And Suisui looked regretful. While talking, Jianshi once again shared important information he had discovered. Reaper. The 4-dimensional attributes can be obtained by changing the perception of people around you. Of course, happiness and luck weren't included in the 4-dimensional attributes, and their judgment was somewhat mystical. Finally gathering everyone together, and Suisui also quickly raised her own question. Lucky little koi, I don't know why, but I always feel this dungeon is strange. Is it a reality dungeon? Jianshi was the first to answer this question. Reaper. It's a reality dungeon. Things I brought from the real world can still be used. The most important point in distinguishing reality dungeons from game dungeons was whether items from the real world could be brought into the game. And Suisui had too many things in her backpack, and sometimes she couldn't remember which were game props and which were items from reality. But soon, new questions arose. Lucky little koi, if it's just an ordinary time dungeon, why would Harvey hide it? This was currently the strangest point, and no one had figured out the key yet. Then Martha shared another explosive piece of news. Caring sister, if I remember correctly, Miss Nora also has a personal exclusive dungeon, right? This was known to all the higher-ups of Freeman Castle, and Suisui had nothing to hide, so she admitted it openly. Caring sister, then it's strange. Normally, dungeon masters who own personal exclusive dungeons cannot enter other reality dungeons. Caring sister, unless this dungeon already has an owner. And Suisui didn't quite understand what Martha meant. Could this be Harvey's personal dungeon? Martha's tone was calm. Caring sister, what I mean is, this dungeon is weird. Caring sister, I've been in Harvey's personal dungeon before, and it's definitely not this one. The dungeon cores are different. Caring sister. But if it's another vampire's personal dungeon, Harvey has no need to guard it like this. Caring sister, most importantly, owned reality dungeons don't actively absorb players into the game. Normal games only had 2 ways to enter. One was to register and make appointments on the player's bracelet, and the other was to pass by a dungeon without ownership and be automatically captured by the dungeon. Neither of these situations clearly applied to the current dungeon. Ownerless dungeons wouldn't absorb dungeon masters like in Suisui. That would be suicide. The strange points were becoming more and more obvious. What kind of mess was this? And Suisui sighed. She was just a 2-year-old baby and really couldn't think about such complex things. Look, baby's mama was coming to feed her again. After sending away the child's mother who had taken time from her busy schedule to see her, and Suisui saw in the group chat that Martha had proposed a tentative method. Caring sister, Miss Nora can find an opportunity to take out your dungeon core. If this dungeon is ownerless, the dungeon core must still be in the dungeon. You can use your own dungeon core to find it, then devour it. Huh? Dungeon cores could be used like that? And Suisui was completely confused. Her dungeon hadn't been in her possession for long and hadn't been officially put into use yet, so she hadn't felt the benefits of a personal dungeon. She usually just used it as an exclusive territory and had no idea that competition between dungeon cores was so brutal. However, listening to Martha, devouring other dungeon cores seemed beneficial. And Suisui steadied herself and decided to look for this great tonic. A 2-year-old baby's range of activities was very limited. Plus, the baby's parents were very busy, so basically Grandma took care of her during the day. Grandma was afraid of losing in Suisui and basically didn't go out much. In Suisui's range of activities was limited to her room, the community park, and the special early learning class. The limited range of activities left in Suisui unable to do anything, so she could only try hard to show her intelligence and get the adults to notice her as much as possible. An hour later. Age 3. You went to kindergarten. Due to your intelligence attracting many people's attention, a private kindergarten actively found you and waived all your tuition fees. However, your study tasks became increasingly busy, and you felt somewhat out of place with other children. Intelligence +1, happiness -1. She only had 1 point of happiness total, and they took it away from her. And Suisui felt she couldn't continue like this. According to Jianshi, when all attributes reached 0, they would bring some negative effects, such as happiness. When happiness attribute reached 0, it would cause depression and had a high probability of death from depression. When she opened her eyes, and Suisui was sitting at a blue low table, surrounded by children and several adults. She looked around at the current environment without understanding. Oh, this was kindergarten. A young woman who seemed to be a kindergarten teacher was holding a phone pointed at her, not knowing if she was taking photos or recording video. And Suisui tilted her head in confusion and subconsciously bit her finger. This teacher was doing what? It was just a habitual action, but Suisui noticed the young teacher's eyes changed. Her voice became gentle as she coaxed her. And Suisui, are you tired? If you're tired, we can do this later. How about having some snacks now? Snacks. And Suisui's eyes lit up. Nothing could stop her from having snacks. Children's snacks were all super fragrant. The kindergarten teacher saw Suisui's excited little face and felt her heart melt. Clearly just an ordinary-looking child, but suddenly she seemed more adorable than those children with delicate features, making her want to get close. The teacher went to get snacks, and another teacher clapped her hands and shook a bell, calling all the children to line up and wash their hands. And Suisui also wanted to follow, but as soon as she moved, she was pushed by a nearby child and almost fell. What are you doing? And Suisui turned around and glared angrily. She had no guilt about bullying the weak with her strength. Just kidding, she was also a baby now. It was good enough that she didn't directly hit him. The troublesome child obviously couldn't read facial expressions. Hearing Suisui's question, the boy who pushed her not only didn't apologize, but wanted to push her again. And Suisui pushed back with her hand, using great force, immediately knocking the boy down and making him sit on the ground crying loudly. Seeing this, Suisui also sat on the ground and cried loudly, even louder than the little boy. The kindergarten teachers hurried over, and seeing the child who had fallen on the ground, they immediately panicked. One was the kindergarten's golden signboard, and the other was the son of nouveau riche parents who had money but no class and were very difficult to deal with. That little boy's parents were particularly fierce and difficult to handle, making a big fuss over the slightest bump or scrape. This time it looked like he fell hard. They'd probably be in big trouble. Thinking about what they'd have to face soon, the several teachers who rushed over suddenly felt headaches coming on. 2 young teachers separately held Suisui and the little boy, gently asking what happened. The little boy was spoiled and cried while shouting, "She pushed me. You guys hit her quickly, beat her to death." Hearing these words, even the teachers who had become adults felt chills down their spines. A 3-year-old child could say such vicious words. You could imagine how terrible his parents' education was. The teacher holding him patiently coaxed him, only to receive a barrage of punches. He kept repeating those same sentences, completely ignoring what the teacher was saying. And Suisui took the opportunity to roughly explain what happened. Other children also chimed in, competing to tell the teacher the reason. Dabao pushed Suisui, then Suisui pushed Dabao, and then they both cried. 3-year-old children didn't speak very clearly, saying whatever they saw and easily being misled. Especially after Suisui took the lead in explaining once, the rest basically followed her template. So the teacher subconsciously believed that the little boy bullied first, then was casually pushed by Suisui, didn't stand steady, and fell. Originally, the little boy was already synonymous with being spoiled and troublesome in the teacher's eyes. He was tall and big, and no one thought he was really hurt. He was just throwing a tantrum. So after the teachers found that coaxing didn't work, they simply criticized the little boy sternly. The little boy felt very wronged, but since there were no parents here, he could only temporarily hold back his tears and wait to complain when his parents came to pick him up. He didn't expect that as soon as the teachers turned around, the little girl who was always praised would glare at him fiercely. Her vicious expression scared out the tears he had just held back. The little boy cried again. After repeating this 2 or 3 times, the teachers also found it annoying. After patiently coaxing the little boy, hearing crying again just felt speechless, so they simply pretended not to hear. Let him cry alone for a while. What they didn't know is that in places they couldn't see, Suisui had already beaten up the little boy several times. And she used her eyes to threaten the watching children, meaning anyone who talked nonsense would get beaten. Finally, she was satisfied to gain the respect of all the children in the class. Becoming a kindergarten bully was so simple. At dismissal time, Suisui deliberately guided her mother who came to pick her up to buy a lottery ticket. Logically, with her luck value, buying lottery tickets should be easy to win. Age 4. Your mother won the lottery jackpot, and your family suddenly became wealthy. You relied on your fists to rule the kindergarten, and no child dared to say no to you. Family background +2, constitution +1, happiness +1, achievement obtained. Kindergarten bully. Wearing this achievement can intimidate all troublesome children. Good achievement. Suisui put on the newly obtained achievement, then stood in front of the mirror admiring the golden words that others couldn't see. Kindergarten bully. This time the background was still in kindergarten, but it was early and the children hadn't all arrived yet. The previously arrogant and willful little boy had grown up and become much more silent and withdrawn, taking detours when he saw Suisui. It seemed that during the quickly skipped year, he had been beaten by the simulated version of Suisui quite a few times. Suisui also figured out what Jianshi meant by improving attributes by influencing others' perceptions. As long as she did something that many people knew about during the 1-hour free activity time, this thing would affect the subsequent prompt updates. For example, kindergarten bully. She personally only beat up the troublesome child once, but under the data calculation, she had beaten that child for a year. The person had been beaten into introversion by her. Suisui happily held a piece of apple and nibbled on it. While nibbling, Suisui noticed a new little boy had been watching her. Suisui put down the apple and looked back. She felt the little boy looked familiar, so she ran over. Just as she was about to ask, she heard the other party accurately call out her name. Suisui. Suisui. A teacher walked over, seeing the two who seemed to be talking, and patted Suisui's head with relief, then said, Suisui, let me introduce you. This is a new student in our class, named Jianshi. His legs are injured and he can't walk. When you play with him, please take care of him, okay? Huh? Suisui stared at little Jianshi's legs and exclaimed in amazement. Couldn't Jianshi ever live to adulthood intact? After the teacher introduced Jianshi's situation, she left. The 4-year-old couple sat facing each other, looking at each other speechlessly. Looking at Jianshi, Suisui couldn't help but recall his 58 tragic lives. She pressed her lips together, hesitated for a long time, and finally asked, Is your wheelchair smart? Can I borrow it to sit for a while? After thinking for so long, this is what you came up with? Jian looked amusedly at 4-year-old baby Suisui. Maybe it was beauty in the eye of the beholder. Clearly very ordinary features, but they strangely attracted his gaze, and he never got tired of looking. Jian unfastened the safety belt around his waist, moved to the side, made room for half the seat, and invited Suisui to sit up. Suisui cheered and climbed onto Jian's wheelchair, sitting together with him. She studied the various buttons on the wheelchair by herself. Forward, backward, turn, and speed adjustment. Most interestingly, there was even a walking button. Suisui curiously pressed it and saw the wheels on both sides retract inward, while 4 mechanical prosthetic limbs extended from the wheelchair's corners. Pressing the forward button, the mechanical prosthetic limbs carried Jian and Suisui like a little horse, galloping around the classroom and attracting all the other children. Suisui was having so much fun that she never wanted to sit on her own little stool again. Even during class, she insisted on squeezing together with Jian on the wheelchair. Some teachers tried to lift Suisui off the wheelchair, but neither Jian nor Suisui was willing. Before anyone even touched her, Suisui would start crying loudly, and Jian would look warily at the teacher as if looking at a bad person. No one was allowed to take Suisui away. In the kindergarten teacher's eyes, children's friendships always came very quickly. Look, in just a few minutes, this new child had become close with their class's little leader. So close they were like conjoined twins. The teachers were somewhat wary of Jian's identity. As long as it didn't endanger his safety, they wouldn't go against Jian's requests, if not completely complying. So the two naturally sat together. When no one was paying attention, Suisui quietly asked Jian, "What's your situation this time? How did he end up in a wheelchair at just 5 years old?" Jian sighed deeply and said just 2 words, "Car accident." Speaking of which, his luck this time was relatively good. Although he encountered a car accident, it happened during the 1-hour free time and didn't directly result in a death judgment. He secretly dodged the vehicle's impact and pretended to be lightly injured to fool people. But later, for some unknown reason, after returning from the hospital, he inexplicably became paralyzed from the waist down. Quack doctors. My condolences. Suisui listened to the story and patted his shoulder with deep sympathy. At least you survived this time. Jian's mouth twitched, but he had nothing to say. According to convention, he should indeed have died from the car accident. Or rather, any dangerous activity he encountered basically ended in death. An hour passed quickly. In the few minutes before the system started simulating, the two arranged for their virtual parents to meet. Jian put most of his attribute points into family background. His family situation was excellent. He didn't know why, but whenever his family background was below 10 points, he would be abandoned for various reasons. So Jian's initial attributes became family background 11, appearance 0, constitution 0, intelligence 9, happiness -1, luck 3. Jian could accept being ugly, but not being stupid, so he put all the remaining points after family background into intelligence. As for constitution, even if he maxed out constitution at 20 points, he'd still die when he was supposed to die. No room for negotiation. In everyone's eyes, Jian with excellent family background but frail and unable to care for himself, and kindergarten bully Suisui became good friends. This directly affected the prompt that refreshed an hour later. Suisui's prompt was, age 5, you made a new friend. You have a very good relationship, and his parents also like you very much, often inviting you to visit their home. With his help, your family's business is thriving. Family background +1, appearance +1, happiness +1. Jian's prompt was, age 5, your health got worse, but fortunately the friend you met in kindergarten doesn't dislike you and brought hope to your life. Happiness +1, Jian. Under the same circumstances, Suisui gained 3 attributes, while Jian barely managed to gain 1 point of happiness. Sigh. Maybe because everyone who met Suisui expressed liking for her appearance, something that should be fixed at birth, actually increased by 1 point. opening the friends list and confirming Jian sure hadn't gone offline, and Suisui quickly discussed action plans with him. Because in others' eyes, and Suisui was smart and well-behaved, at 5 years old she could already have some freedom, and her range of activities was no longer limited to her room. I plan to look for the dungeon core. And Suisui told Jianshi. After thinking for a moment, Jianshi replied, "Wait for me at home." Today was Saturday, and neither of them was at kindergarten. Jianshi's family was well off and had people to take care of his daily life. If he wanted to go out, he just needed to say so. Soon, the driver brought Jianshi to downstairs of Suisui's house, picked up Suisui, and began a city tour. Based on Jianshi's 58 lives of experience, this game was divided into countless small spaces, each with a limited actual range. For example, this time, their main living location was the city, so they only needed to tour the city once to have essentially toured this small space. The ritual book disguised itself as an ordinary book, lying quietly on Suisui's lap. The accompanying driver and nanny would see the little girl obediently holding a book, sitting in her chair whenever they turned around. The two couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. What a lovely child. It was incredible that the young master could make such a friend. During the 1-hour free time, the two roughly toured the city but found no trace of the dungeon core. Then they didn't need to continue wasting time here. Having figured out the basic game rules, the two began speedrunning. Jianshi needed to bind with Suisui to survive and leech off her luck. For Jianshi's sake, Suisui began attacking the field of life medicine. Age 6. Graduated from kindergarten, you came to a key elementary school and officially became an elementary student. Age 7. Your academic performance improved by leaps and bounds. You represented the school in many competitions and achieved good results. Age 8. You gradually became famous and gained the school's attention. Age 9. The Genius Youth program you participated in gained national audience attention. You became famous. Age 10. You received more and more attention and pressure increased, but with support from childhood companions and parents, you quickly overcame it. Age 11. The family business grew bigger and bigger. You no longer needed to worry about money. Your parents let you focus on what you wanted to do without considering other things. Age 12. You entered a key middle school. Age 15. You entered a key high school. Age 18. You entered a top domestic university and chose biomedical major. Age 20. The paper you published caused a sensation in academic circles. Age 24. You became a member of the National Research Institute with a thriving career. Age 28. The above were Suisui's prompts, and all progress was unrelated to Jianshi. Suisui's life was like cheating, smooth sailing with almost no major ups and downs. This was the treatment of a European emperor with luck value exceeding 10 points. Now let's look at Jian, the African chief's life trajectory. Age 5. Your health got worse, but fortunately the friend you met in kindergarten doesn't dislike you and brought hope to your life. Age 6. You entered a key elementary school together with your good friend. Age 7. You gradually grew up and adapted to your paralyzed body. You found that you didn't seem to care so much about others' opinions anymore. Age 8. You took half a year off school due to illness. Fortunately, with help from your friend who was called a child prodigy, your studies never fell behind. Age 9. Your friend participated in a competitive show, Genius Youth, and stood out among geniuses nationwide. You felt very happy and ate an extra ice cream that night, but caught a cold and had diarrhea all night. Age 10. Your health got worse and worse, often hospitalized due to illness. Fortunately, your superior intelligence made studying very easy, not causing too much burden. Age 11. You almost missed the final exam due to illness and nearly lost the chance to enter a key middle school. Age 12. You encountered kidnappers on your way home. Although bodyguards desperately saved you, you were still injured and lay in the hospital for half a year. Age 15. You entered a key high school with excellent grades, but because you were ugly, you still only had one good friend. Age 18. You got into a top domestic university, but due to physical reasons, you couldn't choose the same major as your childhood sweetheart. Age 20. You confessed to your childhood sweetheart, and she agreed. Age 24. You lost very important research papers and couldn't successfully participate in academic exchanges. You felt very depressed and were bitten by a dog on the way home, ending up in the hospital. Age 28. Your childhood sweetheart's years of research finally succeeded and was applied to you. You felt your physical condition stabilized and married your longtime girlfriend. Looking at the first half of his life, Jianshir's life trajectory could be described in one word: survival. Jianshir didn't have high expectations for himself. Staying alive was enough. For him, living to 28 was already a miracle. Both were now 30 years old and encountered their first life challenge: children. Age 30, your first child was born. And Suisui opened her eyes to find herself lying in a hospital, staring at a newborn baby. Knowing the baby's vision wasn't good and couldn't see things clearly, and Suisui still felt like she was looking at her. "This is my child?" And Suisui was nothing but confused. She didn't have any so-called excitement or joy. Maybe because she knew the other party was virtual, maybe because it was too sudden. Jianshir wheeled over to Suisui's side, staring at the newborn baby with only questions in his mind. Wasn't he paralyzed from the waist down? Where did this child come from? If the wife wasn't Suisui, Jianshir would suspect his head was decorated with color. However, what shocked Jianshir even more came next. The Strike Harvey squad group chat received a message. "Cornflower, Miss Nora? Is that you, Miss Nora? Lucky little koi. Reaper?" What kind of family of three was this? More like a player alliance. Ariel's luck wasn't good either. She had died more than 10 times. Not long ago, she had just died after being sold to a landlord's house due to family poverty and beaten to death by the landlord's son. In anger, Ariel put her family background value very high. She didn't expect to be reborn directly into Jianshir and Suisui's family. This time she surely wouldn't die early, right? By age 31, Jianshir fell into a sewer while going out and was hospitalized unconscious. And Suisui led her team in overnight rescue efforts. Baby Ariel was alone at home, but the nanny was careless and let Ariel fall from the bed into a pillow and suffocate to death. Ariel. This was her first time dying so early. Was she infected by Jianshir's bad luck? Hearing about Ariel's experience, Jianshir solemnly arranged a super luxurious funeral for her. And at her funeral, he burned a super long thank you letter. "Jianshir, thank you for sharing my bad luck. Ariel, please write directly to me. I can receive it, thanks." Although Jianshir's later life was turbulent and dangerous, through Suisui's multiple rescues, he barely lived to 60. But at a gathering, he choked on food that was too big and suffocated to death. Soon after, feeling bored, Suisui also ended her own life. The legendary life finally ended. Before starting the second life, Suisui still received 20 attribute points. This time she thought for a while before allocating the various attribute points. Intelligence could be improved through studying and showing intelligence beyond ordinary children. However, if initial intelligence was too low, it was easy to be judged as mentally disabled. When something became a fixed impression, it was somewhat difficult to change perceptions. Constitution could be improved through fitness, good rest, and other methods. Of course, the premise was that initial constitution couldn't be too low, otherwise you'd be directly judged as sickly and weak, making improvement more difficult. Like Jianshir in the previous life. Family background could be slowly improved through various opportunities. But if initial family background was high, it could save a lot of trouble. Appearance was the hardest to change unless through plastic surgery. After careful consideration, Suisui allocated her attribute points. Family background 5, appearance 5, intelligence 5, constitution 5, game, cough cough, Suisui felt that for her, even distribution was the best allocation method. Interestingly, Suisui obtained a talent card called Koi Life. Koi Life, initial luck value +3. That sounded very good. No one had mentioned talent cards before, which meant besides her, no one else had obtained one yet. The game suddenly popped up a prompt box. Submit this round's results. Yes/no, and Suisui chose no. Just kidding, she hadn't played enough yet. And she had just obtained the Koi life talent. How could she not use it? And Suisui chose reincarnation. First reincarnation completed, remaining reincarnations. 2. Wait. Why did she only have 2 reincarnations left? And Suisui didn't have time to think more and entered a new life with her questions. Age 0. You were born a girl. Unless you died, the first prompt was always simple with no hints. With first life experience, and Suisui wasn't panicked. She skillfully opened the group chat and asked about talent cards. Besides her, Jianshi had also obtained a talent card. It also appeared after the previous life ended. Jianshi's card was called Noble Help. Noble Help. When encountering danger, there's a probability of noble people appearing to help. After 3 consecutive failures, the next time is guaranteed to succeed. Very good, very suitable for Jianshi. While Jianshi was still alive, and Suisui had a brief exchange with him, she discovered that Jianshi's experiences after this life ended were quite similar to hers, including the gifted talent cards and the sudden appearance of the reincarnation prompt. Jianshi had reincarnated 58 times before, but had never seen such a prompt. If there was any difference this time, it must be that he had lived long enough. Perhaps age itself was a significant limitation. The leaderboard has refreshed, Masha, who had been watching, suddenly reminded her. And Suisui noticed that the leaderboard had just refreshed a few minutes ago. The highest score was hers, followed by several unfamiliar names. Jianshi was also on the list, while Masha and Ariel's scores remained 0. Players without points did not appear on the leaderboard, so they still didn't know how many players were participating in this game. Browsing the leaderboard quickly, and Suisui noticed an interesting phenomenon. All players on the leaderboard had scores above 60. None were below 60. Suddenly, and Suisui realized that 60 years old might be the threshold for participating in the leaderboard competition. Those under 60 didn't count for points and naturally didn't consume reincarnation attempts. So that's how it is, Ariel said, relieved by their speculation. Since interacting with Jianshi, her luck had worsened. Previous deaths had some logic, but recently, the more bizarre the better. Like encountering a robber on the street who shot her just because he disliked her, or a sudden earthquake at 3 a.m. killing her as the only casualty in the neighborhood. She could hardly imagine how Jianshi survived 58 reincarnations in such a twisted environment while maintaining a healthy mindset. Ariel felt she was about to lose it. After summarizing the experience, Jianshi asked Suisui, "Where are you this time?" And Suisui wasn't sure. She had just been born, her eyes weren't good, and it was hard to discern her environment. So she fast-forwarded through the hour she was supposed to sleep, finishing it in minutes. Her body visibly grew until she became a 1-year-old baby, finally able to observe her new family. This time, and Suisui was born in the countryside, evident from the straw-mixed mud walls of the room. Besides the mud walls, the furniture was old, and the quilt was gray, heavy, and hard, making it uncomfortable to sleep. It didn't seem like an ordinary rural family, which usually wasn't this poor. And Suisui opened her attribute bar, showing balanced stats and a randomly assigned luck value. This time, her luck was 15 points, shocking her group mates. Her luck alone was more than the combined total of 3 of them, slightly better even. The main reason was Jianshi lowering the average. And Suisui wasn't surprised. Her luck had always been high, plus the base bonus from the talent Lucky Carp Life trait. This attribute wasn't too exaggerated. She focused on the world background. Golden 70s. Hiss. The 1970s? Playing such a retro setting? The era seemed chaotic. And Suisui struggled out of bed and staggered into the yard to observe her home. The yard had mud and straw walls, a moderate-sized yard with a small chicken coop, and a few hens wandering leisurely. A plainly dressed woman sat in the corner, busy with something. At this time, even basic energy like electricity wasn't widespread. Everything relied on manual labor. And Suisui felt overwhelmed. Her loud arrival caught the woman's attention. The woman put down her work, hurried over, and picked her up, casually wiping her body before touching her head. Big N.I. awake? Hungry? I'll steam some corn buns for you. This time, and Suisui's name was in Danny, sounding rustic but better than the neighbor's Gooden. It was just a game, so she didn't care much and quickly replied to Jianshi. She didn't know if Jianshi was in the same small world. Jianshi soon sent new news. Unfortunately, they were in different worlds. But he wasn't discouraged and told Suisui not to speed up the game and wait for him. He'd come soon. Ariel also wanted to play with Suisui, but couldn't reincarnate as fast as Jianshi. To join in Suisui's world, she'd have to wait forever. Worse, if she arrived late and met both Jianshi and Suisui, she'd get none of Suisui's luck and share Jianshi's bad luck. No thanks, she was scared. And Suisui said nothing and continued her game life. Although the 70s were golden times, it had nothing to do with a 1-year-old. A 1-year-old did nothing but eat, sleep, and play. Though poor, Suisui's parents were kind. After separating from grandparents, they lived well with carpentry skills. And Suisui was their first child. In that era, sons were preferred, so having a daughter they loved was rare. The problem was making people believe she was a prodigy and sending her to school, which was very difficult in such a family and era. An hour later, and Suisui smoothly passed her first year. Age 2, your mother's sister married and soon had a son by year-end. Though your mother said nothing, you saw envy on her face. She then took out a year's savings to buy you a beautiful new outfit. Happiness +1, and Suisui opened her eyes, sitting on a big stone, watching clear fish in the river. Nearby, several children played in the water, while her virtual mother washed clothes by the river, occasionally looking up to call her. Danny, the river is dangerous. Don't play with the boys, okay? And Suisui obediently replied, but kept watching the river. What fun was with kids? She wanted to be a prodigy. Sometimes, people have to accept being small. Even when opportunity comes, one might miss it due to youth. Reflecting on the late 70s and the reform and opening up, many ordinary people soared to success. For the bold, the 80s were truly a golden age. And Suisui thought of Yu Jianyan, skilled in economics. If he were here, he might become the world's richest man in a decade or so. She knew her own earning ability was limited. Being wealthy enough to own a house, car, and financial freedom was her biggest goal. Legitimate money was hard to come by. Sitting on the stone, lost in thought, she suddenly heard a panicked shout, "Help!" Meichio was swept away by the river. One of the children playing by the river had been caught by a hidden current and disappeared quickly. The child was swept into a deep water area about 10 meters away. And Suisui was a good swimmer and instinctively dove into the river. After a few strokes, she realized she had little strength. She was only 2 years old. No way she could save anyone. Just not being a burden was good enough. She quickly turned back. As she paddled, she noticed a golden glowing object at the riverbed. What was it? She stopped paddling and the current pushed her closer to the object. Underwater, it was hard for others to see her movements, so she took out an underwater telescope from her backpack and finally saw the object clearly. It was a golden red treasure chest with a very anime-style design, clearly out of place in this society. A game item? Her eyes lit up, ignoring the urgent calls. She swam toward the chest. As her hand touched it, the riverbed suddenly stirred. A fish monster hidden in the mud lunged, opening its ferocious mouth to bite her. And Suisui dodged desperately. Roar glug glug glug, she wanted to use her skill, Evil Dragon Roar, to stun the monster and snatch the treasure, but forgot she was underwater and got a mouthful of river water. Damn, water wasn't her domain. No creature was more agile underwater than fish. Though she lost the first round, the fish monster quickly flipped and attacked again. Bubbles escaped her mouth as she suddenly produced a steel trident. The fish monster was stabbed in one eye, blood spreading in the water. It thrashed wildly, its tail nearly hitting Suisui. Taking advantage of the monster's frenzy, she swam to the chest. The golden light intensified, dispersing the water and creating a clear space. Ding! Congratulations, player triggered reincarnation mission. Travel to a designated world to complete the mission and earn initial attribute points. Choose world. 1. StarCraft 2. 2. Ancient political intrigue 3. 3. Post-apocalyptic survival. StarCraft should be in Suisui's most familiar domain, but she didn't choose immediately. Instead, she opened the chat group of the Harvey Squad and asked where the others were. Masha and Ariel's worlds weren't in the options, but unlucky Jianshir's was. Choose ancient political intrigue, and Suisui answered firmly. Meanwhile, Jianshir faced a power crisis. He no longer cared about life or death. Without Suisui, his terrible luck meant he wouldn't live past 10. Seeing his benefactor assistant's talent activate for the third time, a rare smile appeared on his serious face. No one knew how he survived these years. Though only 6, his body was worse than an 80-year-old's, coughing and gasping daily. If not for royal status, medical expenses alone would bankrupt a family. Your Highness seems in good spirits. Today, may I suggest a walk in the Imperial Garden to get some sun? The chief eunuch, attentive to Jianshir's slightest mood, suggested. Jianshir's smile vanished, replaced by undisguised disgust. The eunuch was not on his side. This life, Jianshir was a prince, born to a noble empress who died shortly after his premature birth. The emperor publicly mourned, but only elevated the current empress 3 years later. Jianshir's palace life was harsh. Despite frailty and motherless status, he was a conspicuous target as the legitimate eldest son. Though the crown prince title wasn't decided, Jianshir's status made him the natural heir. Other brothers had to remove him first to claim the throne, or face officials' attacks. These years, Jianshir endured countless plots and schemes. Surviving to 6 was thanks to benefactor assistance, which repeatedly saved him from death by choking, falling, or other accidents. The supposedly doting emperor was never seen protecting him. Jianshir let factions use him as a pawn, indifferent to their chaos. But upon hearing Suisui was coming, Jianshir's fighting spirit surged, wishing to overthrow the emperor to clear his path. Soon, the chief eunuch was demoted for a minor fault, and the prince's palace underwent a major reshuffle. Rumors spread of Jianshir's violent and erratic nature, with factions eyeing the little lamb for scraps. 1 hour later, age 0. You were born a girl. And Suisui opened her eyes, curiously observing the new environment. This time, she had a mission unlike previous reincarnations. This time, Suisui was born as the legitimate second daughter of the prime minister's family. The world had a script, with the protagonist being her elder sister Ning, a transmigrator from the modern world. The story was simple. A modern woman transported to ancient times, fighting against feudalism at the cost of her entire clan's lives, a tragic love story. Of course, the tragedy was for the Yin family, while the love story belonged to Ning. Together, it was a tragic romance. And Suisui's mission had 3 parts. First, prevent Ning from dragging the Yin family down and save them from certain doom. Second, stop the emperor from sending Princess Changle to marry into a foreign land. The third mission was still locked and unknown. Analyzing the original script, Ning was a transmigrator who felt no belonging to the Yin family. She thought she didn't belong in this world and wanted to escape. She carried a modern sense of superiority, but never reflected on herself. She preached equality, but enjoyed noble privileges under feudalism. Her idea of equality was limited to basic self-care and resisting oppression. Ultimately, Ning succumbed to feudalism, and the Yin family became her sacrifice and stepping stone. Women's status was low in ancient times, making everything difficult. Overall, Suisui believed Ning's so-called happy ending depended on the Yin family's early support. After the prime minister's mansion was plundered, many suitors appeared, offering help and money. The heroine avoided political intrigue by using modern knowledge and enjoyed the fruits of love. A typical transmigration trope. Early transmigration novels often had heroines doing confusing things. 6 out of 10 would act inconsistently. After understanding the script, and Suisui timidly opened her player wristband. It was time to summon Jianshi. Though Suisui was just born, and Ning was already 4. Fortunately, Ning hadn't been soul transferred yet and wouldn't cause trouble for the Prime Minister's family for another year, actually, 1 hour in game time. Suisui thought it necessary to make some preparations, like eliminating Ning's biggest support, the male lead in the story. She had just typed the message to Jianshi but hadn't sent it when a harsh alarm sounded. Violation warning. Before the story progresses, do not cause serious deviations in the current world. In other words, the script before the heroine's appearance couldn't be changed. Fine, then the third prince would live another hour. Suisui withdrew her message to Jianshi. 1 hour later, age 1, you grew up in a wealthy family, respected and loved by your family. Opening her eyes, the 1-year-old Suisui quickly climbed out of bed and slipped out of her room while the nurses and maids weren't paying attention. Today was her first birthday banquet, a high-level social event organized by the Prime Minister, attended by capable officials. Also, it was the day Ning transmigrated. Suisui wanted to solve the problem at the source, stop Ning's transmigration or eliminate her after. Fixing the troublemaker would let the family develop normally, with their own fate, not being dragged down. Unfortunately, before she could act, the game warned her again. Annoying. The Prime Minister's mansion was lively, full of unfamiliar faces. Though Suisui only recognized a few. Second miss. Where did the second miss run off to? There. I saw her. Hey, slow down. Don't fall. Using her small size, Suisui easily weaved through the crowd. The maids and older women, bound by rules, struggled to keep up, sweating but failing to catch her. They couldn't understand how a 1-year-old could run so fast. As Suisui wandered, a pale small hand reached through the crowd and grabbed her collar, stopping her. She turned to see a strange little boy silently watching her. He wore a luxurious white brocade robe, with ordinary features that would be lost in a crowd, but his eyes shone unusually, adding color to his appearance. The noisy hall suddenly quieted. Guests were silent, afraid to breathe. Everyone seemed terrified of this sickly child. Thump, thump, thump. The Prime Minister, panting, pushed through the crowd to the front, respectfully saluting. Your Highness, what a surprise. He immediately realized his mistake. The prince's arrival should be an honor, but he spoke hastily. This sickly prince was no easy person, known for cruelty and mood swings. Even the Prime Minister felt uneasy. Though rumors, no one truly knew the prince's nature. He was too mysterious. To Suisui, the title Great Prince was like a secret code. Her eyes lit up. The Great Prince? That was Jianshi. Ignoring others' surprised looks, Suisui opened her arms for a hug. Too crowded. Jianshi's side was the only open space. No one dared approach him. She was just a 1-year-old. No one would find her actions strange, right? The Prime Minister, sweating under his official hat, hadn't expected this. Who let his little one out? The courtyard was chaotic. If harmed, they wouldn't find the culprit. Such nonsense. The Prime Minister's surroundings were full of spectators, some silently hoping for a fight. Whoever fell, the better. Unexpectedly, the infamous moody Great Prince didn't order Suisui's immediate execution, but obediently picked her up. This reincarnation was special for Suisui. Besides luck and happiness being her own, she had no attribute points to allocate. Her appearance inherited all the best features of the Prime Minister and his wife. Her chubby little hands looked like lotus roots, and her delicate, lively features made her very cute. Jianshi looked at her for a while and said smoothly, I haven't been out for a long time. I heard the Prime Minister had a baby girl and is holding a banquet today, so I brought a gift to congratulate you. Sorry to disturb you. His words caused officials around to exchange surprised looks. Wasn't the Great Prince supposed to be violent? Yet he didn't shout or cause a scene. It was unbelievable. Though rumors were unreliable, This was a huge difference. Unlike others, the Prime Minister felt relieved and warmly invited Jianshi to sit. Jianshi said he was unwell and just wanted to take a walk, politely declining the invitation. The Prime Minister didn't insist and called a maid to take Suisui away. But Jianshi slightly sidestepped the maid's hand and smiled. "I've never seen such a small child. I like her very much. Prime Minister, may I hold her a little longer?" How could the Prime Minister refuse? As long as Jianshi bore the title of Great Prince, he was the rightful heir. No official dared openly oppose him. So the Prime Minister watched as Jianshi took his precious daughter away from the crowd to a quiet place. "Quick, let's check if the transmigrator sister has arrived in the backyard." Free from others' eyes, Suisui lay quietly in Jianshi's arms, softly urging. Due to various reasons, Suisui hadn't told Jianshi much, only some key information like the transmigrator in Ning and the male lead third prince. If not for her mission, Jianshi planned to live quietly as a prince, away from court intrigues. How carefree that would be. Jianshi brought only one guard and carried Suisui toward their destination. Today was Suisui's birthday banquet. 5-year-old Ning wanted to give her sister a gift. She chose a fruit from a secluded tree and insisted on climbing to pick the biggest, despite servants' objections. If not for the script, Suisui would have saved Ning from falling and prevented the transmigrator's plot. But she hadn't even met her sister yet. When Jianshi and Suisui arrived, tragedy had already occurred. Ning fell from the tree, and the maid supposed to catch her tripped, failing to save her. The 5-year-old Ning died on the spot. No one knew this. They hurriedly took her back to her room and summoned the imperial doctor. The doctor examined her, prescribed medicine, and left, believing her condition hopeless. To avoid angering the Prime Minister, he didn't say so outright. Unexpectedly, Ning woke shortly after taking the medicine. Only the Prime Minister's wife and a few maids were present. Even Suisui had to cry for a long time before being allowed to watch the transmigration scene. Seeing Ning awake, the Prime Minister's wife cried tears of joy, holding her daughter tightly. But Suisui noticed something strange in Ning's eyes not belonging to a 5-year-old. The transmigrator had finally arrived. Free time ended here. Originally, 1 hour of free time wasn't enough to watch the whole scene, so Suisui used privileges to extend it to 2 hours. Much happened in those 2 hours. Suisui barely saw the transmigrator's arrival before the script sent her back to her room. Age 2, due to the accident at your birthday banquet, your sister suffered a severe brain injury and her personality changed overnight. Your parents feel guilty and always consider your sister's feelings first, constantly reminding you to yield to her. Happiness -1 Suisui sighed. This was the prelude to spoiling Ning's unreasonable behavior and the beginning of the Prime Minister's mansion's downfall. Ning had been in the mansion for a year. At first, she was scared and helpless. Though she had read many transmigration novels and imagined what might happen, facing such strange events, she just wanted to go home. The fake Ning had no memories of the real one and carefully observed, learning about the fall from the tree. Servants talked about the incident, relieved the young lady recovered, or the maids would have been punished. But the real Ning died from the fall. Only Suisui and fake Ning knew this. The fake Ning, having read many novels, believed her sudden appearance had special meaning and set many goals, including avenging the real Ning. She blamed Suisui for Ning's death, reasoning that Ning climbed the tree to pick a gift for Suisui and fell because of her. Yet no punishment came for Suisui, fueling fake Ning's resentment. After contact, she felt an uncomfortable aura from Suisui, strengthening her resolve to teach her a lesson. Suisui didn't know this and would have called her crazy if she did. On the day of the accident, Suisui was just 1 year old, barely walking. Only someone with a short circuit in their brain would blame a 1-year-old. Soon after entering age 2, Suisui noticed the mansion's atmosphere had grown heavier than a year ago. What was going on? Had fake Ning done something strange during the year Suisui fast-forwarded? Bad news, second miss. The eldest miss is coming again. The maid caring for Suisui hurried into the room, face full of panic. If you ignored her expression, you might think they were facing bandits. And Suisui was a little confused. Before she could react, her nanny sprang up from her chair, grabbed Suisui, and hurried to the inner room, instructing others as she went. I'll take second miss to hide inside. You all try to block the eldest miss from coming in, understand? Could they really stop the eldest miss? The maids looked bitter but nodded resignedly. Yes, we understand. The whole conversation sounded like hiding from bandits. And Suisui anxiously grabbed her nanny's sleeve, looking at her innocently. Nanny, are you taking me to see sister? The nanny shook her head, whispering as she looked for a hiding place. No. I'm taking you to hide so the eldest miss can't find you. Then no one will bully you. Don't be afraid, second Mississippi. The game system estimated the story's development based on the player's actions during free time and how people around them perceived it. At 1 year old, Suisui was seen as a soft, cute baby, naturally powerless against the fierce eldest miss. So in the system's calculation, Suisui had been bullied countless times by fake Ning over the past year. Even the maids and older women suffered, trembling at the mention of Ning's name. After extracting the general plot from the nanny, Suisui had some ideas when a commotion erupted outside. The eldest miss had arrived. Though strange, Ning wasn't stupid. She never directly harmed Suisui, but used the pretense of playing with her to emotionally manipulate her, trying to make the 2-year-old child timid, insecure, and afraid to communicate. Ancient people didn't know about emotional abuse, so the Prime Minister's wife interpreted Ning's behavior as bad temper and poor emotional control. At such times, she would recall Ning's personality change and, unable to understand or stop her eldest daughter, would comfort the younger one instead. But obviously, her comfort failed. In the original story, the Prime Minister's youngest daughter was suspected to have committed suicide from depression before the family's downfall. The ending was tragic. Though the nanny didn't understand emotional abuse, she knew Suisui's change well. Once lively and clever, she became increasingly silent and shy. The nanny had no way to explain this to the Prime Minister's wife and tried to avoid Ning to keep the two apart. Ning entered Suisui's room, looked around, and said coldly, "Suisui really isn't here? She doesn't want to see me, does she?" The maid lowered her head, trembling at the question, nervously replying, "Yes, eldest Mississippi nanny Zhang went home to visit relatives and isn't in the mansion today." Second miss was sent to the ladies' courtyard. Whenever Suisui hid, servants pushed the blame onto the Prime Minister's wife, so Ning always failed to find her. This time was no different. Hearing Suisui wasn't home, Ning turned to leave. Before the maids could relax, Ning suddenly returned, ignoring their protests and walked straight into Suisui's room. "I heard you broke a favorite toy a few days ago and cried for days. Let me see what toy could make you so happy. If I find a new one, I'll buy you one." Ning made up excuses and waved her maids in. Her maids were either strong or skilled, while Suisui's few young maids couldn't stop them. They could only watch as Ning dragged Suisui and her nanny out of hiding. After exposing their lies, Ning's face darkened and she first attacked the maid who tried to stop her. "You lowly servant, how dare you lie to me? Guards, drag her away and beat her to death with sticks." The young maid, only 11 or 12, had never seen such a scene. Hearing this, she knelt, banging her head on the ground, crying and begging for mercy. "Eldest miss, please spare me. Please spare me." She stammered, unable to explain. She couldn't say it was Nanny Zhang's idea, which would only delay the inevitable punishment. Nanny Zhang quickly stepped forward, blocking the maid with a smile. "Eldest miss, you misunderstand. This maid didn't lie. I just returned and brought second miss back from the ladies' courtyard. I hadn't told anyone yet. The maid was working elsewhere and didn't see me, so she thought we hadn't returned. It's all a misunderstanding." "Misunderstanding?" Fake Ning sneered, pointing at Nanny Zhang. Is that so? Before I came, I heard Nanny Zhang asked the steward for a yard of shoe brocade about half an hour ago, saying she wanted to make something for her sister. Nanny Zhang is skilled. I wanted to see what exquisite items she made. But when I came in, I was told she wasn't home. Does Nanny Zhang have a swift horse to travel to the suburbs and back in half an hour? Before Nanny Zhang could answer, and Ning continued. Oh, I see. A maid wouldn't dare tell such a huge lie. Could it be Nanny Zhang ordered it? How dare a nanny treat me like a fool? Today, I'll teach you all liars a lesson. Guards, drag Nanny Zhang away and give her 20 lashes. Nanny Zhang's face changed. She hadn't expected a Ning to be so unruly, openly attacking the nanny of the second Mississippi. This would only lead to the death of the obedient second miss. During their quarrel, and Suisui peeked out, observing the sharp-tongued Faken Ning. Using so many tricks on a 2-year-old, and she was her own sister, wow, ruthless. It seemed Faken Ning had enjoyed the benefits of power over the past year, but refused to admit it. And Suisui glanced at the time. It had been a while since she messaged Jianshi, who should be on his way. It was time to act. 20 lashes could be fatal for Nanny Zhang. Naturally, she wouldn't admit guilt easily and struggled to defend herself. Faken Ning, a law student in the modern world, was skilled at exploiting rules. Over the past year, she had studied the laws and regulations of this world thoroughly, mastering the rules better than Nanny Zhang. Under her verbal assault, Nanny Zhang quickly fell into a disadvantageous position, about to be convicted. Suddenly, a small figure burst through the crowd, clutching Nanny Zhang's leg and crying loudly. Don't beat Nanny Zhang to death. Nanny Zhang's nose twitched, and tears fell as well. Outsiders thought she was always in a good position, but the first 2 years as second Mrs. Nanny were tough. Since the eldest Mrs. accident, she had been targeted, and the Prime Minister's wife didn't know how to handle the sisters' relationship, only comforting both sides. But she forgot that second Miss was only 2 years old. Such a small child didn't understand anything and needed protection. Sometimes, Nanny Zhang wondered how 2 sisters could come to this. They had once been close, and the Prime Minister's wife still refused to believe the eldest Miss would harm her sister. Thinking of this, Nanny Zhang bent down and cried while holding Suisui tightly. Suisui didn't just cry, she also exaggerated Ning's misdeeds, making the accusations more and more outrageous. Ning listened, her head full of black lines, itching to hit Suisui. She hated this unreasonable brat the most. Sometimes, she didn't know why she hated Suisui so much. Besides wanting to avenge the real Ning, she had personal reasons. Over the past year, besides emotional abuse, Ning had done other things. For example, when Suisui played alone, she deliberately led her to dangerous places like ponds and stables. She also arranged traps to increase the chance of accidents. Whether by luck or something else, Suisui always perfectly avoided these hidden traps. Angry, Ning sought out Suisui more often, belittling and denying her, trying to crush her confidence. Fortunately, after months of this, the plan worked somewhat, and the brat became less noisy. Still, Ning wanted Suisui dead. She sensed only by removing her could her future be smooth. Ning coldly watched the crying pair. Unable to bear it, she ordered her maids to drag Nanny Zhang away for punishment. Suisui refused, clinging tightly to Nanny Zhang's leg. Whenever someone tried to pull her away, she wailed miserably, crying as if her family was being wiped out. Suisui's good, Suisui listens. Suisui didn't take sister's things. Sister don't take Nanny Zhang away, and Ning's maids dared not lay hands on Suisui openly and helplessly looked at Ning. A flash of disgust crossed Ning's eyes. She stepped forward, grabbed Suisui's collar, and forcibly separated them, hypocritically saying, "Why cry? Useless thing. Today, she dared to lie to me. Tomorrow she might sell you out. If I don't teach her a lesson, she won't know her place. It's for your own good." 10 minutes earlier, Jianshi received Suisui's message and immediately came to the Prime Minister's mansion with a curious toy. After greeting the Prime Minister, He insisted on personally delivering the item to Suisui. The Prime Minister tried to refuse but failed and had to personally lead Jianshi to see Suisui. Before entering the courtyard, the Prime Minister heard Suisui's heart-wrenching cries mixed with words like, "I'll listen, say whatever you want, and don't kill." He recognized the voice as his daughter's and focused intently. As he approached, he understood the meaning behind Suisui's words. Ning was bullying Suisui. The Prime Minister was incredulous and quickened his pace. Entering the courtyard, before he could ask, he already knew the cause of the commotion. He saw Suisui crying bitterly and clinging to his leg, while Ning impatiently pulled her collar. "What are you doing?" the Prime Minister shouted, suppressing his anger. Ning was stunned and instinctively released her grip. Suisui seized the chance, broke free, and clung tightly to her father's leg. "Daddy, please beg sister not to kill Nanny Zhang. Chui'er is dead, Suisui only has Nanny Zhang. Please." The way she called him daddy was natural, as if she had done it countless times. No joke, she was a professional. The Prime Minister didn't notice anything unusual and seriously picked up Suisui, his stern eyes fixed on Ning. Ning didn't expect Suisui to report her at this moment. She had tested many times and was sure Suisui would only cry or keep silent when in trouble, so she had become bolder and more excessive. Caught off guard by the Prime Minister's sharp gaze, Ning panicked but quickly felt justified and glared back. What's wrong with avenging the real Ning's death by punishing the culprit? The Prime Minister was most troubled by Ning's stubbornness. Seeing her defiant attitude, he blamed himself for failing as a father. He thought he hadn't done enough to protect his daughter, leading to her suffering and the current situation. Just as the Prime Minister softened, Suisui tugged his clothes, diverting his attention. "Daddy, please don't punish Nanny Zhang. Sister says Suisui is useless and caused all this. If you punish Suisui, she'll accept it." She stretched out her trembling little hand, looking both scared and unwilling to dodge. It was acting, who wouldn't do that? Being born into a wealthy family, her pale skin made the red marks on her palms stand out sharply. The Prime Minister noticed the wounds and asked coldly, "How did Suisui get hurt?" In the Prime Minister's mansion, at least a dozen maids cared for the young ladies. Minor injuries were rare, let alone such extensive wounds, as if tortured. A single caring question made Suisui recoil as if frightened, quickly pulling her arm back into her sleeve. She shook her head hard, refusing to say anything. But her eyes glanced subtly at Ning. That cautious look instantly struck the Prime Minister's heart. They were all focused on their eldest daughter's psychological issues, neglecting that the younger daughter was still too young to understand or bear such complicated matters. Actually, there was no need to ask. He already roughly knew what happened in the courtyard from outside the door. How could Ning do something so excessive? The Prime Minister's expression turned cold as he looked at his eldest daughter, who showed no sign of remorse, and his guilt lessened considerably. "Ning, you're not a child anymore. If you have nothing to do, tomorrow I will invite a palace nanny to come teach you manners. Until you learn them, you are not allowed to step outside the courtyard, so you won't interfere with others' yards." This was a form of soft house arrest. Suisui knew the Prime Minister and his wife wouldn't be too harsh on their own daughter, so she stopped making a fuss. Ice doesn't freeze in a day, just based on the things fake Ning had done. Sooner or later the Prime Minister and his wife would grow cold toward her. To solve the fake Ning problem thoroughly, simply ruining her reputation was useless. The most important thing was the attitude of family's parents. They felt guilty toward Ning and had always indulged her bizarre behaviors. Unfortunately, this attitude didn't awaken Ning, but made her more convinced she was right. If family did nothing wrong, why would they allow her requests? If you didn't hit someone, why send them to the hospital? Same logic. So the first thing Suisui had to do was change her parents' view of fake Ning. The Prime Minister and his wife were kind parents, truly devoted to their children. To make them cold toward Ning, the best way was to use magic to defeat magic. Both daughters were theirs. If Ning insisted on attacking her, who would they choose? Let's wait and see. After being soft imprisoned, and Ning tried her usual tricks on the Prime Minister, but found her stubborn magic suddenly ineffective. Before, as long as she refused to admit fault, the Prime Minister and his wife would be the first to give in. This time, she barely did anything and was already confined. She was so angry she smashed a room full of porcelain. The next day, the palace nanny arrived on time, and Ning naturally refused to learn the feudal rules. She resisted, rebelled, and even disappeared. The palace nanny was no pushover. She said nothing, just sat in Ning's courtyard for half a day, then left to bid farewell to the Prime Minister and his wife. The Prime Minister's wife was puzzled. It had only been half a day. Why was Nanny Lee leaving so soon? Did Nanny feel the Prime Minister's residence was inhospitable? She asked. Nanny Lee was inwardly annoyed, but showed no sign, calmly saying, "Madam, you overestimate me. I am just a palace maid, unworthy of the Prime Minister's grand hospitality. I only feel that an eldest miss is perfect and doesn't need my teaching, so I came to say goodbye." Nanny Lee was a fourth-rank etiquette officer, usually teaching palace ladies and maids. Without the Prime Minister's high status, they couldn't have invited someone of her rank. The Prime Minister's wife naturally didn't take her apology seriously. Besides, Ning was only 6, the perfect age to learn manners. She couldn't have gotten a perfect review in half a day. The Prime Minister's wife avoided the farewell topic, sent the best tea and snacks to entertain Nanny Lee. Secretly, her personal maid Dongji went to Ning's courtyard to investigate. Soon Dongji returned, whispering the whole story to the Prime Minister's wife. Her brows furrowed tightly. She clearly hadn't expected her eldest daughter to be so unruly. She thought Ning might shirk learning manners and had prepared to appease the nanny. But she didn't expect Ning to be so bold as to refuse the nanny outright, not even seeing her. The Prime Minister's wife slowly picked up a teacup and sipped. "Nanny Lee, no need to rush. My eldest daughter is stubborn and definitely needs more teaching. We parents have spoiled her too much, making her unruly, which won't help her future. If Nanny thinks there are things to correct, no need to notify us. The Prime Minister and I will fully cooperate." After speaking, Dongji stuffed a full purse into Nanny Lee's hand. "Nanny, please endure and teach a while longer." A faint smile appeared on Nanny Lee's face, and Ning didn't know what her stubbornness had brought her. After rudely driving away the nanny, she started thinking about how to escape the Prime Minister's mansion prison. She was only 6 and couldn't survive alone outside. So she planned to save some money during this time. There would be many places needing money later. Before Ning could figure it out, her personal maid Suisui rushed in. "Bad news, miss. That nanny teaching manners came again." "What? That old woman again?" And Ning stood up angrily, ordering the gate locked. But Suisui waved her hands anxiously. "No, miss. This time it's Dongji, the Prime Minister's personal maid, leading them. The gate definitely can't be closed." No matter how powerful Nanny Lee was in the palace, she dared not be arrogant in the Prime Minister's mansion. If Ning locked her out, Nanny Lee wouldn't dare break the door. Dongji was different. When in the mansion, she represented the mistress, the Prime Minister's wife's will. No one dared disobey. And Ning was furious. Didn't she know how hard it was to learn manners? Having an outsider torment her? No parent would do that. And Ning walked out with a stern face, disdainfully facing Nanny Lee. Seeing Dongji politely lead her into the West Wing, she was moved. Soon Nanny Lee received a gift from Ning's servants. The items looked expensive but were impractical. Nanny Lee glanced over and asked, "What does an eldest miss mean by this?" Nanny Lee's aura was honed by years in the palace. Suisui, though skilled, was young and nervous facing such a figure. She didn't dare hide anything and carefully repeated her mistress's instructions word for word, simply hoping Nanny Lee would stay in the West Wing and not interfere. When the time came, she would leave on her own. A faint smile appeared on Nanny Lee's face, but soon vanished. "An eldest miss flatters me. I am just a palace maid responsible for teaching manners. If she refuses to learn, she can talk to Madam and herself." I cannot decide. Nanny Lee refused Ning's bribe. Not only that, she got up before dawn the next day, personally brought a basin of water to Ning's room, watching her get up. If Ning refused, she had other methods. She would have the servants remove the stove from Ning's room, then wipe her face with a cold wet towel. That feeling was shockingly refreshing. And Ning immediately woke up. If she still didn't get up, Nanny Lee had many ways to deal with her. For a modern person who could stay up late but not get up early, this alone was torture. There were also plans for etiquette, posture, speech training, etc. Of course, these were future matters, and Suisui was destined not to see them. During the extended tower free time, and Suisui did nothing but cry. She ran crying to the Prime Minister's and his wife's rooms. Even the elderly grandmother, who rarely came out, knew of Suisui's miserable plight. With Ning absent, Suisui worked hard to poison the minds of the elders. For example, when playing and falling, suddenly crying uncontrollably, no coaxing helped. When the doctor checked, secret wounds were found. When asked, Suisui sobbed vaguely, seemingly unintentionally pointing suspicion at Ning. Or in front of the Prime Minister's wife, she self-degraded, self-denied, even scolded herself. When asked who taught her, it was Ning. In 2 hours, Suisui reenacted and magnified all the things Ning had done to her in the past year, spreading them widely. Ning naturally left no evidence, but Suisui created some. With this 2-hour extreme performance, Suisui's image improved greatly in outsiders' eyes. At least she wasn't the silent sufferer swallowing bitterness. At 3 years old, a chance complaint seemed to open your meridians. You often found chances to complain, blaming your sister for any harm, causing many quarrels. Your relationship worsened. Wow, she became an invisible bully. After all her efforts, this was how the system saw her? In the Prime Minister's mansion, Suisui was slowly removing the Prime Minister couple's guilt toward Ning. Outside, Jianshi was slowly eroding court power. Before others noticed, the Crown Prince's forces were growing stronger. But all this was behind the scenes. On the surface, Suisui was still a 3-year-old baby. Jianshi was still the frail, unloved Crown Prince. Early spring came, the weather warmed. The capital had just passed a cold winter. Bored literati began frequent invitations. Even the palace couldn't avoid this trend. The Empress posted invitations for a flower viewing banquet. Suisui had seen all kinds of oddities and was uninterested in such mutual flattery. But Ning was interested. This year had been rough for Ning. The once silent victim learned to resist and was lucky. Her tricks were either avoided or discovered. Over time, even the servants' eyes changed. Ning was confined several times. Once, the Prime Minister wanted to send her to a mountain temple to become a nun. After many setbacks, Ning reined in her behavior, finally learning to show weakness to the Prime Minister couple to gain favor. The flower banquet was a refined gathering, but often a place for nobles to meet potential mates. It was a royal matchmaking event. But the eldest prince was only 10, so the main targets were age-appropriate young nobles. The atmosphere wasn't very lively. Suisui didn't understand why 7-year-old Ning would attend, but followed anyway. The current empress was surnamed Lin, called Empress Lin privately. She had reigned 7 years, bore 2 sons and a daughter, and was Jianshi's biggest rival. After entering the palace, remember what your mother taught you. Don't wander around. Got it. The Prime Minister's wife said this, her eyes uncontrollably falling on Ning. Clearly, Ning's image had worsened in her eyes. Ning didn't immediately lose temper, but lowered her head obediently. Daughter remembers. A world of difference from a year ago. Ah, that's social education. After entering the venue, the Prime Minister's wife went to greet others. Her daughters were not yet at the age to look at others, so she didn't pay much attention. Originally, she planned to keep Suisui close, but Suisui noticed Ning was missing. Turns out, while she was bored and dozing, Ning had disappeared. Losing the target, this was unacceptable. And Suisui quickly escaped the Prime Minister's wife and followed the tracker signal. And Ning finally escaped the crowd, found the mark left by the person she saved, dug under the turf, and took out a small blue and white porcelain bottle. Looking around to confirm no one noticed, she carefully hid the bottle in her sleeve. Using the palace as a trading place, this person is really bold. And Ning muttered vaguely while walking. To avoid crowds, she took a secluded route. Coincidentally, she stumbled upon a secret in the palace. The front garden was lively, but the noble empress was secretly having an affair in a corner. Luckily, Ning caught them. Was she scared? Of course. Ancient lives were cheap, and Ning knew this well. But more than fear, she felt excitement. Why could the Prime Minister couple control her so tightly? Besides being her parents, they had high status. Even outside the mansion, officials would give them face. Who would dare oppose them? To have a say in the mansion, besides their favor, one needed a more powerful backer. The Empress was a good candidate. And Suisui had no idea that Ning was bold enough to try to make the current Empress her pawn. At this moment, Suisui was being harassed by a group of silly boys. She secretly sent a message to Jianshi, asking him to send people to find Ning before she caused trouble, then turned her attention to the boys. These boys were all dressed finely and could move freely in the palace. They were either nobles or sons of powerful families. "Hey, are you the second miss of the Yin family?" one boy asked. And Suisui didn't know what they wanted, blinked, and immediately denied without thinking. "I'm not. You've got the wrong person." The boys were puzzled. Wrong person? That shouldn't be. Really not. And Suisui nodded repeatedly, looking very obedient. The boys looked at each other, suddenly unsure what to say, hesitantly asking, then have you seen in second Miss Suisui? Suddenly, one slapped his forehead, shouted in surprise, then angrily interrupted. "Don't listen to her nonsense, it must be her. Only the Yin family brought children to this palace banquet." And Suisui didn't accept this. "You're kids too, aren't you?" she retorted. Judging by their age, these boys were about 8 to 12 years old. Trying to call themselves adults? The boy who was challenged blushed and got angry. "Nonsense, we're not kids." Others nodded in agreement. "Yeah, who's a kid?" They were big kids now. And Suisui pretended to be confused, tilting her head. "Really? You're not kids." The boys confidently answered, "Right, we're not kids." And Suisui nodded, then said, "Then why are you all so short?" "I've never seen such short adults." She insulted their height? That was a direct blow, leaving the boys stunned. They were being called short by a 3-year-old. Especially some of them were really short. "How dare you say I'm short? You liar!" One boy shouted angrily, embarrassed. And Suisui didn't want to waste time arguing, pouted, and started crying loudly. Come on, she was a 3-year-old baby, no need to reason, just cry. When Suisui cried, the previously arrogant boys panicked. They hadn't done anything, so why was she crying? The third prince, hiding in the shadows, thought the time was right to come out and comfort her, but suddenly a figure in a pale blue robe swiftly passed in front of the boys and picked up the crying baby. The third prince hesitated, then retreated behind a rock. The boys were already nervous. Seeing the visitor's face, their expressions froze. That was the crown prince? Noble boys were warned to stay away from the crown prince, who was cruel and bloodthirsty. If angered, he might chop off limbs and play with them like a ball. They had grown up terrified of the crown prince's name. Seeing him in person stunned them. They wanted to run but dared not. The timid ones were already wetting themselves, crying louder than Suisui. Suisui hid in Jianshi's arms, sobbing and suspiciously watching them. What was wrong with these kids? Crying more than a 3-year-old? Crafty. The crying attracted the ladies attending the banquet. They didn't know what happened but rushed over, fearing it was their own children. The narrow path became crowded, blocking the boys' escape. Finally, a noble lady pushed through and found her son among the crying boys. She was shocked. "Son, what happened?" She hurried to her son, wiping his face with a handkerchief, worried and angry. What happened? Tell mother, and I'll ask the Empress to help. But the boy hiccuped too much to speak clearly, only pointing toward Jianshi and Suisui. Despite the crowd, a vacuum zone surrounded Jianshi. The lady's angry gaze fell on Jianshi's noble but ordinary face. Her anger cooled instantly. The crown prince? This brat had been told many times to avoid the crown prince, but had no memory. Jianshi's reputation hadn't improved this year. He was now considered even more cunning. The lady forced herself to stay calm, maintaining etiquette, and bowed to Jianshi. Then asked, Crown Prince, do you know what happened here? Why are these children crying so badly? She didn't single out her son but implicated all the boys. Some mothers nearby noticed Jianshi and wisely stayed back, fearing trouble. But the lady's words forced them out. If she used their children, who knew how far this would go? The ladies came forward, feigning ignorance. What happened? Why are they crying so badly? Jianshi was indifferent. I don't know what happened either. I was passing by and heard crying, so I came to see. I saw in second miss crying and comforted her. Why the other boys cried, I don't know. The crown prince mostly stayed in the palace, rarely interacting, except he liked in second miss and often sent her food and toys. This was no secret. Jianshi's answer relieved the ladies. They thought their children had quarreled with the crown prince, but it wasn't serious. The lady's tense face relaxed, ready to brush it off. At that moment, the prime minister's wife arrived. She immediately saw Suisui crying in Jianshi's arms and hurried over. What happened? Why is the baby crying? Suisui reached out for the prime minister's wife. Jianshi slightly withdrew his arm, his mouth drooping. Suisui gently shook, and Jianshi reluctantly let go, handing her over. An outsider can only hold her a few times. Let her stay longer. The prime minister's wife saw Suisui's tears, her nose bubbling, heart aching. After checking carefully and finding no injury, she coldly said, Lady of Guamping, have you figured out why these children cried so much? We can't let this go easily. What do you think? The lady didn't know the details, looked at her son for an explanation. He wanted to know too. The boys stammered, pushing blame, but no one dared explain. Say what? That they were scared by the crown prince or scared by second miss. Either way, the outcome wouldn't be good. Suisui saw their silence, rolled her eyes, and with red eyes looked at the prime minister's wife. Suisui chased a butterfly. It flew away. She wanted to go home, but these brothers stopped her, so she cried. The boys delayed her and gave no reason, trying to bluff. If they wouldn't speak, she'd force them. Hearing Suisui's explanation, the prime minister's wife's gaze grew colder. Why did these young masters block Suisui's way? She's young and mostly stays in the mansion. There should be no conflict. Why stop her? Though young, the prime minister and his wife were powerful, with the grandfather as a senior official with influence. No one wanted to offend them. The lady's face changed several times, asking, What's going on? Speak up. She secretly pinched her son. Did he think silence would save him? Did he think these were poor kids with no backing? Better be smart and make excuses. The boys couldn't argue with a 3-year-old. But the lady's son just cried louder after the pinch. The lady was furious, almost hitting him. Luckily, not all kids were like him. Children from official families knew to avoid trouble. Under everyone's gaze, the third son of the censor's family spoke calmly. We saw a cute child alone in the garden and wanted to play. Maybe the sudden crowd scared her, so she cried. When she cried, we thought we were in trouble and cried too. He explained clearly, removing the crown prince from blame and not blaming anyone. It was a misunderstanding. For 7 or 8-year-olds, this was clever. A normal 3-year-old might be fooled or misled. But Suisui's eyes sparkled. She didn't believe it. If true, why didn't they say so earlier? Why wait until she blamed them? So she spoke again. No, these brothers are bad. They stopped Suisui and asked if she'd seen second miss. Suisui is smart and didn't tell them. They said they'd catch Suisui and lock her in a bug-filled hole so adults wouldn't find her. Suisui heard it all. A 3-year-old's tearful accusation was believable. She was too young to lie or frame. Her words contradicted the censor's son. The unknown child? Maybe, but they weren't accidental. They were looking for her. Why ask for names immediately? Why specify in second miss? The talk of capture and holes was conspiratorial. The kids didn't know each other, so no grudge. Why do this? Did the Prime Minister offend someone? Suspicious looks fell on the Lady of Guangping and other parents. Besides family orders, no other explanation. The Prime Minister's wife was furious. How could anyone be so dirty? Even if adults had grudges, why target a 3-year-old? Look how scared Suisui was. The Prime Minister may be sharp in court, but adults shouldn't take it out on a child. Is this your dignity? Her tone was harsh. The Lady of Guangping's brow twitched. That was a heavy accusation. She didn't want things to worsen. Seeing her son hopeless, she looked at older boys, especially the censor's son. My son is timid and cries easily. Young masters, do you want to say anything about in second Mrs. words? If it's a misunderstanding, clear it to avoid grudges. The older boys looked at each other. They couldn't say they were scared by the crown prince. Privately maybe, but not in front of him. They didn't expect a kid to accuse them. Who would do such stupid things? Soon, other parents joined, guiding the boys to shift blame. The boys hesitated, then Jianshi spoke. On my way here, I heard some words, but don't know who said them. And second miss is young but fast. After searching long, she's still missing. Maybe she's hiding in a tree hole. Jianshi smiled, calm but chilling. I want to know why you all worked so hard to find in second miss. After hearing Jianshi's words, the boys' expressions became uneasy. They had indeed said those things, but didn't expect the crown prince to overhear. Seeing their parents' fierce looks, they knew they couldn't admit it. So they stubbornly denied, "We never said that." The crown prince must have misunderstood. Maybe in second Mrs. friends were looking for her. Is that so? Jianshi neither agreed nor disagreed, not pressing further, but asked, "Then why did you catch in second miss and ask about her whereabouts?" Hearing this, the boys wanted to slap themselves. A group of 8 or 9-year-olds being fooled by a 3-year-old and causing such a fuss. Then Jianshi found several witnesses to prove the boys had intentionally searched for Suisui. With many witnesses, the boys' denials seemed weak. The parents were anxious. If they admitted, their children's reputations would suffer, and they'd have offended the powerful in family. One mother noticed her son hesitated, wanting to say something but afraid. Knowing her child well, she shouted in a low voice, "Say what you want now, or when the Empress punishes you, you won't have a chance." Though just to scare, the boy was frightened and blurted out, "It was the third prince who told us. We don't know in second miss or what the third prince wants." Whoa. The mother didn't expect this secret. She wanted to cover her son's mouth to swallow his words. No wonder the boys were evasive. There was a third prince behind it. The third prince was different from the crown prince. The crown prince was a prized mascot, visible but powerless. The third prince seemed ordinary, with a low-status mother and no strong family. But he was the most favored by the emperor. Among all princes, only 2 had real power to compete for the throne, the favored third prince and the 7th prince, son of the powerful empress. As for the crown prince, people feared him because he was crazy and ruthless, doing whatever he wanted without care. His situation couldn't get worse. No one expected a children's matter to involve the third prince. Even Suisui was surprised. She hadn't bothered the third prince, but he sought her out for unknown reasons. She thought about just eliminating him to solve the problem at the root. Wouldn't that be great? Warning: players cannot directly attack the 2 main characters. A world core watching Suisui felt exhausted. What did Harvey put in the game? One unlucky to be born, almost stalling the game. The other lucky but always wanting to solve problems at the root, ending the game before it started. The story behind the game was unknown to them. After the third prince was forced out, the scene quieted. Jianshi looked around, then faced the rock. Third brother, since you're here, why not come out and speak? Everyone looked toward the rock, as if they could see the hiding third prince. Third prince, Jianshi, the sickly one, should just stay in his corner and wait to die. Why cause trouble? The third prince hated this, but didn't know how to handle it, so he and his attendants stepped out. Before he could speak, the highest leader of the banquet, the empress, finally arrived. Pay respects to the empress. Long live the empress. What happened? Empress Lin approached. The crowd parted to make way. Before arriving, she had heard reports and was somewhat prepared. But seeing the third prince present surprised her. Jianshi glanced at her and bowed with the third prince, then said nothing. The empress had others answer for him. She quickly filled in missing details. She smiled slightly, didn't blame the third prince, but turned to the prime minister's wife. I felt unwell and rested briefly. Didn't expect this. It's my fault. The prime minister's wife dared not let the empress take blame, bowed low, feigning fear. Your Majesty is too kind. Organizing such a banquet is hard enough. It's my fault for not watching the children well. Please don't blame me. Empress Lin smoothed her hair, smiling, holding the prime minister's wife's hand. Madam, adults' gatherings are hard for children. Who would expect such things in the palace? And Suisui glanced at Empress Lin. From her entrance, she hadn't blamed the third prince, but subtly implied his guilt. Truly worthy of being empress. The third prince vaguely sensed the hint, but pretended not to understand. He stayed silent in the crowd. But his clenched hands under wide sleeves betrayed him. After greeting the victim, Empress Lin looked at the third prince. As a male lead, the third prince was handsome. His delicate features were even prettier than most girls. At 8, it was clear he'd be stunning. And Suisui wondered if the emperor favored him because of his looks. After all, the emperor himself was, well, not handsome. Jianshi's 0 attribute points in looks were probably because he looked like the emperor. And Suisui unknowingly hit a secret nerve of the emperor. She carefully watched Empress Lin, curious how this ally would deal with the third prince. For Empress Lin, the favored third prince was more annoying than Jianshi. Jianshi was sickly and unlikely to live long. When her son grew up, Jianshi might be dead. No need to bother. But the third prince, born of a palace maid, dared to stand equal to her son. Ridiculous. Empress Lin sat gracefully on a chair, watching the third prince. Her voice was authoritative but not harsh. Third prince, the young masters of Guangping and others accuse you of persecuting and second miss. What do you say? The third prince lowered his head, eyes trembling. He knew he couldn't admit guilt. Otherwise, Empress Lin would exploit it. He recited his prepared excuse. Mother, I have no intention to harm and second miss. I heard Princess Changle was looking for her and wanted to help. Maybe I expressed myself poorly to the young masters, causing misunderstanding. Please judge fairly. Oh? Princess Changle is looking for an second miss? You're just helping. Empress Lin put down her teacup, staring at the third prince. He looked serious. Exactly. The onlookers didn't expect such twists. First the crown prince, then the third prince, now Princess Changle was involved. Princess Changle, Empress Lin's daughter, was a rare beauty favored by the emperor. She was named Changle at birth, showing her favor. Empress Lin didn't want to drag her daughter into this, but had to answer properly. She summoned Princess Changle. Empress Lin felt no pressure. She knew her daughter's character, she wouldn't harm others and was innocent of palace dirt. The third prince was clearly scheming, using Princess Changle as a shield. Typical palace-made son, full of tricks. Princess Changle arrived quickly, running to Suisui, who was sucking her thumb in the prime minister's wife's arms. The young girl smiled like a sunflower, eyes burning with passion. She tugged the prime minister's wife's skirt, asking eagerly, Madam, may I hold her? What? And Suisui was puzzled, looking at Princess Changle. They didn't seem to know each other. The prime minister's wife was also confused. Her daughter had never been to the palace before. Princess Changle seemed to have waited a long time. Empress Lin coughed softly, drawing Princess Changle's attention. Seeing Empress Lin, Princess Changle remembered her purpose, reluctantly bowed, then spoke before the Empress. "Mother, when will you have a baby like in Second Miss? I want a pretty little sister." Empress Lin twitched her mouth. She didn't need to ask to know why Princess Changle sought in Second Miss. But she played the part, asking like she did the third prince. Princess Changle answered without hesitation, "Prime Minister and always brags about his daughter's cuteness and obedience, saying she's a beauty in the making. I just wanted to see if it's true." Then she whispered loudly enough for all to hear, "Mother, don't you want one? I want a sister like her." Everyone. So Princess Changle liked in Suisui. The third prince wanted to help her, and the young masters misunderstood, causing a big mess. Just like a soap opera. Whether they believed it or not, the farce ended here. The crowd dispersed. Princess Changle warmly invited in Suisui to visit her palace. And Suisui was scared by her enthusiasm and declined. Besides, she had to deal with missing in Ning. Princess Changle's matter would wait until the third prince's succession. Capturing in Ning was the priority. After the banquet, and Suisui and the Prime Minister's wife rode back in a carriage. And Ning was found. On the way, the Prime Minister's wife seriously warned in Ning and in Suisui, "Today's matter is over and must not be mentioned again. You two must not contact the third prince privately, especially you and Ning. Understand?" And Suisui obediently agreed without hesitation. And Ning slightly turned her head, expression hidden, but agreed as well. If Jianshi hadn't secretly messaged her, and Ning and the third prince had already met, and she almost believed it. What baffled in Suisui more was in Ning's foolishness. She accidentally discovered Empress Lin's secret, and instead of covering it up and fleeing, she dreamed of using the evidence to threaten the Empress. Empress Lin's leverage wasn't easy to use. Even if Ning exposed the affair, Empress Lin had ways to escape. If Jianshi's men hadn't knocked Ning out and taken her away, the Yin family would be in big trouble. Truly a troublemaker. Want to do big things? Fine. But before that, weigh your strength and whether you can handle it. The banquet ended early due to the farce. And Suisui and Jianshi used the remaining free time to make simple arrangements. Time quickly passed to the next year. Age 4, your mother fell ill, taking many medicines without improvement, bedridden all day. Even the palace doctors are helpless. Happiness -1, huh? What happened? The Prime Minister's wife was usually healthy. How did she suddenly get such a serious illness? One that even palace doctors couldn't cure. With this doubt, Suisui ran straight to the Prime Minister's wife's courtyard after birth. The room smelled strongly of medicine, windows covered with heavy curtains, dark even in daytime. The room was silent. Maids moved carefully to avoid disturbing the sick lady. Suisui was stopped by the Prime Minister's personal maid Dongji, who covered her mouth and quietly said, "Second Miss, Madam is asleep. Can you wait before going in?" "Huh?" Suisui craned her neck, peeking inside, whispering like Dongji, "Mother is asleep?" It was daytime, not nap time. The Prime Minister's wife was asleep? Usually, she was checking accounts or reading at this time. Dongji lowered her head, looking gloomy. Yes, she finally fell asleep. Madam is inside with her. Dongji knows second Miss Mrs. Madam, but you're a good child and won't disturb her, right? Hearing Ning was inside, Suisui's expression grew serious. And Ning was caring for the Prime Minister's wife? Could she have caused the illness? Suisui thought it possible given Ning's nature. Household affairs were usually managed by the main wife. Men rarely interfered. The old lady didn't live in the mansion. Suisui and Ning were young. Besides the Prime Minister's wife, no one ruled the household. If the Prime Minister's wife fell ill, Ning would gain de facto freedom. This made Suisui suspect Ning more. From Dongji's words, Suisui knew the Prime Minister's wife rarely got a good sleep and waited patiently outside. Maids passing by patted her head or gave snacks. One maid sighed, "Though Madam has no sons, both daughters are filial. It's worth it." and Ning was washing her reputation with this. While waiting, Suisui chatted with maids, learning about events after she left. The Prime Minister's wife had been ill for half a year, starting soon after the banquet. This deepened Suisui's suspicion. The timing was suspicious. Maybe Ning got something harmful in the palace and used it on the Prime Minister's wife. The palace was a ruthless place. Suisui wasn't surprised by strange things. The illness was strange. At first, the Prime Minister's wife felt no discomfort, even now. But she couldn't sleep well, had shallow sleep, and was easily awakened. Over time, sleep deprivation caused problems. Her body was finally broken, bedridden, and seriously ill. Suisui checked her inventory. She had many healing items, but didn't know the exact condition, so couldn't treat properly. Using the wrong item could worsen the illness. She decided to consult the vampire clan experts Ariel and Masha, who knew much about sleep. Thanks to Jianshir's survival experience, they had many sleep aid methods. But first, they needed to see the Prime Minister's wife to diagnose. 15 minutes later, the Prime Minister's wife woke up. She was startled awake by turning over. Her sleep quality was terrible. Suisui took the chance to ask many questions under the guise of concern. Before meeting, she had learned the general condition and asked key questions. The Prime Minister's wife was tormented by illness, losing her shape in 6 months. Her plump cheeks hollowed, eyes large and scary, dark circles showing her state. Despite this, she spoke gently, a kind woman. Under Ariel and Masha's guidance, Suisui carefully examined her and concluded poisoning. With this result, Suisui felt relieved. She looked at Ning quietly guarding the bedside, her expression more obedient than Suisui's, sending chills down Suisui's spine. Suisui's family was harmonious and loved. Though her father was a doctor who saw much darkness, she wasn't naive. But Ning's cruelty was new to her. Since her arrival, what had the Prime Minister couple done wrong to her? To avoid the Prime Minister's wife's control, Ning harmed her to the point of bedridden, heartless. It was hard to imagine a child under the red flag could do this. Maids said the Prime Minister's wife could only sleep briefly when Ning was present, barely sustaining life. Even palace doctors were amazed. Suisui didn't believe it was coincidence. Ignoring Ning, Suisui leaned on the Prime Minister's wife. One hand gently patted the quilt, soothing her to sleep. The other secretly opened the player panel, asking Jianshir to search Ning's room and usual places for clues. On the surface, Suisui still looked like an innocent child. She carefully took out a lucky jade pendant from her pocket and put it on the Prime Minister's wife's neck. "Mother, take this. I secretly prayed for it at the temple. It will keep you safe. If you have it, you'll get better." The Prime Minister's wife felt touched. Though ill, her 2 children were not distant, but even more obedient, making her heart ache. The Prime Minister thought she might die soon, beyond help. What good was satisfying her daughter's filial piety? So she accepted the jade pendant. Unexpectedly, shortly after, she felt sleepy again. While speaking, she fell asleep once more. The maids were delighted. Could the daughter's filial piety have moved heaven? In a short time, the lady had fallen asleep twice. Only Suisui noticed Ning's obedient face had vanished, replaced by shock. Clearly, something was wrong. Ning sensed Suisui's gaze and quickly composed herself. But the little sister, who always opposed her, climbed down the bed and approached her with a naive face. "Sister, do you have time? Suisui has a gift for you. Come to my room to get it. Let mother rest well. She'll be better tomorrow." And Ning sneered at Suisui's words. Not to mention the strange medicine causing sleeplessness, the poison she gave the Prime Minister was deadly. Too late. Even if she stopped now, the Prime Minister wouldn't recover and might die faster. And Ning didn't argue but let Suisui lead her to her room. She gave Ning a jade pendant similar to the Prime Minister's. And Ning felt no emotion. She thought Suisui was hypocritical. Despite causing her trouble and framing her, she still said she liked her. No one in the family was good. After sending Ning away and keeping her for half an hour, Suisui finally let her go. She gave the Prime Minister a healing item. Its slow healing was useless for players fighting constantly but suited the frail Prime Minister. The poison was removed. If Ning didn't attack again, the Prime Minister could recover. Suisui thought she needed to borrow talents from Jianshi. Age 5. Because of the jade pendant you gave, your mother miraculously recovered after a year of rest. The whole mansion calls you a lucky treasure. Happiness +2, huh? No news about Ning. Before the year ended, Suisui and Jianshi planned to uncover the Prime Minister's illness secret. Target: Ning. The rules forbade players from attacking the two main characters, but didn't forbid guiding NPCs. This method worked. The game didn't stop it. Unfortunately, Suisui couldn't watch the scene, and the heroine and Ning escaped. Suisui tapped the table, saying, "Dark One." A figure appeared. Dark One was an ordinary-looking man, skilled and inconspicuous, recruited by Jianshi. After a few questions, Dark One reported all major events in the mansion over the past year. With Ning's presence, Suisui saved time investigating. Their secret moves worked, successfully blaming Ning for the Prime Minister's illness. But the heroine was the heroine. No matter how reckless, she always escaped danger. When everyone thought Ning was rebellious and almost killed her mother, one maid took the blame. She was the orphan of a local official ruined by the Prime Minister. She hated the mansion and took the blame. Ning escaped punishment but was resented by the Prime Minister. If not for the Prime Minister's wife's plea, she'd be sent to a mountain temple as a nun. Wow, she got away with that. Suisui muttered, opening the game panel to contact Jianshi. Their next moves couldn't be limited to the mansion. Ning was 9 now. Who knew what trouble she caused outside? If the heroine was evil, she wouldn't be easy to handle. Age 6. Your father gradually gained a foothold in court, career flourishing. Age 7. You followed your mother to the temple, met Princess Changle, and became fast friends. Age 8. You trained with a reclusive master, praised as a martial talent. Age 9. The Shepherd Kingdom suddenly attacked the Great Dynasty, but was repelled by the Border Gu family army. The Great Dynasty remained peaceful. Age 10. Your sister made shocking remarks at her coming-of-age ceremony. Suitors decreased, but quality improved, which puzzled you. Age 11. The mansion was framed by thieves, but your father cleverly resolved it. Age 12. Your mother thought you were too wild and wanted you to calm down, but you ignored her. Age 13. Border unrest. The Great Dynasty's war god General Gu was ambushed and killed, causing national mourning. Age 14. You had your coming-of-age ceremony. Time flew. Suisui was now 14. Today was her ceremony, a rare, lively event in the mansion. Suisui had struggled in this world for 14 years, over 20 hours in real time. Over the years, Suisui and Jianshi worked to build power and repeatedly set traps for Ning and the third prince. But these two were slippery like eels, always escaping Titan traps. Though they lost some aides, new ones replaced them. Strangely, even when all escape routes were blocked, accidents happened, saving them. Suisui found Ning suspicious, beyond normal heroine luck. She definitely had big problems. Suisui's ceremony should have been the main event, but with Ning around, she was overshadowed. Suisui wore a gorgeous robe and a hairpin, but had to pause the ceremony due to Ning's chaos. She sat on a small stool, eating sunflower seeds. Ning was 18, considered an old maid. She hadn't married or even betrothed. In fact, she had many good suitors. But she thought marrying young was absurd and caused a big scene at her ceremony, reducing suitors. The Prime Minister couple were reasonable and not greedy. If Ning refused, she could marry later. Unexpectedly, 2 years later, Ning and the third prince got together. The Prime Minister's wife forbade contact with princes. But if both sides wanted it, parents couldn't stop them. At 16, the third prince proposed, promising the main consort position. He was a top contender for the throne. The position was valuable. Others thought Ning was lucky. The Prime Minister's wife was furious for 3 days. The Yin family was powerful. Soon the old prime minister would retire, leaving the court to the young prime minister. If they interfered in the succession, success or failure would be bad. Ambition threatened the throne. The emperor might remove the third prince before succession. The prime minister couple rejected the third prince and arranged a marriage for Ning. The groom's family was modest but stable, with few members and simple relations. He was diligent and likely to succeed. Most importantly, the Yin family's power could control them. As long as the Yin family was strong, they wouldn't mistreat Ning. The prime minister couple carefully chose the match, but Ning was unhappy. She thought they disliked her and deliberately chose a mediocre match. Angry, she forced the third prince to break off the engagement, then schemed to force the prime minister couple to accept. The third prince gave a blunt solution: lose your virginity, marry or not, you must marry. And Ning hesitated but agreed. She chose Suisui's ceremony day to embarrass her. Suisui didn't care. She wasn't a real ancient person and didn't value the ceremony much. The real shame was for the Yin family and the prime minister couple. Seeing Ning's fake tears and smug look, Suisui took seeds from Jianshi and asked softly, "Will her actions affect our plan?" No, Jianshi didn't look up, shelling seeds carefully. Since it wouldn't affect the plan, Suisui let her be. She wanted to see how long Ning and the third prince's relationship would last without the Yin family support. She resumed eating seeds and watching the drama. And Ning hid behind the third prince, wiping fake tears. "Father, the third prince and I love each other. You forced us apart, causing this. You blame me, but don't you have any fault?" And Ning's arguing angered the prime minister. His hands clenched in his sleeves, nearly breaking bones. He heard it. She resented them for rejecting the match. "Love each other?" Before Ning could answer, the third prince spoke. "I admit my fault today. If Lorden is angry at me, I accept it. But I and an eldest miss do love each other. No need to worry." The prime minister didn't reply, staring at Ning. She didn't respond, seeming to agree. The prime minister asked again. "You disregard your parents' wishes, so you must have decided. If you say you love each other, you can live happily without the Yin family. If you leave today, you sever ties with us and can no longer call yourself Yin family's daughter. Will you still go?" His words were harsh. The third prince frowned. He worked hard to marry Ning for the family's power. Without the Yin family, she was just another beauty. When he became emperor, many would want her. And Ning ignored the threat. Whether the Yin family cut ties or not, what did it matter? Her success was by herself. For show, she knelt, pleading pitifully. "Please, father, allow it." The prime minister closed his eyes slowly. Suisui saw his trembling hands behind his back, showing his anger. After a moment, he waved his sleeve and coldly said, "Fine, our father-daughter bond ends here. From now on, live with the third prince. No matter rich or poor, we are no longer related." He dismissed the guests and walked alone to the prime minister's wife's courtyard. His back looked lonely. Suisui clapped her seed shells, greeted Jianshi, and followed. Though she hadn't eliminated Ning, she had drained her ties with the mansion. Originally, 2 years ago, the third prince's proposal would have been accepted after Ning's tantrums. It wouldn't have ended in severed ties. But better to stop loss than ruin. After his words, the prime minister forbade Ning from roaming freely. Her food was cut repeatedly, treated like a guest. Ning thought it was a trick and contacted the third prince to arrange the wedding. Within 3 days, the third prince came with a grand procession. Prepared, the third prince's gifts were complete, following main consort rituals. The mansion acted coldly. The gate was open, letting the third prince take Ning. Servants escorted them to his mansion, showing face. But no decorations or lanterns were prepared. Only servants led the procession to Ning's room. No dowry was prepared. Like a bystander, only the bride's sedan had an extra person. And Ning felt humiliated and angry. Even the third prince looked displeased. They left in a shabby manner, hastily married. Age 15, At the Lantern Festival, you met a strange old man who offered a blue book, saying you had a rare talent for martial arts. For 10 taels, he'd sell it. You looked at his shabby clothes and asked if he guaranteed authenticity. He cursed and left. Happiness +1 Suisui. What kind of game is this? She was a good child. Why bully an old man? She should buy the book first, then catch him for fake goods. And it gave happiness? She felt none. Ignoring the system, and Ning married the third prince. He was made a prince with his own mansion. At first, he thought the Yin family wouldn't abandon Ning. They lived happily for a while. But after a year, the Yin family's attitude grew clear. No matter how lucky the third prince was, facts were undeniable. And Ning became the Yin family's discarded child. Seeing this, the third prince grew cold and planned a concubine. And Ning noticed and was furious. She disguised as a boy and went into business. The heroine's love luck was good. Soon, she met General Gu, recently returned from the border. Though he knew her gender, he didn't know she was married or the third prince's consort. Under her seduction, their relationship grew, nearly leading to marriage. Suisui arranged for the third prince to catch them. The third prince, as the male lead, had good luck. No accidents happened. He caught them in the act, furious. He nearly killed Ning and General Gu. General Gu was shocked. He didn't expect his love to be married. Ashamed, he fought the third prince. The matter reached the emperor, who wanted to kill General Gu. But Jianshi prepared, and General Gu was sent back to the border quietly. For unknown reasons, and Ning wasn't punished much, only kicked out and stripped of property. The male and female leads were completely broken. Age 16, your parents thought it time to arrange your marriage. The crown prince proposed, but your parents feared a repeat of your sister's troubles and didn't refuse harshly. Suisui was speechless. The game analyzed her poorly, but Jianshi well. Even the marriage timing was learned from him. After Ning was kicked out, the Yin family didn't help. They kept their word. No matter rich or poor, no ties. A woman couldn't survive alone in old society. And Ning, penniless, went to the border to find General Gu. She brainwashed him to take responsibility. He accepted without question. Though far, the border wasn't the third prince's blind spot. News slowly reached him. He saw a green light shining on him from afar. He couldn't tolerate it and decided to personally deal with General Gu. He used his military contacts to pass info to the enemy to kill General Gu. Jianshi and Suisui intercepted the info and warned Ning. Age 17, your marriage is still unsettled. Your parents are anxious. Suisui had no solution. Ancient marriages were early. Even if unmarried, matches were arranged. At her age, it was rare, and some mocked the Yin family's bad luck. After rejecting Jianshi, the prime minister couple looked at Suisui cautiously, often talking to her. Especially about Jianshi, they criticized him thoroughly. Their fear of history repeating was obvious. Suisui could only laugh. She wouldn't hurt her parents like Ning, but Jianshi wouldn't let her marry others. For now, they waited. Back to Ning. Her ambition was big. She didn't want to be a general's wife. Though General Gu was respected, he was young and different from his father. And Ning didn't want to waste her life with a small general. She urged General Gu to rebel. He was upright. Though bewitched, he couldn't betray the people. After repeated refusals, Ning realized he lacked ambition. She decided men were unreliable and would be the warlord herself. But as a woman, survival was hard, and she lacked resources. She needed more support. And Ning set her sights on the Gu family army. When General Gu was alive, the Gu family army was an invincible force. Even though the current Gu family is not as strong as before, it remains the bravest and most battle-hardened army among all present-day forces. How could one obtain command of the Gu family army? It's not as simple as just killing General Gu Shao. Tossing and turning all night, Ning pulled out secretly hidden intelligence, her eyes deep and serious. This intelligence came from the third prince. The third prince once tried to use this intelligence to eliminate General Shao, but it ultimately fell into Ning's hands. And Ning felt her chance had come. At 18, your parents originally planned to endure a bit longer. Once the eldest prince died, your marriage would be free. If you can't marry because of your age, marrying into the family is also an option. But soon after, your father suddenly returned from court looking pale and agreed to the eldest prince's marriage proposal. And Suisui repeatedly reviewed the system entry, unable to imagine what moves the game system had predicted for Jianshi. But soon she had no time to think about it. Jianshi sent her a message saying that Ning, far away at the border, was causing trouble again. What was Ning doing? She was doing the same as the third prince once did, trying to use foreign enemy troops to kill General Gu Shao, then pin the blame on the third prince. This would make the Gu family army and the royal family enemies. Then, using General Gu Zhao's token, she would take over the Gu family army under the pretense of avenging him. Her plan was perfect in theory, but in practice, it was not so easy. Plus, with Jianshi and Suisui causing trouble, the final situation completely deviated from expectations. And Ning failed to kill General Gu Shao and exposed herself. She completely fell out with General Gu Shao. Upon receiving the news, Suisui began summarizing her experience. She found that in recent years, it was much easier to deal with Ning than before. Especially when Ni was young, exposing Ning's evil deeds in public was almost impossible. Even if Ning fell into a trap and couldn't escape, the trap itself would have problems. But after the family broke with Ning, dealing with her became much easier. And after the third prince broke with Ning, her situation worsened. Not to mention Suisui, others trying to frame Ning could succeed. Suisui thought maybe the family and the third prince, originally bound to Ning, were part of Ning's fortune. Breaking with them was like voluntarily cutting off her own luck. Over the years, Ning's heroine fortune weakened, with 8 or 9 out of 10 things going wrong. After falling out with her biggest supporter, General Gu Shao, it was as if the heroine's aura completely left her. Her face remained the same, but she lost the attractive quality. Interesting. Suisui unconsciously compared Ning with Bai Weiss, noticing more strange points. Bai Weiss was the true male protagonist of the world. His fortune could not be taken away unless he allowed it. Even the world consciousness couldn't touch him. But Ning seemed different. Her fortune was closely tied to her support, as if forcibly added. Once her support was cut off, Ning became an ordinary person. Could this be the legendary fake heroine? Still felt off. Suisui shook her head, recorded her doubts, and continued advancing the plot. At 19, you got married. Your parents watched you marry the eldest prince with tears in their eyes. The nobles gossiped with schadenfreude but were puzzled that the sickly eldest prince was still alive. Seeing this entry, Suisui couldn't help but laugh. The whole capital was waiting for Jianshi to die, but he stubbornly survived, beyond everyone's expectations. Capital city. The emperor suddenly fell seriously ill, with no cause or cure found. The emperor had never appointed a crown prince, so every prince had a chance. Suddenly, smoke and fire broke out. The succession struggle intensified and became fierce. The capital was chaotic. The people faced different news daily. Maybe today, a prince imprisoned the emperor. Tomorrow, another prince deposed him. The day after, all ministers petitioned to see the emperor. The next day, the emperor issued an edict appointing a crown prince. But it was soon found to be a fake decree. And so on. Suisui yawned, watching Jianshi fish by the pond, while secret rumors streamed in her ears. I thought they'd target you first, she muttered. Normally, in such times, Jianshi, as the legitimate eldest son, would be conspicuous. People thought he wouldn't live long and let him run wild. Who would think he'd be fine now? Jianshi held his fishing rod, staring at the koi fish under the water. The red koi blew bubbles. Jianshi grabbed a fishing net and quickly scooped them up. The 2 wooden buckets nearby couldn't even hold all the fish. Satisfied, Jianshi put down the rod, ordered his men to pack up, and led Suisui to the study. Of course they're not that stupid. I rigged things inside to make them think they should deal with others first before me. Then Jian only needed to deal with the strongest prince, saving time and effort. Cunning. The succession struggle dragged on for over half a month, with the situation slowly tipping toward the third prince. When the third prince's faction was preparing to ascend the throne, Jian finally made his move. Only then did everyone realize how terrifying the eldest prince's power was. From the court to the countryside, he had eyes everywhere. Under Jian push, new talents emerged like bamboo shoots after rain, gradually entering major systems and occupying key strategic positions. The emperor was paranoid, targeting old noble families. Some old ministers couldn't cope, either promoting newcomers to distract the emperor or resigning. Unknowingly, 2/3 of the current court were newcomers selected from various places. The remaining 1/3 of old ministers were divided, except for a few loyal to Jian. Even united, they couldn't make waves. Jian smoothly rose to power and ordered the third prince and his followers imprisoned in the dungeon for trial. And Ning returned to the capital before the succession war, investing her remaining assets in a prince. The investment failed, and she lost everything. She was secretly captured by Jian men and locked in the dungeon. Thus, Suisui's pre-mission was complete. It lasted 19 years and 286 days. Things went much more smoothly afterward. After Jian ascended the throne, he began sweeping reforms and expanded his influence into more areas. However, not long after, urgent news came from the border. Foreign nations repeatedly provoked. General Gu Shao, inexperienced, fell into an enemy trap and was captured. At this moment, the foreign army, amassed for years, launched a full-scale attack on the great nation's border. The great nation's army, having been at peace for years, had lost its fighting spirit. The only capable force was probably the Gu family army. But the Gu family army was leaderless, and parachuting a general in temporarily wouldn't command respect. To restore morale, Jian donned armor and personally took command. Leading troops was Jian old skill. He needed little assistance and took over easily. Half a month later, the border's first battle was a victory. News returned home, boosting morale. The anxiety caused by frequent border losses vanished instantly. Scholars and poets began composing songs praising Jian. Soon, one victory report after another flooded the capital. Old ministers who had doubted Jian were proven wrong, and more talents were inspired to show their worth under a wise ruler. Indeed, Jian former tyrant image was finally cleansed. In less than 3 months, Jian not only reclaimed lost cities, but also led troops deep into enemy territory, killing the foreign nation's current emperor. In June, Jian returned triumphantly with the foreign nation's surrender documents. Even General Gu Shao was rescued and resumed his military career. At this time, Suisui's second major mission storyline finally launched. In the original plot, the border kept falling. General Gu Shao was killed by the third prince, and the court had no capable generals. The third prince personally led the army but soon surrendered due to the enemy's ferocity. He ceded land, made peace with the foreign nation, and sent Princess Changel, born of Empress Lin, to marry into the foreign nation. The prince who married Princess Changel was cruel and had some perverse habits. Princess Changel died less than half a year after marriage. In reality, after Jian great victory, the foreign nation sought peace, offering national treasures and signing annual tribute agreements. They again proposed marriage alliances with the great nation, promising a century of peace. The marriage candidate was still Princess Changel. Perhaps the foreigners thought Princess Changel, born of Empress Lin, was hated by Jian as the only child of the former empress. But they forgot that Empress Suisui was very close to Princess Changel. After Jian took power, he sent Empress Lin's 2 sons to remote fiefs, leaving only Princess Changel in the capital with unchanged treatment. The foreign nation's request was naturally rejected. After this, Empress Lin no longer harbored rebellious thoughts. Empress and Suisui's daily life was very boring. After all, she only had 1 to 2 hours a year truly to herself. Now that the situation was stable and mission 2 completed, she had little to do. She canceled the extended 2-hour free time privilege, occasionally just doing trivial things. Dark One suddenly appeared before Suisui, his gray figure unchanged from before. Now the head of the Dark Guards, his main duty remained protecting Suisui. Your Majesty, prisoner number 1 has escaped again. Dark One reported the news from his subordinates. Oh. And Suisui opened her tired eyes, turned her head, and asked with interest, how did they escape this time? Dark One lowered his head and carefully explained the incident. Number 1 was the code name Suisui gave Ning. The third prince was number 2. They had been in Jianshi and in Suisui's hands for some years. Others thought they had been dealt with long ago, but neither was dead. Suisui did not kill them directly, but locked them deep in the dungeon for research on their secrets. Ning's fortune was already gone. During the palace upheaval, an ordinary guard almost killed her, but Suisui saved her life. When she met the third prince in prison and saw his miserable state, their once interest-based relationship rekindled. At the same time, strange things happened to Ning again. For example, she found a tunnel left by a previous prisoner in her dungeon and escaped. Or a jailer came drunk to work and dropped keys by her feet. Or someone raided the dungeon, opened her cell door, and she slipped out. And so on. At first glance, these seemed normal, but on closer inspection, they were very unreasonable. The dungeon was pitch dark, and Suisui had locked Ning in a no-man's land. Besides the third prince, no one else was around. At first, Ning was resentful, always thinking about escaping and leading the third prince's old followers to secretly build power and overthrow Jianshi's dynasty. Her first step succeeded more than once, but each time she was caught when meeting her old followers. Over time, the third prince's old followers dwindled, and the rest had heard the news. These two were extremely unlucky. All who tried to rescue them were caught, none escaped. Who could bear that? No one dared to rescue the third prince anymore. The remaining followers avoided him like the plague. Later, even if Ning escaped, no one helped her. Once, she escaped for a whole hour without being discovered. Standing on a bustling street, watching the crowd, she felt lost. When Suisui's men finally arrived to bring her back, Ning secretly sighed with relief. Later, Ning no longer wanted to escape. But her strange fortune did not disappear. Sometimes she didn't know how she got out opening her eyes. She was already outside the dungeon. Ning even suspected Suisui was deliberately messing with her. At this moment, Ning lay in a haystack, eyes closed, lips pale. Her thin body curled slightly, frowning even in sleep, extremely restless. Clang! The chains rattled slightly, and Ning opened terrified eyes. She looked toward the door and saw Suisui wearing a bright yellow phoenix robe. The dazzling color swayed before her eyes, and Ning was dazed, unable to curse. A voice screamed in her heart hysterically, telling her this robe originally belonged to her and should be hers. Wrong, everything is wrong, Ning murmured in a daze. Hearing this, Suisui stared at her for a long time, then waved her hand. Dark One and the jailers left, leaving only Ning and Suisui in the cell. Suisui lifted her skirt and walked to the haystack, looking down at her. Ning twisted her mouth, wanting to say something sarcastic to boost her own morale. Before she could speak, Suisui suddenly bent down close and said softly, Ning, how exactly did you come to this world? A long-hidden secret was suddenly revealed, and Ning's eyes widened in panic. Impossible, how could she know? She had never told anyone this secret. Not even at the height of her relationship with the third prince did she slip up. How do you know? Ning almost instinctively asked. Suisui didn't answer, but her bright eyes seemed to see through everything. Under her gaze, no filth could hide. After a moment, Suisui left the dungeon. Meanwhile, the fake Ning, who had struggled in this world for over 20 years, finally reached the end of her life. At the same time, and Suisui's gray third special mission slowly appeared on the mission panel. Special Mission 3. Return the heroine's fortune to the true heroine, and Suisui tilted her head, sent a message to Jianshi, then crushed the glass box in her hand. A pale yellow light orb floated in the air, joyful, and Suisui spun around. Like a prisoner freed after years, eager to announce to the world and share her joy. And Suisui quietly watched the orb, which enveloped her in pale yellow light. The world outside the light turned a desolate pale gray. After venting her emotions, the orb stopped jumping. The surroundings began to recede, replaying all past events one by one, then disappearing. Time rewound over 20 years to the second young lady's first birthday banquet at the Prime Minister's mansion. And Ning carefully climbed a fruit tree, finally picking the biggest, reddest fruit, smiling broadly. Then, her foot slipped, and she fell from the tree. The servants rushed to her but tripped over a suddenly appearing stone, falling to the ground with a thud. A halo merged into Ning's body. The fallen servant struggled to stand and finally caught her small body. One wiped sweat from his forehead, complaining, "Miss, you can't do this anymore. It's so dangerous." And Ning didn't reply, staring blankly into the air. A woman in a bright yellow phoenix robe held a gray-white shard flying toward her with one hand. The aura in the shard made her uneasy. Fortunately, the woman crushed it, leaving no dust. After finishing, the woman looked as if she had completed a task, smiling lightly. Sun E gradually faded and disappeared before her eyes. Decades later, 80-year-old Ning sat alone in the courtyard, surrounded by grandchildren. Her life was legendary, assisting her husband and contributing greatly to the great nation's stability. Near noon, Ning felt the sunlight dim. Urgent calls from her children echoed, but she ignored them. Her childhood scene appeared again. That year, she fell from the fruit tree. No one caught her, hitting her head on a stone, bleeding heavily. She saw her body occupied by a gray-white soul, doing many harmful things to her family. In the end, she found happiness, but the family did not survive the imperial power struggle. When that woman died, everything reset. She died at age 5 again and again. Even if she avoided climbing trees, ponds, or any danger, accidents still happened. She watched herself, the family, and her beloved sister die repeatedly, growing desperate. Many years later, 2 outsiders appeared, breaking the cycle and driving away the invaders. "Grandma? Grandma!" And Ning came back to her senses, patted her grandson's head, reassuring him. "Everything is over now." And Suisui watched Ning's life as a bystander, then returned to the reincarnation space. This mission gave her 10 extra free attribute points, usable in the next reincarnation. Choose reincarnation. 3 options appeared before Suisui: modern wealthy family, future interstellar, apocalypse crisis. Thinking of her reincarnation count, she decided to end this game. She chose the world background she knew best, future interstellar. At the same time, bound by the special mission to Suisui, Jianshi also entered the future interstellar world. Age 0, you were born a girl. Your parents are ranch managers on Wu Star. And Suisui opened her eyes to endless white and various intelligent machines capable of basic medical monitoring and even surgery. It had been a long time since she saw these old friends, she sighed. Her family situation this time was good. Ranch manager. In her interstellar world, ranch management was a good job. Easy work, good pay, and most importantly, respected. Cough, not kickbacks, respected. Age 1, you live with your parents on Wu Star, a sparsely populated place where animals are your only friends. And Suisui held a fresh milk bean jar, sitting on the doorstep watching the scenery. Her little legs swung leisurely. Wu Star was an ecological planet with more land than sea. Animals developed slowly, but plants thrived, with almost no barren land. Such a planet was better for farming than living. Just build fences and release animal young inside. Monitors track growth, smart machines handle capture and slaughter. Only 3 to 5 humans needed to manage the whole planet. Thus, ranch managers emerged. The whole Wuwei star belonged to ranches, except for a few managers. No other humans lived there. A silver-white spaceship landed on a clearing. And Suisui waved her chubby hand, sweetly calling, "Daddy." Wuwei Star was an official production planet of the Interstellar Alliance. Though her parents' salary was low, their home equipment was better than most wealthy families. Seeing father and step off the spaceship, and Suisui wanted to run for a hug but noticed he was already holding a little boy. Her smile froze and her thoughts raced. Who is this child? Her father's illegitimate son? No way. Fortunately, father quickly introduced the boy. Suisui, this is brother Jianshi. He'll stay with us for a few days. Will you play with him? It was Jianshi. How did he come so quickly? And Suisui looked up and locked eyes with 1-year-old Jianshi. Jianshi excitedly jumped from father An's arms and hugged her. He bit her cheek and left a puddle of drool. Jianshi, finally able to hang out with little Suisui, happy. And Suisui, eh? He drooled all over her face. Even Jianshi was a drooling baby at 1. Seeing the 2 kids get along happily, both father and Jianshi's caretaker smiled. Age 2, you made your first human friend, but unfortunately, they don't live on Wuwei Star, so you can only meet occasionally. Jianshi's family background remained privileged, but his health was fragile. Only during the 1 hour controlled by Jianshi could he be sent to Wuwei Star despite his tantrums. Soon, under Jianshi's guidance, his parents found his condition stabilized when within Suisui. For various reasons, Jianshi was sent to live within Suisui on Wuwei Star, and the family's treatment improved accordingly. Age 3, you reached kindergarten age, but your parents were troubled because Wuwei Star had no kindergarten. Though the family's treatment improved, they remained ranch managers and couldn't easily leave the planet. And Suisui had only 2 kindergarten options, foster care or parents quitting to find new jobs. She loved Wuwei Star and didn't want her parents to change jobs so she could return to visit when grown. Things soon turned around because Jianshi also reached kindergarten age. The Jian family wanted to take him back to the home planet, but feared his illness would relapse. They discussed with Suisui's parents to take her along. After persuasion, the family agreed. Jianshi and Suisui were sent to the Interstellar First Kindergarten together. Age 4, you got along well with kindergarten friends, but your best friend was unhappy. Could Jianshi be happy? Suisui was originally his alone, but in kindergarten, many kids competed for him. And that unfaithful Suisui accepted everyone, making him furious. Age 5, you performed excellently in kindergarten and received praise from the principal. Your parents were very proud. Age 6, you enrolled in Alliance Elementary School. Age 7, you defeated 5 bullies alone. The teacher praised your physique and encouraged you to keep working hard and aim for the Alliance Military Academy. Age 8, time flew to age 18, and Suisui became an adult. Age 18, through your efforts, you were admitted to the Alliance Military Academy's Mecha department with excellent grades, becoming a first-year freshman. Receiving the acceptance letter, and Suisui rolled happily on her bed, almost falling off. Fortunately, Jianshi helped her up. So happy? Jianshi sighed. You don't understand. Owning my own mecha is my lifelong dream. And Suisui clenched her fists, eyes burning as she looked out the window. Getting into the military academy was the first step to her dream. All her years of hard work and system training paid off. Jianshi patted her head, not wanting to dampen her confidence. Becoming an excellent mecha soldier was easy. Owning your own mecha was hellishly difficult. But this was a virtual world, and the development level wasn't as advanced as the interstellar world. Mecha control wasn't as strict as in the future, so maybe she could try. And Suisui packed her bag and entered the military academy, becoming a proud mecha student, equivalent to a mecha cadet. At 19, she had studied for a year and felt good. Her enthusiasm for mecha was still fresh, separated by only an hour. Jianshi, but it was just 1 hour. At 20, a terrible war broke out on the interstellar frontier. It started with the discovery of another intelligent species in space. These creatures were strange and violent. Passing armies were fiercely attacked. Using samples brought back by the Alliance military, scientists concluded that although intelligent, their violent nature suppressed their thinking, making communication impossible. If so, the Alliance could avoid their planet and coexist peacefully. And they did. They stopped exploring and placed many monitors around the newly discovered species planet, Lynxi Star, monitoring cautiously for a year. A year later, urgent reports flooded the Alliance president's desk. Data showed the species had blocked Alliance monitoring. The peaceful times were an illusion. Worse, these creatures weren't only on Lynxi Star. They could consume part of their kind to open spatial wormholes to migrate en masse. More data showed the species didn't originate on Lynxi Star. Lynxi Star's harsh environment was due to their destructive power. A good ecological planet would become barren in under 200 years under their control. This terrified the Alliance. A barren planet takes hundreds of years to recover, sometimes never. Severe destruction leaves a planet drifting until it collides and dissipates. The Alliance took the species seriously, sending troops repeatedly but failing. They realized the species might be older than humans. These creatures migrated from distant planets, destroying countless worlds over the years. Meanwhile, humans kept exploring, expanding their living space. Only recently did the two intelligent species meet. War between species was imminent. The Alliance military named this strange life form the Zerg. Though lacking the Alliance's advanced technology, the Zerg had bizarre abilities and extreme vitality, making them hard to kill. Even dead bodies, if not handled properly, became food for other Zerg, breeding more enemies. With their strong reproductive ability, the Zerg became the greatest enemy of the Interstellar Alliance. The war lasted decades. From initial chaos, the Alliance gradually found the Zerg's weaknesses and managed to keep their numbers balanced. The Alliance realized it was nearly impossible to wipe out the Zerg completely. But controlling their numbers prevented them from migrating to other planets. If they forced open wormholes, their species would perish. Over 10 years, and Suisui grew from a freshman mecha student to an excellent soldier. She made many contributions to the Alliance and gained great fame. Due to health, Jianshi couldn't fight alongside her and moved behind the scenes, navigating political ups and downs. This year, under Jianshi's control, and Suisui finally gained permission to build her own exclusive mecha. Though her family couldn't afford the high cost, the Jian family backed her. Years ago, Jianshi and Suisui married with their elder's witness. The Jian family was very satisfied with Suisui, who could extend Jianshi's life and had a bright future. They fully supported her. Otherwise, an ordinary mecha soldier might never stand out among tens of thousands, even after 50 years. When Jianshi returned home, and Suisui was on vacation, studying a professional book. Mecha Engineer 45-day crash course, which was obviously not serious. Are you switching careers because the front line is too tiring? Jianshi asked hesitantly. You don't understand, and Suisui said mysteriously. I heard mecha engineers make a lot of money. Every mecha soldier has one accompanying engineer. If I become a good engineer, I can earn double salary. Jianshi, you're right, good luck. In the end, and Suisui gave up the quick money and continued with her mecha. Her mecha was personally supervised by Jianshi. Using the best materials, he also infused advanced tech concepts. Though their world's tech lagged behind the interstellar level, he wanted the best for her. It took 3 years to build. The mecha's tech far exceeded the world's average and had friendship sponsorship from Jianshi and Suisui, impossible to replicate for at least 500 years. Many mecha engineers wept, feeling it worthy of their lifelong study. And Suisui decided to take the mecha with her when she left, or else it would be a huge loss. But that was for later. Today, she had more important matters. An excellent mecha engineer named Yuanli visited, wanting to see Suisui's new mecha. Normally, she wouldn't care, but seeing the name Yuan Li made her expression strange. Eventually, with Jianshi's company, they met. Yuan Li was a handsome man about their age, looking nothing like his name. After meeting, no one spoke first, eyeing each other with suspicion. After a while, Yuan Li tentatively said, "Suisui? How's your dog? Still wrecking the house?" And Suisui's eyes lit up. She jumped up. "Yuan Li, what are you doing here?" After confirming identities, the strange feeling vanished. Yuan Li sighed in relief. Though changed in appearance, his scratching head showed familiar clumsiness. "I don't know how I got here. I was pulled in while sleeping. If not for the game prompt, I'd think I transmigrated. Then I thought I triggered a real-life dungeon and cursed my luck. But seeing you, I knew I was wrong." Neither Jianshi nor Suisui knew how to explain this. And Suisui sensed Yuan Li's misfortune was because of them. "Too tragic. Better not say more." Yuan Li continued. "When I first heard Suisui's name, I thought it was a namesake. When I climbed high enough, I found Jianshi was her husband. I thought, what a coincidence. Unless this broken game extracted my memories to trap me, I had to come meet you. Looks like I guessed right. By the way, Suisui, did you book a new game and forget to tell me? Didn't you go find your new dad? How did you find a dad in the game?" When Suisui first entered the vampire world, she messaged family and friends. But now, she could only tell Yuan Li what she knew. Yuan Li nodded, sensing he was an innocent victim. But no matter what Suisui asked, even if it meant going through fire and water, he was willing. Lolas are the world's beautiful gift. Of course, if their team had more goddesses, that'd be better. He'd die in this team and never leave. Except if Jianshi kills him. Yuan Li's thoughts were unknown to anyone. After the three met, and Suisui tried to contact Wengan and actually succeeded. Their four-person team was all in this game. So, was this a limited-time dungeon or a regular game? The core of the dungeon's operations confused Suisui. Regardless, the game had to continue. Jianshi's luck was as bad as ever. He could end up hospitalized even without leaving home, just from minor bumps and scrapes. Yuan Li witnessed Jianshi's tumultuous life, utterly stunned. He knew Jianshi had bad luck, but not this bad. In the game world, Jianshi's luck seemed infinitely magnified. He truly saw what it meant for a person to have only misfortune. Jianshi had only misfortune. He could literally choke to death just by drinking water. With Yuan Li's assistance, Suisui put her previously drafted plan into action. Among all players, Jianshi and Suisui were the two that the game core worried about the most. It would occasionally come to observe them, ensuring there were no major issues before leaving. This time, it appeared as usual in the small world where the two were located. According to the system's calculations, this player named Suisui, after making a name for herself in the military, would slowly climb to a high position in the military. The Jian family would also rise again because of these two. So she should be very busy and have no time to cause trouble. However, the dungeon core searched every corner of the current small world, but only found Jianshi. That mischievous child named Suisui had disappeared somewhere, managing to escape its surveillance. The dungeon core suddenly had a bad feeling and instinctively wanted to escape. But it couldn't leave without finding Suisui, caught in a dilemma, unsure what to do. 10 minutes. If I still can't find that player in 10 minutes, I'll leave and won't come to this world until the game ends. The dungeon core gave itself a psychological hint. After convincing itself, it focused all its energy on Jianshi, trying to catch a trace of Suisui through him. But it was destined to be disappointed. Jianshi's actions were as usual. As unlucky as ever, and as always, he would be pulled back from the brink of death, living longer than anyone else. The dungeon core was persistent and split off some of its energy to search the world for her. It was afraid that if it wasn't careful, that mischievous child would collapse its dungeon. What it didn't know was that Suisui wasn't causing any other trouble at all. She and Yuan Li were holed up in a special material shed, isolated from all outside prying, fully dedicated to invading the dungeon core. Yes, this was Suisui's plan. And Suisui had long thought that with the interstellar world's technology, while they might not be able to directly fight the dungeon core, tracking its movements should be possible. Especially with Yuanli joining, they had equipment and knowledge far exceeding this world's technological level, making the operation easier. The moment the dungeon core entered the small world, a special red line appeared on Yuan Li's handheld optical computer. Found it. Yuan Li's eyes gleamed. And Suisui was equally overjoyed, patting Yuan Li's shoulder vigorously in encouragement. At the same time, she sent a message to Jianshi, informing him of the dungeon core's coordinates. Upon receiving the message, Jianshi immediately used an item to silently seal off the small world, making it so that nothing could enter or leave for half an hour. Then, following the clues Suisui provided, Jianshi found a sneaky lump of coal. This was the dungeon core of this small world. The dungeon core saw Jianshi, first froze, then trembled violently, and instantly vanished from its spot. It fled. Damn. Wasn't Jianshi supposed to be at home dealing with documents? How did he suddenly appear here? After the dungeon core fled, Jianshi also paused. If he wasn't so sure how overbearing the item he used was, he would have thought the dungeon core had left this small world. Quite cunning. But this time, the dungeon core was destined not to escape. With Yuanli acting as a radar constantly monitoring its location, as soon as its coordinates changed, Jianshi received the news. The dungeon fled in a very pathetic manner. Logically, it was the master of this dungeon and shouldn't be afraid of ordinary players like Jianshi. Even if it was sealed, what could this player do to it? All dungeon cores were extremely domineering, rarely submitting to players. But when it came into close contact with Jianshi and watched him pull out a dark, large scythe, a strong sense of panic instantly enveloped it, as if that player was naturally its bane. If it didn't escape, it might die under the opponent's scythe. Without giving the dungeon core more time to think, the man who terrified it came again. This time, the dungeon core didn't have time to escape and was enveloped by a thick black mist. Within this black mist, its power was not only greatly reduced, but its ability to jump through space also disappeared. It was truly suppressed. How is this possible? The dungeon core trembled in disbelief. Jianshi was originally weaker than the dungeon core, but after several skirmishes with the coal lump, he surprisingly found that his power seemed to have a suppressive effect on it. Jianshi's eyes changed. He instantly altered his strategy of delaying time, going all out, making the dungeon core scream repeatedly. While the man and the dungeon core battled, Yuanli also had continuous good news. After 20 minutes of effort, Yuanli broke through several layers of defense, breached the dungeon core's final defense, and reached the core database. Yuanli and Suisui. Dungeon core. The two people and the core exclaimed simultaneously, "Holy crap. Quick. Find Jianshi's data and max out his luck value." And Suisui reacted quickly, immediately instructing Yuanli to modify the data. It was easy. Yuanli's fingers were even more obedient than he was. As soon as Suisui spoke, he had already completed the command. Jianshi didn't know about their mischievous actions. He noticed that the dungeon core suddenly paused while fighting. Just as he was about to deliver the finishing blow, an inexplicable feeling surged through him. Then his actions became smoother and smoother. Every strike hit the dungeon core. The most interesting thing was that even if he just swung his scythe casually and missed, it didn't matter. The dungeon core would inexplicably crash into it itself. Jianshi had never had such a smooth experience in his life. By the time the world-sealing item's effect ended, the black coal-like dungeon core had been beaten to a pulp by Jianshi, barely clinging to life. It lay on the ground, a dark lump, merging with Jianshi's death domain, indistinguishable to the naked eye. Jianshi put away his scythe, reached out and held the black coal lump in his palm, muttering, "I heard this thing is a great tonic. It can supplement Suisui's broken book." "Dungeon core? You beat me up like this just to make soup for your wife? Are you okay? Please, look at me, okay? I'm a treasure, I'm not lying." Jian ignored the dungeon core's incessant muttering, casually stuffing it into his pocket and shrinking the death domain to pocket size, firmly locking the black coal lump inside. Don't be afraid, Jian comforted. I already asked around for you. I heard that supplementing with a dungeon core is just a mouthful. You'll be gone in an instant, won't feel any pain. Dungeon core. The dungeon core struggled frantically. Finding it couldn't break free, it slammed hard into Jian's palm. Ding, ding, congratulations, player. You have harvested the Dungeon Life Restart Simulator's ownership. Due to the change in ownership of the current dungeon, the game is about to end. Please prepare to exit the dungeon. Settlement successful. Dungeon rewards have been sent to your personal mailbox. Please check. Jian, so afraid of death. Didn't he say there was no pain? Just one bite. Receiving the system notification, and Suisui and Yuanli exchanged glances, then jumped up from the ground. Yay, their team successfully won the MVP of this game. After the dungeon ended, all other players were ejected. Even Yuanli and When Gone were sent home. Only in Suisui's 4-person group remained for now, reuniting through the dungeon core. Oh my god, what kind of game is this? Which genius designed it? I'm going to have psychological trauma from playing it. Ariel complained wildly. Her luck wasn't good either. She had the most deaths besides Jian. Everyone else, except in Suisui, wasn't much better. Even if their experiences weren't as rich as Jian's, they would occasionally trigger bizarre death conditions. Car accidents and illnesses were considered normal and lucky. Ariel once fell into a latrine because she didn't stand steadily while using the toilet and wasn't found in time by adults, literally drowning in excrement. A very descriptive entry, just reading it was unbearable. A black coal lump fell out of Jian's pocket and was kicked by him. It did it, ask it. Immediately, everyone's gaze focused on the black coal lump. Not me, not me, I was already like this when I came. The black coal lump denied. Already like this when you came? What, you're not the original core of this dungeon. Marcia keenly caught the key point in the black coal lump's words. I don't quite remember. The black coal lump stammered, being particularly uncooperative. With a whoosh, Jian's scythe appeared, precisely stuck in the coal lump, perhaps where its neck would be. Jian, since you don't want to talk, you're useless. I might as well swallow you. And Suisui cooperatively took out the sacrificial book and approached the black coal lump step by step. The black coal lump broke out in a cold sweat and quickly begged for mercy. Wait a minute, I remember. Then speak. The black coal lump took a breath, gathering its emotions. This dungeon was originally artificially created. I wasn't the one initially chosen to be the dungeon core. To survive, I secretly broke in and accidentally swallowed the original dungeon core, allowing me to take its place. And Suisui heard about creating dungeons for the second time. Isn't Elton doing something like that right now? This dungeon was also created? And Suisui was very curious about something beyond her imagination. Who created it? Harvey? Is he that powerful? Without the black coal lump's explanation, Marcia told and Suisui the answer. It can't be Harvey. Harvey doesn't have that much power. Even if he did, the initiative in the vampire world is in Lord by Weiss's hands, and he just used it not long ago. After Marcia's explanation, and Suisui had a more intuitive understanding of why the dungeon core appeared. As she and Jian had initially guessed, each world has its own barrier. Under normal circumstances, the position of worlds changes daily, occasionally encountering other worlds, causing friction or collisions. If the collision is severe, the contact points of the two worlds will merge, forming a small space. This is the initial form of a real-world dungeon. Because this space is too special, essentially the lifeblood of two worlds, both worlds will desperately fight for this territory. But if they go to war, the impact would be too great. Potentially even more severe than the loss of a special space. After several destructive disasters, the world consciousnesses reached a special agreement, creating the current real-world dungeons, allowing the intelligent beings who dominate the worlds to enter and contend for ownership of the special space. It's worth noting that besides random movement collisions, if a world of medium or higher level produces particularly powerful beings, they can also control their world to move along a fixed trajectory, forcibly opening a passage to another world. Just like by Weiss. In the current vampire world, the world consciousness has little say, being firmly controlled by Weiss. Even so, forcibly opening a passage to another world can only be done once. Non-naturally formed real-world dungeons severely deplete the world's origin. Doing it too often would affect the balance of one's own world. Most worlds wouldn't do it even once. This is also why Marcia was so certain that this dungeon was definitely not created by Harvey. Their lord was still lying in his coffin. It wasn't by Weiss, and it wasn't Harvey, so it must be from the opposite world. By the way, we still don't know who the enemy is. And Suisui finally rescued the coal lump from Jianshir's scythe. You must be from the other side, right? Then tell me, which world are you from? The black coal lump rolled around in Suisui's hand, babbling a lot, trying to muddle through with some obscure knowledge. Unfortunately, while Suisui didn't fully understand the relationship between games and dungeons, Marcia and Ariel did. They wouldn't let it get away with it. The scythe once again pinned the coal lump, its sharp blade inadvertently cutting a tiny bit of the coal lump's surface. The coal lump shrieked. Can you wield a blade? Can you wield a blade? If you can't you put it away? If you cut me crooked again, you'll stab me through. Oh, sorry, my hand slipped, Jianshir said with little sincerity. But if you keep talking like that, next time, my blade might really pass through your body. The black coal lump found it incredible. Why did it ever think following this man would save its life? This person was simply a devil, wasn't he? Not only did he not care about its life, but he always wanted to use it to make soup for his wife. The black coal lump felt it was facing the greatest survival crisis in history, and its expression instantly became incredibly sincere. Although others couldn't tell, at least its words were now directly to the point. It's not that I don't want to tell you, my memory is really incomplete. Most of my mind is about this dungeon, and I don't remember much about things before entering the dungeon. Seeing Jianshir about to raise his scythe again, the black coal lump quickly changed its tone. But I remember what I looked like before I died. Since you have enmity with them, and these two ladies understand the game so well, you should be able to identify my world by my species traits, right? Marcia nodded slightly, signaling the coal lump to continue. The coal lump took a deep breath and began recalling its original form. Do you know? When I was alive, I was 8 zhang tall, had 4 pairs of wings, and when fully spread, I could block the sky and shade the sun. I was truly mighty. If I used my talents, my size could increase over 1,000 times. The black coal lump rambled on, describing its original body's advantages in detail. It even remembered the beautiful patterns on the tips of its wings, showing how narcissistic it was. Upon hearing such an accurate description, Marcia asked, "Is your weakness the spine on your back?" As soon as she said this, the coal lump seemed choked, unable to utter a word. Judging by its reaction, Marcia knew she was right, nodded, and then explained to Suisui and Jianshir, "If I'm correct, this guy's prototype is a hellbird, a special creature found only in one world, which we call the Hell World, one of the 4 high-level worlds." Everyone present was not surprised. Although the vampire world's overall strength was somewhat weak, as long as Weiss was around, it was a genuine high-level world. If a lower-level world collided with a high-level one, it would be courting death. Besides this, Suisui had another doubt. Why was this dungeon so strange? Especially the special mission world where Ning was, it felt completely out of place compared to other small worlds. The black coal lump knew more about the dungeon's internal affairs. Because this dungeon was originally a half-finished product, not fully created yet. It was forcibly started because of your intrusion. For this, it cursed Harvey a lot. If it weren't for the troublemakers Harvey stuffed inside it, the proud dungeon core wouldn't have to work so hard. Now it's just a labor machine for the other side. What a miserable life. As for that special event you mentioned, it was brought in by the dungeon's creator to save world origin, taken from somewhere else. The specifics weren't told to me, so I don't know. And Suisui's mind flashed to Ning's face, frowning slightly, not asking further, but keeping this in mind. After the real-world dungeon ended, it needed a certain rest period before reuse. During this time, except for the dungeon master, no one else could enter. After understanding the dungeon roughly, the group had solid evidence of Harvey's betrayal. Next, they planned to leave the dungeon and find a way to escape Harvey's territory. Jian only asked one thing. If there was a conspicuous riot in Harvey's castle, would the Fairman Castle send people to investigate? After receiving a positive answer, Jian expression visibly relaxed. Then let's go. As soon as the four appeared, the castle's guest room space began to compress aggressively, aiming to annihilate them on the spot. And Suisui's defense was the lowest. Blood streaks instantly appeared on her body. Damn. Targeting her, huh? Unwilling, and Suisui immediately used the time-freezing skill. The golden skill's priority clearly surpassed Harvey's space compression. Space froze, and Suisui grabbed Jian's arm and used the 5 seconds to fly out of the compression zone. Marcia and Ariel, naturally much higher level than in Suisui, easily followed. After leaving the space, the four appeared in the castle's open ground. Although Harvey himself didn't appear, the castle's guards had increased tenfold. Those of Marcia and Ariel's level assigned to missions outside were also called back by Harvey. They're there. Upon spotting Jian and others, the castle guards immediately drew weapons and surrounded them. Marcia and Ariel shouted, their high-level vampire aura suppressing ordinary guards, leaving only 7 or 8 of similar level. War was about to break out. At this moment, Jian stepped back, took out a familiar orange mecha from his spatial bag. Go! Jian entered the mecha cabin within Suisui. The sound of gears moving was like human bones moving. The orange giant instantly came alive, twisting limbs, catching the huge scythe falling from the air, and charging to the front line. Is humanity the strongest in the interstellar world? No, it's technology. Jian didn't know how his world compared to others, but clearly, his mecha was more than enough to deal with vampires except the top elites. Most vampires were distracted by Jian's big machine, slowing their actions. Absorbing firepower from Marcia and Ariel, Jian controlled the mecha, slowly approaching a certain point. Other vampires didn't notice anything unusual, desperately trying to trap the invaders. The death domain spread along the ground, making it harder for vampires to respond, and Jian gradually controlled the battle's rhythm. When Jian approached a point, the orange-red mecha suddenly turned, aiming its cannon at the ground. Boom! A powerful shell blasted a huge crater. But that wasn't all. After firing, it triggered a chain reaction, with explosions ringing throughout the castle. One after another, shaking the ancient building. After a moment, the centuries-old castle collapsed in the fire. Dust filled the air. Even vampires thousands of miles away noticed the anomaly. Harvey's castle guards were stunned. How did the castle blow itself up? Even the vampires hiding in the panoramic platform were confused. Why did the castle blow itself up? After finishing the mischief, Jian quickly escaped in the mecha, explaining to Suisui, I planted some micro-missiles underground in the castle. And Suisui exclaimed, wow, you really impressed Harvey. By the time the vampire guards reacted, the culprit had long fled, with only a few strong vampires chasing. The rest fled the chaotic battlefield, abandoning the mission to kill Suisui. The castle was destroyed, and the Fairman Castle, which had been monitoring Harvey, immediately sent people to investigate. The Fairman Castle was the main castle of the vampire race, where the current vampire king resided. It was also the place where Weiss was currently sleeping. The Fairman Castle was very far from Harvey's castle, so it would take some time for them to arrive. Jian and Suisui, along with Marcia and Ariel, quickly fled the scene. The four of them were very fast, and the vampires chasing them were gradually left behind. After running for a while, Jian suddenly stopped. What's wrong? And Suisui asked. Jian pointed to a small, inconspicuous cave entrance. There's a secret passage here that leads directly to the Fairman Castle. And Suisui's eyes lit up. Let's go. The four entered the cave. The passage was very long and dark, but Jianshi had prepared night vision goggles so they could see clearly. After walking for a long time, they finally saw a faint light at the end of the tunnel. They emerged into a beautiful garden filled with exotic flowers and plants. "This is the Fairman Castle's garden," Marcia said. "We're safe now." Indeed, as soon as they appeared, several vampire guards in the garden immediately noticed them. However, instead of attacking, they bowed respectfully to Marcia and Ariel. "Lady Marcia, Lady Ariel, welcome back." Marcia and Ariel were high-ranking vampires, and their return was a big deal. The guards immediately reported their arrival to the Vampire King. Soon, a majestic vampire with a regal aura appeared. He was the current Vampire King. "Marcia, Ariel, you've returned. And these two are." The Vampire King looked at Jianshi and Suisui with a curious gaze. Marcia immediately explained the situation, detailing Harvey's betrayal and their escape from his castle. The Vampire King listened intently, his expression growing serious. Harvey dared to betray the race? This is unforgivable. He then looked at Jianshi and Suisui. "So, these two are the humans who helped you expose Harvey?" Marcia nodded. "Yes, Your Majesty. They are very powerful and resourceful." The Vampire King nodded, then turned to Jianshi and Suisui. "Thank you for your assistance. The vampire race will not forget your contribution." He then ordered his guards to prepare rooms for them and ensure their comfort. And Suisui and Jianshi were relieved. They had finally found a safe haven. However, their mission was not over yet. They still needed to find a way to return to their own world. The next day, the Vampire King held a grand feast to celebrate Marcia and Ariel's return and to honor Jianshi and Suisui. During the feast, Suisui noticed a familiar figure among the guests. It was Bai Weiss. He looked exactly as she remembered him, with his striking silver hair and captivating red eyes. Suisui nudged Jianshi. "Look, it's Bai Weiss." Jianshi followed her gaze and saw Bai Weiss. His eyes narrowed slightly. Bai Weiss, sensing their gaze, turned his head and met Suisui's eyes. A faint smile appeared on his lips, and he raised his glass in a silent toast. Suisui smiled back. Later, after the feast, Bai Weiss approached them. "It seems we meet again," he said, his voice smooth and charming. Suisui nodded. "Indeed. It's good to see you well." Bai Weiss's gaze lingered on Jianshi for a moment, then returned to Suisui. "I heard about your adventures. You've been quite busy." Suisui chuckled. "You could say that." Bai Weiss then turned to Jianshi. "And you, young man, you possess an interesting power. It reminds me of an old friend." Jianshi remained silent, his expression unreadable. Bai Weiss didn't press, instead turning back to Suisui. "I believe you are looking for a way to return to your world, correct?" Suisui's eyes widened. "You know a way?" Bai Weiss smiled mysteriously. "Perhaps. But it will require a certain price." Suisui looked at Jianshi, who nodded subtly. "What price?" Suisui asked. Bai Weiss's smile widened. "That, my dear, is a story for another time. For now, rest and enjoy your stay. We will discuss it when the time is right." With that, Bai Weiss bid them farewell and left, leaving Suisui and Jianshi with more questions than answers. Algernon's expression froze once again. The last time he was left speechless like this was also with Elton. What's up with Elton? He can't say 3 sentences without mentioning Bai Weiss. If you have the ability, use your own name. Suisui tugged on Elton's sleeve and quietly asked, "Elton, can you beat that Algernon?" Elton thought carefully and gave a cautious answer. "The last time I fought him, he was my defeated subordinate, but so much time has passed. What if he has overtaken me without my knowledge? To be safe, it's better to let Lord Bai Weiss handle it." Bai Weiss was the face of Fairman Castle. Why not use him? Algernon, after all, feared Bai Weiss's strength and reluctantly sat down. Soon Merlin arrived. She was surprised to meet Suisui in such a place, but when her eyes swept over the ruined castle, She immediately understood. Miss Nora truly lived up to the Lord's expectations. The effect was outstanding. After Merlin appeared, Marcia and Ariel explained the whole situation. Merlin's serious face briefly showed a trace of solemnity. So, Harvey ran away? Looks like it. Harvey had set the entrance and exit of the Time Dungeon in an important place inside the castle. He couldn't be unaware of its true function. After Suisui and the others broke into the dungeon, Harvey knew things were going badly. He set up several killing formations and then fled. If Suisui was killed, he would reappear and at most contend with Fairman Castle again. Even if he failed, he could just retreat and rebuild elsewhere. Algernon listened and knew Marcia's analysis was reasonable but couldn't help but mock. Is that all Fairman Castle can do? Letting the enemy escape despite solid evidence. What a bunch of useless people. Oh? So you're brave, huh? Before Suisui could speak, Merlin counterattacked. Algernon dodged awkwardly, angrily drawing his weapon. Prince Algernon has improved a lot recently. Putting on this stance, are you trying to challenge Lord by Weiss? Good, I'll contact him for you. Merlin cut off Algernon's words. Algernon. At that moment, a bright light streaked across the sky, and a black-haired man in European noble attire rode a sword down. He was a rare Eastern face in the vampire world, with delicate but not overly prominent features. Though his clothing clashed with the giant sword beneath him, his innate chivalry perfectly overcame the mismatch. Most importantly, he was human. One of the few humans in the vampire world. Surprised, Suisui looked at him twice. Is he handsome? She instinctively wanted to nod, but the sudden drop in air pressure quickly sobered her. She stiffly turned her head and found Jianshi standing behind her, exuding cold air. No matter how handsome, you're still more handsome, Suisui quickly reassured. Jianshi didn't buy it and nodded to himself. Then he's handsome. Look at him more. Soon, you won't see him anymore. Suisui. After the human strongman landed, he naturally headed toward the vampire gathering place. Passing Algernon, the human steps paused, and he looked at him with surprise. Improved, Algernon. I heard you told Merlin you want to challenge Lord by Weiss? Brave. When? I'll drop everything to support you. Jing Fei. Algernon, embarrassed and angry, no longer wanted to deal with these people who always brought up by Weiss. He snorted coldly and tore through space to leave. After Algernon left, only Prince Light remained as an outsider. No one needed to chase him. He raised his hands and left on his own. With no outsiders left, Jing Fei sheathed his heavy sword and asked Elton directly, "What's going on?" I could feel the disturbance from far away. I thought Harvey's defense failed and other worlds invaded. Elton sighed, lightly drawing a golden brush, and a dark crack appeared before them. Let's talk later. On the way, Merlin introduced this unfamiliar human strongman to Suisui. This is Jing Fei, the third steward of Fairman Castle. You should have seen his name. He handles external affairs. Suisui nervously rolled her eyes. Most daily matters Merlin and Elton handed to her were handled by Jianshi. She really didn't know there was such a person in Fairman Castle. Jing Fei was straightforward, his personality matching his chivalrous aura, and quickly became familiar with Suisui. Regarding Harvey's betrayal, Fairman Castle held a very serious meeting. Even members who couldn't return in time checked in online by special means. Suisui attended the whole meeting, but understood only half and accidentally fell asleep. When she woke, she was back in her room, with Jianshi holding pen and paper, writing and drawing. Awake. Jianshi stopped and looked at her. Since you're awake, let's go back and report the vampire situation. The Interstellar Alliance urgently needs this game-related knowledge. Suisui yawned, wearing fluffy slippers, and walked to Jianshi's side, reading his meeting notes repeatedly. The dungeon was stabilized so quickly? I thought it would take much longer. Some things Elton had already explained, but Suisui missed them while sleeping, so Jianshi repeated them. Not completely done yet, but Elton said you already have a dungeon. You don't need to spend much effort on this artificial dungeon. Once the space stabilizes, you can enter with the broken book, swallow the prepared dungeon core, and the dungeon will belong to you. So that's how it was. It sounded much easier. And Suisui didn't ask more, told Merlin, then went to Elton's construction site. Elton sent her into the newly stabilized dungeon, where she swallowed the prepared spare dungeon core and gained ownership. Everything went smoothly. Upon hearing Suisui wanted to go home, Elton didn't stop her but asked her to see Merlin once more. And Suisui thought Merlin had more instructions and went with a positive attitude. But when Merlin heard Suisui wanted to leave, she immediately took her to a room full of rankings and made her kowtow 3 times to her own rankings. Suisui, kowtowing to your own rankings feels really strange. After fooling around outside for several days, Suisui and Jianshi finally returned to their own territory. Before the two could even greet the station soldiers, they were suddenly transported away by white mist that appeared out of nowhere, leaving behind a group of bewildered faces. And Suisui hadn't expected that after safely returning from wandering around a powerful enemy's home, she would be ambushed on her own turf. The white, misty space before her eyes seemed somewhat familiar, just obscured by fog, so she couldn't see clearly. Jianshi? Are you there? Suisui called out softly, receiving no response as she had expected. Were they separated, or was she the only one who entered this strange place? Suisui lowered her eyes, unusually quiet. If not for the small fork that quietly appeared in her hand, others might have thought she had truly given up. However, the anticipated enemy didn't appear. After the space remained quiet for over 10 seconds, the thick white mist dispersed in all directions, and Jianshi's figure appeared not far from Suisui. Seeing a familiar person in a strange place, especially someone very close to her, Suisui's tense emotions relaxed considerably. She ran to Jianshi's side in a few steps, looking him up and down. Nothing happened to you, right? Jianshi shook his head gently. I'm fine. How are you? I'm fine too, just trapped by a cloud of mist for a little while. Both had the same experience. Aside from being somewhat inexplicable, the white mist that had brought them here seemed to have no intention of harming them. However, this only intensified their confusion. Hello there, who is speaking? The sudden appearance of an unfamiliar voice startled Suisui. She hid her entire head in Jianshi's arms, carefully observing the outside through the gaps between her fingers. Jianshi smoothed down her ruffled hair and also looked around. The voice was very strange, as if directly connected to their brains, with no discernible source. However, this voice seemed somewhat familiar. No need to look, I'm an abstract existence with no physical form. You won't be able to find me. Perhaps having adapted to this strange thing, Suisui finally gathered courage and emerged from her safe haven. Who are you? Why did you bring us here? I am the world consciousness of this place, the voice said. As it spoke, the surrounding mist completely dissipated, revealing silver-white walls hidden beneath the fog. A strong sense of familiarity washed over them, awakening memories in Suisui's mind. Jianshi recognized the place before she did. Game space. That's right, this place was very similar to the space where they would briefly stay each time they participated in beta games. Exactly as you think. The being calling itself World Consciousness gave an affirmative answer. Let's assume what you're saying is true for now. Jianshi still kept Suisui protected behind him, maintaining a defensive posture. Then why did you create this game? The World Consciousness was very frank. I didn't create it. This game already existed. I just joined it. This didn't differ much from the Alliance leadership's speculation. Jianshi continued asking, why join this game? If I didn't join, the world would collapse. The World Consciousness gave an answer that was completely unexpected to everyone. No one could have imagined this would be the reason. Jianshi's mouth tightened, not saying whether he believed it or not. Give me a reason. He spoke simply, but the World Consciousness understood. Why join the game? Why push humanity into the abyss? Why was this world about to collapse? So many questions with no idea how to speak or ask them. or rather, no matter how they asked, it couldn't resolve the doubts in his heart. The world consciousness thought for a moment, then simply projected a sequence of images into their minds. A barren, desolate black planet with nothing on the surface except exposed rocks and grayish-brown sand and gravel. The seas had dried up, revealing abyss-like craters. The temperature here was terrifyingly high. Even with the most advanced protective measures, interstellar people couldn't easily enter. This perception-like scene flashed quickly through Suisui's mind, yet she still felt that suffocating desolation. She wasn't someone who grieved for the world and sacrificed herself for demons with great benevolence, but just these few brief frames made her feel a deep sadness from the bottom of her heart. Like seeing a seriously ill relative lying lifeless on a bed. And Suisui didn't even know what this place was. What Suisui didn't know was that her expression was even worse than her emotions. Her eyes had long since turned red, her teeth gently biting her lip, looking as if tears would fall at any moment. Jianshir's condition wasn't much better. He spent considerable time stabilizing his emotions, but when he spoke, his hoarse voice betrayed him. "What place did you show us?" The world consciousness didn't play riddles and directly gave the answer. "Your origin star." And Suisui pressed her hand to her heart, breathing heavily. That heart-wrenching feeling still lingered in her chest, making it hard for her not to believe the world consciousness's words. The impact was too deep. It was really hard to dismiss this as a planet unrelated to them. Has the origin star already become like this? And Suisui looked up at Jianshir. The origin star was a very special place. A disaster had once occurred there, and the surviving humans barely escaped from the origin star to establish themselves in the interstellar realm. But no one had forgotten that planet that gave birth to them, like a mother. Even now, the origin star still held a very special place in the hearts of interstellar people. No one had forgotten. Unfortunately, only the government knew the actual condition of the origin star. Jianshir sighed and told Suisui the truth. "Actually, I don't know if it's real either. The Alliance has wanted to return for many, many years, but hasn't succeeded to this day. Every president would allocate enormous budgets to returning to the origin star. The commanders also fully supported it. But despite all these years of effort, the interstellar realm still couldn't even get close, let alone monitor the internal conditions. The occasional blurry images released by the Alliance over the years were actually all fake." Realizing that what the world consciousness said was very likely true, and Suisui couldn't hold back anymore. Her nose stung, and tears began falling pitter-patter. Jianshir couldn't find words of comfort and gently embraced Suisui's shoulders, waiting silently. Even the world consciousness quieted down, not revealing more explosive news at this moment. After a while, the indescribable emotion in Suisui's heart had eased. She looked toward the void with determined eyes, her voice strong and clear. "Whatever you want to say, just say it all." After meeting with the world consciousness, Suisui's team didn't enter any games for a long time. Jianshir suddenly became very busy, and even when Suisui sent him messages, it would take him a long time to reply. The matter about the senior veterans was ultimately not announced publicly. Only Alliance leadership and some core personnel were qualified to know. Just as the world consciousness had said, they were still weak and had just endured the baptism of the game. Announcing such a major event at this time would very likely damage public confidence. Suisui sat at her desk, working on her 10th game strategy guide that she had been writing during this period, using her personal terminal that hadn't been used in a long time. To create a bigger impact, Suisui used her long-unused game name, Chasing Moon. This even caused a drama about the real and fake Chasing Moon, but fortunately, official personnel quickly verified her identity, saving her from wasting too much time on this. After checking the last character, Suisui copied it to the survival game forum and published it. The survival game forum had also gradually improved recently, even creating some kind of death query system. All players who died in the game could be searched by game nickname, and you could find their records. It was like a death replay. Doggy hadn't entered games with Suisui for a long time. Due to concerns about Dad's safety, Suisui had left Doggy at home to guard the house. Dad had always treated Doggy like a divine dog, and Mom's cooking skills were excellent. During this period, Doggy had not only grown taller, but also gained a lot of weight. It looked even more like a ball than before. Suisui felt it was necessary to take it out for some exercise. Dad, I'm going into a game this afternoon. I'll take Doggy with me. Look how you fed it. Even pigs aren't as fat as it is. Doggy protested, trying to jump onto the sofa to argue with her. But it underestimated its own weight, crashed headfirst into the sofa's armrest, and yelped in pain. Woof 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 human. Hurry up and help this dog up. Suisui slapped Doggy's butt. With a duong sound, it actually bounced back. Hurry up and come into the dungeon with me. If you can't make a contribution this time, your food will be halved. Ding! Welcome to the Extreme Survival Game. This game, Zoo Ghost Story, game rules have been distributed. Please check. Suisui. I'm here. Before her eyes even opened, Suisui heard Yuan Li's enthusiastic shout. She also jumped up and waved at him, then began to survey her surroundings. This dungeon had quite a few unrelated people, looking like they were in a bustling metropolis. Not far ahead was a huge iron gate with a colorful sign hanging on it. Qingshan Zoo. Oh ho, this name sounded very spirited. Thinking about this game's theme, Suisui thought to herself that this zoo must be the core location for their mission. The teammates spontaneously gathered around Suisui, the four-person team reuniting after a long separation. They wore black combat suits prepared for the game. These combat suits were not only comfortable to wear, warm in winter and cool in summer, but also had certain defensive capabilities. Ordinary firearm bullets couldn't penetrate the combat suit's defense. Of course, this was assuming the combat suit's functions weren't weakened by the current world. Speaking of which, no matter how useful or awesome the combat suits were, their attire stood out very conspicuously among a group of tourists dressed casually and comfortably, carrying snacks and drinks, preparing to visit the zoo. Several NPCs had already cast strange looks at them. However, this situation didn't last too long and was resolved by the creaking sound of the zoo's iron gate opening. A staff member in a green uniform stood at the zoo entrance, holding promotional brochures, and opened a small door that only allowed one person to pass through. He shouted to the noisy crowd, "The zoo is now open for visits. Please line up orderly and enter in sequence. No cutting in line." Hearing this, the four quickly secured good strategic positions, taking relatively front positions in the long queue. The staff member saw that it was about right and began distributing promotional brochures one by one. Only those who received promotional brochures could enter the zoo. The queue soon reached Suisui. They also received brochures like normal tourists and stepped through the iron gate into the zoo's interior. The promotional brochure was made of sturdy material, not easily damaged, with at least a dozen pages of content, showing how vast this zoo was. Before checking the brochure, Suisui first opened her mailbox to carefully read the game rules. This game's rules were very simple. Visit the zoo and obtain interaction badges from several major areas before the zoo closed. So free? Suisui felt things weren't that simple. At this moment, Yuan Li beside her opened the survival manual and exclaimed, "Damn, visiting a zoo requires following so many rules. Is this some kind of cultural relic? And these rules are so weird." Suisui was stunned and also opened the brochure in her hand. The first page of the brochure was a thumbnail map of the entire zoo, covering all currently open areas. The second page was visitor rules, and the third page began with animal introductions. The visitor rules read, "Visitor rules: this zoo houses most of the world's animals and has complete facilities. But for your safety, when visiting the zoo, please be sure to follow these rules. 1. All zoo staff wear green uniforms. Do not trust staff wearing white uniforms. 2. There is no aquarium in the zoo. If staff try to sell you aquarium tickets, do not believe them and refuse to buy. 3. When visiting, please be careful not to get separated from your companions. Do not easily trust companions who get lost, especially when they recommend the aquarium to you. 4. This zoo has complete facilities. If you encounter small animals outside containment facilities, do not approach or touch them. Immediately notify staff. 5. The zoo shop does not sell any rabbit-related merchandise, nor drinks containing rabbit blood. If you see such products on the shelves, please do not buy them. 6. For any problems, you can take your zoo ticket to seek help from staff in green uniforms, or call the number on the ticket to tell staff your location. 7. If you unfortunately get lost in the zoo, please immediately go to a nearby shop, find staff in green uniforms, who will take you to the lion area, then wait at the zoo entrance for your friends and family. 8. If you see an aquarium, please believe that no such place exists in the zoo. Do not enter, wait in place, and seek help from staff. 9. The zoo's lions are very gentle and friendly animals. When you feel any discomfort during your visit, you can go to the lion area for help. Please do not be afraid of them. Hiss, looking at it this way, these visitor rules were indeed very strange. Whisper this dungeon comes from a fan submission on Weibo, modified accordingly. If you're interested in crowdsourcing inspiration for the author, you can find me on Weibo, search for Suyu de Baobei. Please don't mention Genshin Impact or Honor of Kings, because the author doesn't know how to play them and has an 80% chance of writing them poorly, so let's avoid those. For the first stop at the zoo, and Suisui chose the rabbit area, which had fewer visitors. Generally, zoos would house some rare animals, but this zoo seemed to go against the grain. The rabbits they housed weren't any rare species, just very ordinary gray rabbits. Before entering the rabbit area, and Suisui and her group discovered new rules on the rabbit area's notice board. When entering the rabbit area, please follow these rules. The rabbit area only has gray rabbits. If you encounter white rabbits, please do not approach or touch them. If white rabbits run toward you at high speed, please immediately go to the lion area. Please do not linger in the rabbit area. Finish your visit quickly. No matter how you looked at it, these white rabbits seemed very dangerous. Could they be some kind of man-eating monsters? And Suisui was most afraid of these mysterious things, like the state before ghosts appeared, where all fear came from one's own imagination. Yuanli, who was equally timid, had already hugged Wengan, who was closest to him, his eyes trembling. Suisui, how about we go somewhere else and come back to the rabbit area later? Doesn't it say that the weaker something looks on the outside, the more likely it is to hide a terrible soul? Yuanli's mind was already filled with images of thousands of rabbits with bloody mouths, biting off half his head in one bite. Then they would show him cute, soft smiles. And Suisui was also scared by her own imagination, her teeth chattering, but she still refused Jianshir's offer to lead and shouldered the responsibility of team leader. Don't be afraid, everyone. It's just leading the way. What's so difficult about that? And Suisui said this while summoning Doggy from her pet space, whom she hadn't seen in a long time. Doggy was also acquainted with the other 3 members of the 4-person team. Its social butterfly nature made it immediately wag its tail and pounce on them as soon as it appeared. But due to its overly plump figure, Doggy lost its balance and its head crashed heavily toward the ground. Fortunately, and Suisui was quick-eyed and quick-handed, using her foot to cushion it. Otherwise, Doggy would have earned another debut kill achievement. Is this Brother Dog? Brother Dog, how did you get so much stronger recently? Yuanli was shocked by Doggy's round figure. He reached out to feel around Doggy's soft fur, confirming that what he touched was solid meat and not self-inflated air, before feeling relieved. Although Doggy's entrance was somewhat absurd, it did successfully divert the 4-person team's attention. Now everyone's focus was on Doggy, afraid it might accidentally kill itself, with no time to be scared. Scout ahead. And Suisui patted Doggy's head, pointing toward the rabbit area entrance. Doggy seemed to receive a pardon and immediately ran wildly, charging toward the rabbit area without looking back, leaving only a round silhouette. That domineering force would require at least 3 to 5 adult men to control. The 4-person team waited patiently at the rabbit area entrance. 15 minutes passed, and no strange sounds came from within the area. And Suisui muttered strange while leading her team members officially into the rabbit area. Although it was just a living space for ordinary rabbits, the rabbit area was quite large, at least the size of a football field. More interestingly, all the rabbits' living spaces were separated by thick glass. Forget about interaction, even close contact was impossible. After entering the rabbit area, and Suisui quickly scanned the surroundings, confirming that everything she saw were gray rabbits with no white rabbits as warned on the notice board, and temporarily relaxed. Only then did she remember Doggy, the scout she had sent into the rabbit area, who wasn't actually in the rabbit area at all. The dog was lost. I wondered why there was no movement inside. This is too unreasonable. And Suisui grumbled unhappily. Compared to this deeply bonded master pet pair, Yuanli was obviously more worried about Doggy. Suisui, Doggy won't be in trouble, will it? In trouble? How's that possible? And Suisui didn't believe it. As long as Doggy didn't kill itself, it wouldn't be in trouble even if everyone else was. Anyway, they would have to visit the entire zoo eventually. Letting Doggy go out for free activities and wreak havoc on the zoo's small animals was also a good choice. If it really killed itself, she could rescue it after finishing the game. The rabbit area showed no abnormalities, and the four just wanted to quickly complete the interaction, get the interaction badge, and leave. So they found the staff member guarding the rabbit area and made an interaction request. I heard that completing designated interaction tasks can get you a small reward. Is that true? And Suisui used the designated dialogue to approach the NPC, successfully activating the game task. Of course it's true. The NPC's face showed a professional smile. Would you like to try, miss? Can I bring my companions? Or can only one person challenge at a time? And Suisui asked cautiously. This game was a team mission, not calculating individual scores. As long as one person obtained the badge, the mission would be successful. What Suisui was worried about was that there might be changes during the task completion process, and entering alone might be dangerous. However, the NPC was very accommodating and directly agreed to Suisui's request. You and your companions can complete it together. He then led the four to an employee passage that only allowed one person to pass through. You just need to enter the area interior from here, get the Easter egg we've hidden in the area, and the task will be complete. Looking at that narrow entrance, and Suisui's eyelid twitched, feeling something was wrong. After the staff member finished introducing the task requirements, he opened the glass door of the employee passage and tried to push Suisui, who was at the front, to enter. At this moment, Jianshi grabbed the employee's arm and pushed him aside. Sorry, we're not doing it. I accidentally dropped something on the way here and must find the lost item first. Yuanli looked at Jianshi with surprise. Out of trust, he didn't question it. And Suisui reacted quickly, not only immediately moving away from the employee passage, but also closing and locking the glass door that had been opened. Thank you so much for your trouble. We'll come back later, she said apologetically, and without waiting for the staff member's response, pulled Jianshi and turned to leave. When Gon followed without hesitation, Yuanli scratched his head in confusion and looked back before leaving. He was shocked to discover that around the employee passage, hundreds of rabbits had somehow gathered without anyone noticing. For some reason, Yuanli couldn't feel any cuteness from the rabbits, even though he loved all cute creatures. It wasn't until he accidentally met one rabbit's eyes that the cold gaze made him feel like prey being stalked by a predator, instantly freezing him in place with a chill down his back. Come on, Yuanli, why are you still here? We're in a hurry. And Suisui returned and forcibly dragged Yuanli away from the rabbit area. After completely leaving the area, Yuanli realized that in his panic, he had forgotten to breathe for a long time and almost suffocated himself. He leaned against a tree trunk, gasping for air while discussing what he had just discovered with lingering fear. That scared me to death. You don't know, I looked back just now and was almost scared to pee by that rabbit's gaze. That look wasn't something a carbon-based life form could have. It was too terrifying. But did we just give up like that? Do we have to come back later? Can normal people complete this task? So many rabbits. Would they all pounce on them once they went in? Yuanli just thought about that scene briefly and felt his scalp tingling. People flying in front, death chasing behind. One careless moment, and we'd all be on the road to death. I think it's not that the interaction task is dangerous, but that staff member was dangerous. Jianshi explained why he suddenly gave up. He had originally thought the same as in Suisui, feeling something was wrong. Since the zoo protected these rabbits so strictly, why would they let visitors enter to interact with the rabbits? He didn't focus all his attention on the rabbits in the area like the other three. Instead, he carefully observed the staff member. Then he discovered that under this staff member's light green uniform, there was actually a white uniform underneath. They had fallen into a trap. Jianshi immediately realized this and quickly pulled Suisui away from that strange creature. He found a seemingly reasonable excuse to leave. Visitor rule number 1. All zoo staff wear green uniforms. Do not trust staff wearing white uniforms. The staff member they encountered was a white uniformed staff member, disguised in green. What a sneaky old fox. If they had listened to him and entered the rabbits' living territory, the rabbits would have made sure they were completely destroyed. No way. We just started and already encountered a death trap. Yuanli beat his chest in frustration. It's also possible we were just unlucky. Let's wait a bit and try going in again. If that person is still there, we'll bypass the rabbit area first and check out other areas. And Suisui comforted him. Jianshi thought that since they'd have to face this eventually, they could find an opportunity to eliminate that white uniformed staff member and see what he really was. When Gon was as obedient as an accompanying staff member, not expressing any opinions on tactics. Anyway, besides logistics, he couldn't do anything else. Just quietly provide support. As they spoke, a young man wearing a green vest hurried over, apparently planning to enter the rabbit area. And Suisui's eyes lit up, and she raised her hand to stop him. Excuse me, are you a staff member of the rabbit area? The young man looked up, saw that the person calling him was 4 tourists, immediately stopped, and tried to put on a smile. Yes, I'm a staff member of the rabbit area. Is there anything I can help you with? And Suisui carefully examined the staff member's clothing. She found that although he looked disheveled, like he was late for work and had hastily put on his clothes, with the edges of a t-shirt showing at the clothing's borders. Very good, this was a genuine green-coated staff member. So Suisui pointed toward the rabbit area and told him, "We just encountered a white uniformed staff member inside." I remember the visitor rules said. What? There's a white uniformed staff member in the rabbit area? The green-coated staff member didn't wait for Suisui to finish before interrupting her, and he looked even more nervous than they were. You didn't see wrong, did you? Our zoo doesn't have white uniforms. And Suisui paused briefly, then told him with certainty. We definitely saw a white uniformed staff member. He wanted us to go through the employee passage into the rabbit's living area for an interaction task. What? He wanted you to enter the rabbit living area? The green-coated staff member spoke in a startled manner like a rookie who had just started work. I'll immediately call for people to handle this. Suisui, aren't you the one who's supposed to handle this? The group had no choice with this suspected intern and could only continue waiting in place. During the wait, Jianshi proposed a new action plan. From the current situation, their zoo visit today would encounter many variables. The mission time was only 1 day, which sounded long, but the zoo only opened at 9 a.m. and closed at 5 p.m., so the actual mission time should be 8 hours. If they continued at their current pace, they might not have enough time. It should be noted that so far, they hadn't encountered any suspected players in the zoo, so the situation with competitors was unknown. To win the game, they needed to be bolder. The most time-saving approach was actually for the 4 to act separately, but Yuanli and Wengan had no attack capabilities, so acting alone was obviously not feasible. How about this? We split into 2 groups. Yuanli and I will start from the rabbit area, and Jianshi, you take Wengan toward the wolf area, then we'll meet at the lion area. And Suisui gave the most suitable allocation method, and the others had no objections. After making the decision, Jianshi immediately left with one gone in another direction, leaving only in Suisui, Yuanli, and the staff member they had intercepted halfway. This rabbit area staff member was very emotionally unstable. After making the help call, he kept pacing in place. Not only was he muttering incomprehensible words, but he would occasionally stomp his feet hard or pull his hair due to excessive anxiety. Didn't that hurt? And Suisui wondered. Finally, 15 minutes after leaving the area, another staff member wearing a green vest arrived at the scene. He looked much more reliable than the previous staff member. After confirming the situation within Suisui, he took the timid staff member into the rabbit area to work. 5 minutes later, the more timid staff member poked his head out to inform Suisui and Yuanli that they could enter. The staff member who had arrived later was nowhere to be seen. And Suisui didn't want to inquire about the details. After entering the rabbit area, she quickly made the same request to the staff member as before. "We want the rabbit area interaction badge." "No problem." The staff member didn't think much and led the two to the rabbit feeding area, pointing to the neatly arranged various fruits and vegetables, and said to them, "It's like this. To get the rabbit area interaction badge, you must personally prepare food for the little rabbits once. If the prepared food is consumed by more than 50% within 10 minutes, the challenge is successful." This challenge sounded much easier than before. It was work that a normal person could complete. And Suisui enthusiastically picked and chose among the pile of vegetables, finally selecting fresh carrots and alfalfa grass that aids digestion. Just as she was about to use these normal rabbit foods as feed, she heard the young man, who had regained his composure and confidence, gently remind her. "There's something you might not know. Our zoo's rabbits have somewhat different tastes from common rabbits. If you choose foods that ordinary rabbits love to eat, they might not necessarily like them. And each person only gets one challenge attempt per area." Different tastes from normal rabbits? A question mark had just popped up in Suisui's mind when she remembered the abnormal situation that had occurred in the rabbit area not long ago. She instantly believed 3 parts of what the staff member said, whether it was a reminder or deliberate misdirection. To be cautious, Suisui and Yuanli each prepared 2 different sets of ingredients. Suisui's ingredients were still mainly vegetables and carrots. But she also added some unknown meat scraps hidden in the corner. Mixed evenly. Then she obtained a basin of a strange and peculiar feed. Suisui went first for the challenge. The normal interaction task didn't require direct contact with the little rabbits. The staff member directly poured the prepared feed through a one-way feeding slot. The rabbit feed slid down the feeding slot's chute into the food trough behind the glass. The little rabbits were attracted by the feeding commotion, and within moments, dozens of rabbits had gathered around the food trough, blocking the view of the eating situation. However, the rabbit gathering only lasted less than 3 minutes. After the rabbit group dispersed, the rabbit feed in the food trough had been turned into a mess, with basically no reduction in volume. But if you observed carefully, you'd find that among the 3 ingredients Suisui had added, the carrots and alfalfa grass received no rabbit attention, while the more exotic meat scraps had been licked clean. Suisui. As she had expected, these were actually a group of meat-eating rabbits. How terrifying upon reflection. Interestingly, not only were Suisui and Yuanli trembling with fear, but even the staff member's smile had frozen on his face. Not knowing what he was thinking, his gaze became unfocused and his pupils somewhat dilated. Suisui called him several times without getting a response. It wasn't until Yuanli forcefully turned his head and asked him for the rabbit badge that the staff member's wandering thoughts finally returned. You've already finished feeding? Sorry, I was a bit distracted just now." He embarrassedly scratched his forehead, obviously feeling ashamed of his behavior. Slacking off during work hours was one thing, but getting caught red-handed was somewhat socially mortifying. Suisui took the food basin from Yuanli's hands and placed it in front of the staff member, her expression very sincere. "Yes, we've already finished feeding. I saw you were thinking about something, so I didn't bother you. Now you can go check the results." The staff member took the basin and confirmed that the remaining feed in the basin contained at least 3 different raw materials. Only then did he walk to the second food basin where Yuanli had fed, looking at the remaining feed. Congratulations, you've successfully completed the challenge. He looked at the second stone trough basin that had only a few food crumbs left, took out an exquisite round badge from his pocket with rabbit area written in gray letters. This was in Suisui's mission objective. After receiving the badge, and Suisui smiled at him, then left the rabbit area without looking back. Her steps were quick, as if afraid of being chased. Only after the two had completely left did the staff member withdraw his gaze. Looking at the empty stone trough basin, he muttered to himself, "Doesn't the employee manual say that rabbits like apples, tofu, and milk the most? They didn't seem to add any of those 3 things just now." The staff member thought while picking up the high-pressure water gun for washing the stone trough. What those 2 people fed seemed to be meat scraps. Wait, why would rabbits like to eat meat scraps? The timid staff member thought again about Suisui's basin of feed, his body tensed, and he gripped the water gun in his hand tighter while cursing to bolster his courage. How could normal rabbits possibly like to eat meat? It must be the zoo deliberately hiding information to attract tourists. This black-hearted enterprise will go bankrupt sooner or later. As he cursed, the staff member's thoughts began to drift again. When he came back to his senses, the food trough had accumulated a basin of dirty water. He silently cursed, "Damn it," and quickly turned to open the drainage system. The dirty water was quickly drained clean. Really now? The staff member wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and wanted to continue working. However, when he looked up, he discovered that somehow a large number of rabbits had gathered around the stone trough. Most terrifyingly, these rabbits were all white. Now for the other side of the story. Yuanli and Suisui left the rabbit area far behind, confirming that the silly staff member hadn't chased after them, before finally slowing their pace. I didn't expect an ordinary interaction task to be quite challenging. And Suisui opened the task panel, confirmed that the rabbit area task was completed. Her eyebrows curved into crescents, smiling like 2 little moons. Yuanli was also chuckling, his small eyes squeezed by fat flesh sparkling with excited light. I hope the staff member we meet in the next area is just as confused. Their second basin of feed actually didn't have much stuff poured into it. Except for half a bag of leftover meat scraps, they only used a little bit of fruit debris stuck to the bottom of the basin, creating the illusion of having added many raw materials. The task required at least 3 types of materials, with requirements for the quantity of each material and the total amount of final feed. If it weren't for that staff member being confused, this level wouldn't have been so easy to pass. Having fooled one staff member, and Suisui regained confidence and pointed ahead, shouting, "Full speed ahead." Jian sure didn't have Suisui's good luck. He and Wengan first arrived at the wolf area, where the wolf area staff member was already in position. Because wolves were relatively rare animals that couldn't possibly be encountered in daily life, many tourists came to the wolf area to watch, and many people wanted to get interaction badges. The scene was quite chaotic for a while. While Wengan queued up, Jian sure walked to the wolf area notice board to observe. Wolves are very dangerous animals. Please do not feed wolves any food, and do not approach the fence. If you discover any wolf-like creatures attempting to climb over the fence, please immediately inform staff and quickly leave the wolf area. The wolf area rules seemed very ordinary at first glance. After all, in normal people's eyes, wolves were also very dangerous animals, and not looking, not touching, and keeping distance were basic rules. But having experienced the bizarre rabbit area, Jian sure felt these rules must have other meanings. He silently memorized the rules in his heart, then went to participate in the wolf area interaction task. The wolf area interaction task was to find 5 wild wolves hidden within the living area. This task sounded quite simple, didn't require any physical activity, had strong entertainment value, and tourists were enthusiastically signing up. However, the wolf beasts in the area were really good at hiding and didn't like to wander around in front of people, so very few people ultimately completed this task. Both Jianshi and Wengan were bold, careful, and highly observant people. Completing this task couldn't have been easier for them. In the end, they obtained 2 badges and earned envious looks from a group of tourists. Some people even wanted to buy them at high prices, but Jianshi refused. After getting the black badges, they quickly left the wolf area and headed to the next destination. After leaving the rabbit area, Suisui and Yuan Li came to the peacock area. The peacock area was crowded with people, with large numbers of tourists piled up at the entrance, craning their necks to look inside. And Suisui's heart skipped a beat, thinking another bizarre incident had occurred inside. She immediately grabbed a friendly-looking older sister to inquire about the reason. The older sister was very enthusiastic, chattering away with a long explanation. "You don't know, just now everything was fine here, then out of nowhere came a dog that bit through the fence and broke into the peacock's living area, chasing those peacocks around everywhere, causing complete chaos." The peacock area staff wanted to drive the dog out, but good heavens, they didn't expect that dog to not only look strong but also be quite powerful. 2 staff members in a row couldn't handle it, and it even bit a peacock's butt. That peacock cried so pitifully, wailing like a human. It was only later when several more staff members came running from other places that the dog saw the situation was bad and ran away. "Are you here to see the peacocks?" "You'll have to wait a bit. Wait for those staff members to tidy up the peacock area and then you can go in. It won't take long." When Suisui heard about a dog arriving, her eyelids started twitching wildly. After hearing the dog's specific operations, her heart became even more uneasy. She carefully asked, "Sister, was the dog you mentioned a husky?" "A very, very fat husky." The older sister looked at her in surprise. "How did you know?" And Suisui's eyes darted around guiltily as she stubbornly defended herself. "I also saw this dog at the rabbit area. It was indeed quite mischievous." Right. That dog was so interesting." The older sister started chattering again. And Suisui finally escaped the sister's verbal entanglement and walked aside to meet up with Yuan Li, who couldn't squeeze into the crowd. Carefully looking around to make sure no one was paying attention to them, and Suisui told Yuan Li everything she had learned. Yuan Li's expression gradually changed from confused bewilderment to careful fear, and finally only a shocked exclamation remained. "Holy crap! This was done by the dog. Dog bro is awesome." More than 10 minutes later, the peacock area staff, sweating profusely, opened the peacock area gate and apologetically apologized to the tourists waiting at the entrance. "Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. I've already communicated with the park management about this matter. To express our apologies, all tourists present will receive a beverage voucher when they leave the peacock area. It can be used at any shop within the zoo. We hope your zoo visit remains happy and pleasant." Who doesn't like free benefits? The tourists' dissatisfaction from waiting was instantly cleared. Even Suisui secretly praised in her heart, "Well done, doggy." What was the doggy that countless people were thinking about doing? After leaving the peacock area, the doggy was hunted by staff from all directions. The outwardly fierce, but inwardly cowardly doggy was immediately shocked and used all its potential to escape from the staff's encirclement. The staff watched the gradually disappearing black and white doggy, their hearts collapsing. The dog running away was one thing, but it was still carrying peacock feathers. Those things couldn't be taken away casually. The doggy didn't care about any of this. After no one was chasing it, it continued its carefree ways. It didn't take the designated pedestrian paths, ignoring its round figure, and plunged headfirst into dense bushes, pushing forward and successfully avoiding the capture traps set by zoo staff. In the maze-like complex zoo, the doggy wandered east and west, successfully arriving at the elephant area. The elephant area also had quite a few people, and few noticed that there was an extra black and white fat dog in the area. 5 minutes later, the elephants in the elephant area went berserk. Suisui entered the peacock area and saw a group of peacocks lying around disheveled with messy feathers. The most miserable one was said to have been taken away for treatment, and those remaining were the ones that looked passable. And Suisui was skeptical about this. Although the peacocks were miserable, the tourists who had witnessed the chase earlier were quite happy. They seemed to stay here just to see the peacock's miserable state. And Suisui unconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. With the peacocks exhausted to this extent, they shouldn't be able to cause any more trouble, right? This relaxation lasted until she went to receive the interaction task. You're not joking, are you? And Suisui stared wide-eyed, her face full of disbelief. She felt her mentality was exploding. Are you sure those peacocks can display their feathers now? The staff member looked embarrassed. Originally it was like this, and this is the regulation. I don't have the authority to change it. How about you wait until the peacocks have rested and come back? Wait for the peacocks to rest? She didn't have that much time to waste. And Suisui stared angrily at her toes, trying hard to think of feasible solutions in her mind. How about drugging those peacocks while the manager wasn't paying attention? What if the drugs were too strong and the peacocks went on a killing spree? That seemed a bit inappropriate. And Suisui, thinking hard JPG. Yuanli had already picked up the toys provided by the staff, trying to entice the peacocks to display. But the peacocks, already drained of energy, had no strength left to deal with him and didn't even open their eyes. If not for still breathing, they'd be no different from dead. Move, you guys move. Yuanli was scratching his ears and cheeks, the bamboo stick tied with colorful feathers almost poking the peacock's butt. This provoked a series of magical laughter from a certain older sister nearby. Young man, could you laugh a bit later? Your laughter is too contagious. Yuanli was somewhat helpless. He was already having a hard time here, and this sister was adding to the difficulty. The sister very considerately stopped laughing and continued watching Yuanli tease the peacocks with great interest. Occasionally, she would give random directions. This won't work, keep poking its butt until it wants to fart, then won't it open its tail? See that peacock? The fattest one, it loves to display most, get it, get it. Oh no, the peacock king is here. With it around, other peacocks won't dare display. Quick, drive it away. Just knock it on the head twice. Yuanli, sister, do you have some grudge against these peacocks? This sister watching him torment the peacocks didn't feel sorry for them at all, and even gleefully added fuel to the fire. To say there wasn't a bit of personal vendetta involved, he wouldn't believe it. The sister laughed again before slowly saying, Young man, first time at Chishan Zoo? Hearing this, Yuanli immediately followed the sister's suggestion, vigorously teasing the peacocks a few times, then eagerly approached the sister. Sister, you come here often? From what you're saying, could there be some inside story about this peacock area? Tell me about it. It's not really inside information, you'd know if you came a few more times. The sister's smile faded, her dark eyes staring at a certain peacock behind the iron mesh. Peacocks are the most arrogant animals in the zoo. They often play tricks on people. Everyone hates them. Look around, see those people? They all stayed to watch the peacock's misfortune. Yuanli followed the sister's gaze and indeed saw quite a few tourists around the peacock area. Although those tourists had smiles on their faces, he couldn't feel any joy from them. Instead, they revealed a somewhat manic flavor. Since they didn't like these peacocks, why stay to watch? The waters here ran deep. Yuanli inconspicuously moved away from these tourists. And Suisui temporarily didn't know that Yuanli had already communicated with an NPC. She crouched in front of the fine green iron mesh, using a thin stick to tease the lazy peacocks. The peacocks closed their eyes, showing no intention of responding. And Suisui didn't mind the peacock's attitude. Confirming that no tourists were approaching nearby, she moved forward 2 more steps, pressing her forehead against the wire mesh, leaving circular square patterns. Display your feathers, little peacock. And Suisui cupped her hands into a megaphone shape, speaking like telling secrets, deliberately controlling her volume to avoid being heard by others. If you don't display, I'll have to call the dog back, that fat husky. I'm actually its owner and can call it back anytime. And Suisui bet these peacocks could understand her words. Sure enough, after hearing in Suisui's words, The peacock's tightly closed eyes suddenly opened. After glancing at Suisui, it spread its wings and fluttered, trying to fly away from this sad place. Suisui ground her teeth, gripping the wire mesh tightly with both hands, calling out sinisterly to the peacock. Run, run all you want. You can run from the monk, but not the temple. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I'll bring it to find you. The peacock that had just taken flight stiffened and crashed down from midair. Before it could steady itself, Suisui's sinister laughter came from behind. The laughter was so terrifying that even a peacock felt afraid. To prevent this fear from continuing, the peacock endured the humiliation and tremblingly opened the gorgeous feather fan on its tail. Hooray! Suisui cheered and called the peacock area staff over. Look quickly, my peacock displayed. The staff member looked at the peacock in surprise, then raised a polite smile and handed the peacock area interaction badge to Suisui. Congratulations, miss. You've completed the peacock area challenge. Here's your badge, please keep it safe. Having obtained the peacock area badge, Suisui had no need to stay longer. She pulled Yuanli along to continue to the next area challenge. After seeing off Suisui, the peacock area staff member also planned to return to his post. Just then, his phone in his pocket rang. Hello. Brother Chin, it's me, Xiaoyang. Can I switch areas with you? This rabbit area is really scary. Let me tell you. Those rabbits. Too terrifying. Eh? Okay. I'll come to the peacock area to switch shifts with you right away. After hanging up, Yang Hong, hiding outside the rabbit area, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He still hadn't figured out how those rabbits got out of the strict protective facilities. He had clearly checked all the passage openings and confirmed they were securely closed before starting work. But those rabbits not only came out from inside, they also launched an attack on him. Calling it an attack wasn't quite right either, since these rabbits didn't cause any damage, they just simply wanted to get close to him. Yang Hong had always been timid with strong sixth sense, instinctively feeling that being touched by the rabbits wouldn't lead to anything good. Gritting his teeth, he used an item to rush out of the rabbit encirclement and closed the rabbit area gate from outside. He didn't know if those rabbits were still inside, but his heart felt hairy, and he really didn't dare continue the subsequent work. He could only call his teammate for help. Fortunately, the teammate assigned this time was quite reliable, didn't mock him coldly, and directly agreed to his area exchange request. Yang Hong efficiently packed his personal belongings, preparing to leave the rabbit area. Before leaving, Yang Hong carefully peered through the gate to look inside. Why couldn't he see any of those rabbits that had surrounded him? Yang Hong felt strange and couldn't help secretly opening a crack in the door. Nothing in front, nothing on the left either. On the right. Are you looking for me? A soft voice seemed to penetrate the rabbit area gate, exploding directly in his ears. Yang Hong's mind went blank for a moment. He wanted to retreat, but whether it was the whispers by his ear or the fluffy sensation in his hands, everything told him it was too late. Qin Junkai looked at his wristwatch for the 5th time. Half an hour had passed since Yang Hong called him. But Yang Hong still hadn't come to the peacock area to switch with him. Could something have happened? Qin Junkai irritably ran his hand through his hair, hesitating whether he should call Yang Hong to inquire, when a figure hurriedly ran into the peacock area entrance. It was Yang Hong. Qin Junkai breathed a sigh of relief. Team cooperation was always troublesome, and any team member having problems could affect the final ranking. He didn't want to be dragged down by a coward. Why did it take so long? Didn't I tell you the peacocks in the peacock area were messed up by a dog not long ago and won't be dangerous for a while? Qin Juansai's tone was full of dissatisfaction. Yang Hong knew he was in the wrong and kept apologizing. Sorry, Brother Qin. I cleaned up the rabbit area before coming, making you wait so long. I'm really sorry. Nothing happened, right? Qin Junkai frowned, always feeling something wasn't quite right. Yang Hong smiled and proactively took the cleaning equipment from Qin Juansai's hands, trying to lower his posture as much as possible. Nothing happened. I scared myself and felt embarrassed, so I cleaned up the rabbit area a bit. Sorry for troubling Brother Qin. Chin Junkai couldn't think of what exactly was wrong for the moment, so he said nothing more and briefed Yang Hong on the work. The peacock area has more people and a heavier workload. You need to be careful not to let tourists secretly take peacock feathers. Those things can't be taken out of the peacock area. Otherwise, there's nothing much. Oh right, not long ago a dog broke in here and messed up all these peacocks. They haven't recovered yet, so they probably don't have the energy to cause trouble today. Yang Hong listened while responding with and aha, appearing very sincere. This actually made Chin Junsai's resentment dissipate considerably. After the briefing, Chin Junkai rode the staff-exclusive balance scooter toward the rabbit area. Yang Hong stood at the peacock area entranced the whole time, watching Chin Junkai go far away until he could no longer see his figure, then turned and walked into the peacock area. After leaving the wolf area, Jian Shi came to the parrot area. In front of the parrot area, a colorful notice board displayed rules with hidden meanings. Visitors entering the parrot area, please follow these rules. All bird food in the area is free and safe, but please do not use your own food for feeding. The parrots in the parrot area do not imitate human laughter. If you hear parrots in the parrot area making sharp, high-pitched laughter, please cover your ears, immediately end your visit, and do not linger in the parrot area. After memorizing the parrot area rules, Jian Shi took the lead and strode into the area. The parrot area layout was similar to the peacock area, with colorful birds surrounded by green wire mesh, confined to their assigned habitats. The parrot area interaction task wasn't too difficult. A light yellow solid wood box filled with various paper slips. Visitors needed to draw one, and then teach at least one parrot to say the content on the paper slip. The parrots in the parrot area were all very smart and had long learned to speak. Some articulate ones could even argue with visitors without losing ground. This task sounded relatively simple, but when actually attempted, one discovered that parrots being too smart wasn't necessarily a good thing. They seemed to know about the visitors' interaction tasks and basically wouldn't learn to speak from visitors. Occasionally learning a sentence or two, they would also modify some key words, being clever unlike parrots. The consequence of the parrot's extreme non-cooperation was being held at knife point by an impatient Jian Shi. Jian Shi, say, eating grapes without spitting grape skins. Parrot, must spit grape skins. Jian Shi, I advise you to be sensible. When I take action, you'll regret it too late. Parrot, what can you do to me? You know you can't kill in the zoo, right? The knife flashed, and the parrot's beautiful green feathers were shaved clean, leaving only some protruding roots on the skin, uglier than being completely shaved. Jian Shi, not killing doesn't mean there aren't ways to deal with you. Parrot, you. Jian Shi glanced at it and modified the parrot's skin again. Some protruding roots were trimmed smooth, forming a sharp contrast with the ugly parts, revealing two clear characters. Jian Shi worried the parrot might be illiterate and couldn't read, so he specially translated for it. Know what these two characters mean? Ugly freak. I'll teach other parrots later, guaranteeing that within half a day, all parrots in the parrot area will recognize these two characters. After doing this, Jian Shi finally released the rope in his hand, letting this bald parrot go, his gaze wandering among other parrots in the parrot area, looking for the next target. Parrots were creatures that loved beauty, especially valuing their gorgeous feathers. Having their feathers shaved was bad enough, but also having ugly freak carved on their bodies, who could stand that? With the ugly freak parrot as the chicken killed to warn the monkeys, other parrots couldn't bear the humiliation and tried to escape this uglification hell. But Jian Shi had plenty of ways to catch parrots, and with nowhere to escape, they could only compromise. In this situation, forget one tongue twister, they'd call him daddy if asked. Just as he was about to complete the task and leave the parrot area, sharp laughter suddenly rang out from the entrance, and the range of laughter was expanding. Jian Shi's eyes sharpened, immediately thinking of the parrot area visitor rules. The parrots in the parrot area do not imitate human laughter. If you hear parrots in the parrot area making sharp, high-pitched laughter, please cover your ears, immediately end your visit, and do not linger in the parrot area. Damn, could this be the parrot's laughter? Damn it, why at this moment? Jianshi was quick-eyed and quick-handed, grabbing the parrot in his hand by the neck and shaking it vigorously. Quickly say, eating grapes without spitting grape skins. If you don't obey, I'll pluck all your feathers and apply medicine so they never grow back. This parrot was shaken dizzy by Jianshi and, intimidated by his, didn't dare resist. It stammered several times before finally saying the tongue twister completely. Jianshi quickly grabbed the staff member who wanted to check the situation and demanded the parrot area interaction badge. The staff member's face was full of anxiety and had no time to verify carefully. After roughly hearing the parrot speak, he handed the badge to Jianshi, and both sides didn't waste time. But this delay meant the parrot laughter had spread from the entrance throughout the entire parrot area, becoming increasingly clear and spectacular. The sharp sound reaching his ears made even Jianshi feel stabbing pain in his brain. Wengon's face turned pale instantly, swaying unsteadily. Jianshi pulled out white paper from his pocket, quickly tore it, and rolled it into several appropriately sized paper balls, handed two to Wengon, reminding him to block his ears. Then he protected him while pushing through the crowd toward the area exit. He didn't know if it was his imagination, but Jianshi felt that although other tourists were also walking toward the exit, they were very slow, with no sense of urgency. As if they completely ignored the peacock area notice. Jianshi was full of doubts and, in his haste, spared some attention to observe the NPC tourists around him. The peacock area staff were already working hard to evacuate tourists. They stood on high places with megaphones, repeatedly broadcasting the requirement to block ears and temporarily leave the peacock area. But the actual efficiency was extremely low. Did these NPCs have no sense of taboo at all? Or did they know about the zoo's changes and had ways to deal with possible crises? Although Jianshi had doubts, he couldn't fool around with the NPCs and forcefully pushed aside the NPCs, blocking his path, prioritizing his own urgent matters. Just as he was about to leave the peacock area, he brushed past a staff member in a green vest. Vaguely, Jianshi heard the staff member talking to his teammate through a walkie-talkie. What, that dog again? That dog was mistaken for a wolf by the parrots. Catch it quickly, or it'll wreak havoc in other areas when it runs away. The director's going to scold us to death. Both Suisui and Yuanli were stunned. After reacting, Yuanli immediately stepped in front of Suisui, observing the salesperson with vigilant eyes. Seeing their expressions, the salesperson knew he had guessed right. He immediately jumped up from the ground, showing 12 parts enthusiasm. It's me, Morian. And Suisui indicated she didn't recognize him. She looked at Yuanli, who shook his head. Similarly, having no impression of the staff member who had nothing better to do than come recognize relatives. Morian wasn't surprised by their attitude and didn't defend himself. He directly pulled out his system-assigned employee phone, opened the contacts to find the person he wanted, and pressed the call button. Hello. The person on the other end didn't hesitate long before answering. Because Morian had pressed the speakerphone button, even without getting close, and Suisui could easily hear the voice from the phone. The other party only said one word, but because the voice was too distinctive, and Suisui recognized it immediately. You Jianian? In a flash, a certain scene suddenly appeared in Suisui's mind. She seemed to have indeed seen Morian in Beavis's castle. Or rather, in the copied castle dungeon. Morian was in high spirits and, without waiting for Suisui to speak, first informed Jianian of his situation. Captain, you'll never guess who I met. Suisui. Having his suspense ruined, Morian's smile stiffened, feeling as uncomfortable as having his throat grabbed. He hadn't said anything. How did the captain guess? Dejected Morian was unwilling to give up and pursued the reason. Captain, how did you know? How did he know? Jianian slightly pulled the corner of his mouth, coolly glancing at the person opposite him. His voice was cold. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first. He still had to deal with that bastard Jianshi, and had no time to improve his silly teammate's intelligence. The moment Jianshi and Jianian met, both their eyes revealed disgust for each other. Truly mutual dislike, neither submitting to the other. After hanging up, Yu Jianian took off his glasses and gently wiped them. Please hold your brush properly, visitor. This is the last bathing brush in the entire elephant area. If it breaks, you'll have to wait at least an hour for a new brush to arrive. Of course, if you're not in a hurry, you can pretend I didn't say anything. Yu Jianian maintained a completely businesslike attitude, but Jian sure wasn't buying it. What kind of service attitude is this? Such a big zoo can't even produce a good brush. Believe it or not, I'll file a complaint against you. You. Go ahead. Anyone with brains knows this is the logistics department's responsibility and can't be blamed on me. Implying that only brainless people would make a fuss about such things. Jian, but the elephant area is your responsible unit. Any problems during work hours should be your responsibility. Would I give you a chance to escape responsibility? You're so responsible. Why don't I give you this area? From now on, you're in charge. You're so awesome. Why don't you go to heaven? Jian, you're finished. Actually, I'm a zoo inspector, specifically responsible for evaluating your service quality. I tell you, your service is terrible. You're fired. I'm not only awesome, I can also affect your professional future. You, bragging with your eyes closed? Just blowing hot air, acting all high and mighty. When Gon didn't understand why two mature, stable people would argue so childishly. He looked at the time on his watch, directly ignored the two men still arguing, took the water bucket and brush from Jianshi's hands, turned on the faucet and poured water on the elephant. Work. Seeing the scene, Yu Jianian seemed to catch Jianshi's weak point and went full force. The dignified commander's task enthusiasm is actually inferior to his teammates, and an auxiliary personnel at that. You're so useless. How did you get the commander position? Share some insider information. Jianshi had never lost to anyone in sarcastic remarks. Likewise, the great heir actually ran to a zoo to be a wage worker. Is this human nature's distortion or moral decay? Is Yu Corporation going bankrupt? You're working so hard. No matter how fiercely they argued, the elephant area task wasn't too difficult. Without unexpected situations, it could be completed in 10+ minutes to get the task badge. Arguing aside, Yu Jianian didn't sabotage the task. Jianshi also didn't really go complain about Yu Jianian. After getting the interaction badge, he didn't want to stay a second longer and rushed toward the agreed-upon lion area. If nothing unexpected happened, and Suisui would be waiting for him there. Wasting so much of his time was all Yu Jianian's fault. Jianshi came and went, but Yu Jianian's expression didn't change from beginning to end. He actually knew about Jianshi's presence earlier than Jianshi knew about his. Before encountering Jianshi, Yu Jianian had already dealt with the doggy and Suisui. Pet's characteristics were too prominent. People who had seen it would find it hard to forget. When Yu Jianian first saw it, he immediately recognized its identity. After the doggy wreaked havoc in the peacock area, the elephant area set up an inescapable net. With the doggy's superior intelligence, it originally couldn't escape this kind of calculation. But Yu Jianian interfered with others' judgment and deliberately let the doggy escape, leading to subsequent events like the doggy causing chaos in the parrot area. From seeing the dog, Yu Jianian had already analyzed the current situation and mentally prepared for upcoming events. The zoo situation was somewhat complex. The Alliance had once compiled game data. According to existing records, the players assigned to each game followed patterns. Except for the first few games, the more games played, the more similar the assigned players' abilities became. Jianshi and Suisui and Yu Jianian were all top players in the interstellar world, so their probability of meeting in games was high. It was just that since team mode opened, because personnel were sufficient, most times they didn't need supplements from other players in the same world, so he and Jianshi met less frequently than when playing solo. At the same time, as an ancient family with significant influence on the entire galaxy's economy, Yu Jianian's information sources were vast and complex. Although the insider information Jianshi brought back wasn't made public, Yu Jianian knew quite a bit. After the game began public testing, Players from the same world generally belong to the same faction, with no conflicts between same-world players. According to the current situation, since tourists and staff couldn't possibly be opposed, how were the zoo's factions divided? The most likely possibility was that both tourists and staff included at least one world's player teams, forming another kind of opposing situation. The game's getting bigger and bigger. Yu Jianian murmured softly. Excuse me, sorry to bother you. I'm a staff member from the Peacock area. Could I borrow the elephant area's toolbox? The tools on my side broke and can't be used. I can't find anything else to replace them temporarily. Yu Jianian's thoughts were interrupted by an unfamiliar staff member. He looked up and sized up the person, his face showing no excess emotion. The toolbox is in the break room. I can't leave my post during work hours. Can you get it yourself? Oh, okay, thank you. This unfamiliar staff member who came to borrow the toolbox seemed somewhat shy. Even though Yu Jianian hadn't said a harsh word, he still felt embarrassed and said thank you and sorry several times in a row. Yu Jianian made no response to this, as if just fulfilling his work duties, standing at his assigned post, unwilling to leave for even a minute. It wasn't until the unfamiliar staff member left with the toolbox that Yu Jianian turned and went back to the workroom that had been visited by the stranger. Then he pulled out a gorgeous, colorful feather from the corner of the workroom. It was a peacock feather. Yu Jianian didn't know what specific purpose the peacock feather served. But not long ago, after the dog had visited the elephant area with this thing, he had heard other staff members who came to help discuss it with lingering fear. My God, that dog bringing peacock feathers to the peacock area was one thing, but it actually brought them to the elephant area too. No wonder the director gave a death order to catch the dog. Good thing we discovered it early, or the elephant area would have been in chaos. Really scary. The elephant area isn't like other areas. If something happened there, the consequences could be incredibly serious. I don't know what the director was thinking, actually building the elephant area near the peacock area. He clearly knows peacock feathers have the deepest impact on elephants, yet he insists on playing with excitement. All right, stop talking. As long as the situation is under control, that's fine. You even dare to badmouth the director. Aren't you afraid of getting fired? At that time, because they were well prepared, the dog hadn't stayed in the elephant area for too long. But Yu Jianian clearly knew that the elephant's sudden madness might be related to the peacock feathers the dog had brought. So, this peacock area staff member deliberately placing a peacock feather in the elephant area, what did that mean? Framing him? For what reason? Even if that person was a player from another world, they couldn't have discovered other players' identities so quickly. Yu Jianian held the feather, lost in thought. Someone with similar considerations was in Suisui. Although the recognition came unexpectedly, and Suisui reluctantly accepted this sudden friendship. After friendly communication with Morian, the two teams exchanged information they each possessed. From Morian's mouth, and Suisui learned that the zoo's rules weren't just for visitors. Even staff members had their own work guidelines. After Morian obtained his staff identity, he received a green work uniform and a small employee handbook. Qingshan Zoo Employee Guidelines. The employee guidelines are based on the lives of visitors and yourself. All employees must comply and keep them in mind at all times. 1. There are only gray rabbits in the zoo. If you encounter white rabbits, don't capture them personally. After evacuating visitors, just lead them to the lion area. 2. There is no aquarium in the zoo. If you encounter an aquarium, do not enter and notify the lion area staff to come. 3. All animals in the zoo have regular health checkups and are very healthy. Don't believe any animals pretending to be sick or pitiful. 4. Lions are the zoo's gentle and reliable partners. If visitors ask you for help, immediately take them to the lion area. Even so, don't stay in the lion area for more than half an hour. 5. All zoo employees wear green uniforms. Once you encounter employees wearing white uniforms, immediately stay away. 6. When visitors ask for your help, observe whether their eyes are red. If you encounter visitors with red eyes, hand them over to lion area staff. 7. There are no rabbit-related products in zoo shops, especially rabbit blood. You must check the shelves every hour. Once you find related items, immediately remove them. Morian's work guidelines didn't detail the situation of each animal area. But according to Morian, each employee's distributed guidelines differed slightly due to different positions. For example, Yu Jianyan's. His employee guidelines were roughly the same as Morian's, but lacked the shop-related rule and had 2 additional rules specific to the elephant area. When employees conduct work handovers, they must hand over both work uniforms and employee guidelines together. Do you know what the elephant area rules are? Morian mysteriously approached the 2, as if speaking too loudly would get him silenced. The zoo has one and only one gray adult elephant. If you observe other species of elephants in the elephant area, please believe what you see is the ordinary elephant from the brochure. This rule clearly has big problems. The guidelines clearly state the zoo only has one elephant, then subtly remind us we might see other elephants. So does the zoo really only have one elephant? If yes, where does the other elephant come from? If no, why does the zoo hide information about the other elephant? Don't you think the zoo director might be mentally ill? Morian chattered on and on. Most of the time it was nonsense mixed with a little bit of information, making it very difficult for Suisui to extract useful details. To make Morian talk less nonsense, she turned to asking about his work situation. When talking about his own work, Morian had even more desire to complain. I initially thought the shop task was the simplest and secretly congratulated myself. After all, when assigning work, they only said not letting visitors buy rabbit-related products would count as success. They even gave clear suggestions. Checking the shelves once an hour would be enough. Isn't that very considerate and understanding? However, only after I took the position did I discover that the requirement to check shelves once an hour was really very reasonable. Because each check takes a full hour to thoroughly examine the entire shop. Then it enters the next hour. Seamless connection, 24-hour, non-stop work all day. Not giving any chance to slack off, it's killing me. As he spoke, Morian suddenly cried out in alarm, covering his face in horror. Oh no, I wasted so much time talking to you. Doesn't that mean I can't complete this hour's task? It's over. This ghostly place won't have some weird punishment, will it? Learning about Morian's task details, and Suisui patted his shoulder to comfort him. It's okay. Although you did waste quite a bit of time, Yuan Li and I can help you. We won't let you fail to complete the task. Since confirming Morian's identity, and Suisui wouldn't just stand by and watch. From the day she learned the game's truth, and Suisui's attitude toward the game had already undergone a tremendous change. Even if Morian wasn't a member of Yu Jianyan's team, as long as he could prove he was a player from the same world as Suisui, she would help him complete tasks as much as possible. The nature of the game had long since changed. The 3 temporarily gave up chatting and worked together to complete the shop task. A single shelf had at least 100 bottles of drinks. If they had to check the ingredient lists bottle by bottle, it would really take a lot of time. Even with Yuan Li and Suisui's help, time was very tight. But when Yuan Li and Suisui participated in Morian's task, the task suddenly became simple. When Morian checked shelves, every item was full of uncertainty factors, requiring item-by-item inspection to ensure no violation products were missed. But when Yuan Li and Suisui checked shelves, the situation was very stable. Whatever they picked up was 100% rabbit products, as if there was some attraction between visitors and rabbit blood. This was very interesting. When Suisui and Yuan Li could no longer pick up products containing rabbit blood, the remaining drinks on the shelves were all clean goods. Human-shaped screening machine, you deserve to have one. However, this also illustrated a problem from the side. Visitors and staff were not only not opposed, but also had potential for cooperation. Morian had never been so relaxed. He sighed, so this is what easy slacking feels like. I feel like the last time I was this leisurely was a long time ago. But he soon thought of a new problem. And Suisui and the others had their own tasks. They couldn't stay in the shop forever helping him manage goods. After they left, wouldn't he have to return to that hellish life? Having seen heaven, who would want to return to hell? However, and Suisui had already thought of a solution for this. She opened the shop's glass door and went out. After a while, she returned with a simply dressed young girl. Little Mo, don't you need a shelf manager here? How about her? And Suisui frantically winked at Morian from behind the girl. Morian looked at Suisui, then at the girl, and suddenly understood. His face quickly broke into an enthusiastic smile. Yes, I'm missing a shelf manager here. Are you here to apply? The salary might not be very high, and it's somewhat hard work. Can you adapt? The girl nervously grabbed her washed-out clothes hem, her voice as quiet as a mosquito. I don't want salary. Morian barely heard the girl's words and asked with some confusion, You don't want salary? Then what do you want? I want a limited edition parrot doll. Afraid Morian might refuse, the girl urgently added, I'm very hardworking. I'm willing to do dirty and tiring work. If one day's wages aren't enough to cover this doll, I can come again tomorrow. I can work for several days. Please give me a chance. So it was for those expensive souvenirs in the shop. Morian didn't dare show his joy too obviously. He covered his lips and coughed dryly twice, pretending as he said, All right then, you can work here. If you do well, I'll give you a doll before today's work ends. Joy flashed in the girl's eyes, but she soon remembered her situation. After hesitating for a long time, she honestly spoke up. But I'm not yet an adult. Current world laws and regulations didn't allow the use of underage employees. But Morian wasn't afraid of any of this. What's wrong with being underage? We don't have an employment relationship. Is it illegal for a little sister to help her big brother because she sees him working hard? Don't you think so? The girl's dim expression gradually brightened. Having solved Morian's needs, and Suisui left the shop to continue her own task. She had wasted quite a bit of time in the shop. If nothing unexpected happened on Jianshir's side, he should have reached the lion area first. In fact, Jianshir hadn't gone as smoothly as Suisui thought. After arguing with Yu Jianian, Jianshir led when gone toward the lion area. From the elephant area to the lion area should take about 10 minutes. However, Jianshir had walked for nearly 15 minutes without even seeing a shadow of the lion area. Did we take the wrong path? When Gon compared the map with their walking route, unable to figure out where the problem was, Jianshir had stopped moving forward. His sense of direction was very strong, and he could almost certainly confirm that his 15 minutes of walking hadn't gone wrong. Then the current situation could only be the zoo zone's strangeness at work. He inconspicuously gripped the mini scythe in his palm and jumped onto a roadside stone. There's a shop 300 meters to the right front. Let's go that way and assess the situation first. Visitor rule number 7. If you unfortunately get lost in the zoo, please immediately go to a nearby shop, find staff in green uniforms who will take you to the lion area, then wait at the zoo entrance for your friends and family. Before figuring out the situation, Jianshir decided to first act according to the zoo visitor guidelines. Qingshan Zoo's shops were distributed very widely. Each shop had huge signs hanging on their doors, with red lights even during the day, very conspicuous in the lush green zoo. In front of shop number 19, Jianshir stopped to observe. There was only one staff member in a green vest busy inside the shop. The gaps between shelves weren't narrow, and through the transparent glass doors and windows, the shop's layout was clearly visible. Welcome. Hearing the sound, the shop number 19 salesperson looked up from among the many goods, hastily tidied his work clothes, and showed Jianshir a professional smile. Hello, how can I help you? Jianshir withdrew his observing gaze, took out the promotional brochure, and said very politely, We got lost while touring. Can you tell us our current location? He then opened the promotional brochure to the page with the zoo map. After hearing Jianshir's request, a barely perceptible surprise flashed across the salesperson's face. You got lost around here? That's right. Where were you originally going? The lion area. After asking 2 simple questions, the salesperson came out from behind the cash register. Then he closed the shop's main door. After Yang Hong collapsed, Yu Jianian still didn't look at the peacocks on either side. Crouching down, he searched through Yang Hong's body and unexpectedly found two white-covered employee handbooks. One belonged to the Peacock Area Manager, the other to the Rabbit Area Manager. What exactly is this Yang Hong situation? Yu Jianian unconsciously rubbed the two employee handbooks in his hands. His white-gloved hands were completely out of place with the rough employee uniform. Yu Jianian hadn't found any white uniform on Yang Hong, meaning this guy was a legitimate zoo employee. So how did he become so strange? When the elephant area rioted, Yu Jianian had contacted quite a few zoo employees, but none were as particularly strange as Yang Hong. What exactly went wrong? Yu Jianian checked Yang Hong from head to toe again, then discovered a lifelike rabbit icon on his right wrist. In Qingshan Zoo, white rabbits were an ominous symbol. The zoo had many areas, each with different rules. However, the rabbit area and lion area were the most special among all areas. Only the rules derived from these two animals were directly printed in the employee handbook's general rules. But they only mentioned how to handle encounters with these two animals, without explaining what would happen if not handled properly. Working at the zoo felt like walking a tightrope. One careless step and you'd fall from the wire, shattered to pieces. Yu Jianian felt he should be able to extract very important clues from Yang Hong. After dealing with the semi-conscious Yang Hong, Yu Jianian finally discovered the Peacock area's abnormality. It wasn't just Yang Hong, all the tourists in the Peacock area had problems. Something had gone wrong, and although the Peacock area had a large number of tourists, these tourists were all motionless, staring numbly at the area behind the wire mesh. The entire Peacock area was eerily silent, without a trace of living breath. Yu Jianian's attention had been on Yang Hong before, his gaze fixed near his feet, not daring to look around carelessly. When he was outside the area, he couldn't hear talking from inside and subconsciously assumed there were no tourists in the area. He never expected to have overlooked this. Sir, the Peacock area is closing. Yu Jianian found a kind-looking tourist and deliberately said some misleading things to test. However, that tourist had no reaction whatsoever. Forget answering. Even his facial expression didn't change. Even when his body was shaken almost to the point of falling, he couldn't make any other movements, like a puppet placed in the Peacock area. Completely lifeless. After testing several tourists with the same results, Yu Jianian decided to take Yang Hong to the rabbit area. Before this, he compiled all his discoveries into a file and sent it to the temporary group chat Loving Family. Anyone who could come up with such a popular yet tacky group name was naturally Suisui. And Suisui was currently blocked by a smiling, idle staff member. The staff member held a large number of flyers and said to everyone he met, Qingshan Zoo's new area is open. Don't miss this opportunity. However, he never actually handed out his flyers. Only when someone agreed to his request would he give that visitor the flyer in his hand along with a small ticket. And Suisui noticed the staff member's white uniform hidden under his green vest. She wanted to turn and leave, but found it was too late. The fake green-coated staff member was already blocking Suisui's path. Miss, would you like to see the newly opened area? He held out a light blue flyer. And Suisui only glanced at it and felt like a small hammer had struck her brain, making her whole head buzz. She quickly supported herself on Yuan Li's arm and secretly bit herself. The upgraded demon's fangs were incredibly domineering, instantly clearing the mental control and restoring Suisui's clarity. However, the fake green-coated staff member didn't know this. Seeing that Suisui had looked at the flyer and showed signs of mental confusion, his mouth curved upward and he immediately held out a light blue ticket. The aquarium is Qingshan Zoo's newest area, covering most common marine life. It hasn't officially opened to the public yet, but we release some trial visit slots every day. Would you like to take a look, miss? Aquarium? Visitor rule number 2. There is no aquarium in the zoo. If staff try to sell you aquarium tickets, do not believe them and refuse to buy. Logically, places specifically mentioned in visitor rules often represented danger. The safest approach was to follow the visitor handbook, refuse this fake green-coated staff member's sales pitch, and quickly leave the scene. But Suisui's mind suddenly flashed with inspiration. When she looked up again, her lively eyes had become dull and lifeless, numbly accepting the ticket from the staff member's hand. Yuanli, reminded by Suisui, didn't look at the flyer in the staff member's hand. He kept his head down and said nothing throughout. The staff member didn't pay him much attention either. He thought Suisui accepting the ticket meant it was over, but when he turned around, he found Suisui still standing there, staring blankly at the ticket in her hand. "Miss, is there anything else you need help with?" the fake green-coated staff member asked tentatively. Suisui cooperated very well, following his lead. "I don't know the way." The fake green-coated staff member had even more questions in his mind. "You don't know the way? How did you get here?" "Just walking around, going wherever I end up." Suisui spoke matter-of-factly, leaving the fake green-coated staff member speechless. He tried to teach Suisui how to navigate, but how could someone pretending to sleep be awakened? After several attempts, the fake green-coated staff member finally gave up. "How about this? I'll take you there." Suisui showed a slight smile. "Thank you." So this fake green-coated staff member naively thought that as long as he brought these two directionally challenged people to their destination, he'd be free. More than 10 minutes later, the fake green-coated staff member pointed to a light gray steel gate in the distance. "See that particularly conspicuous building? That's the aquarium entrance. Just follow this path straight ahead and you'll reach it. I'll leave you here. I need to get back to work." Suisui raised a sweet smile, looking extremely well-behaved. However, after the fake green-coated staff member turned around and took only 2 steps, the back of his head suffered a heavy blow. His mind went fuzzy, and he collapsed to the ground before he could say anything. Suisui, wearing rubber gloves, picked up a white rabbit from the pool of blood and murmured, "So it was a rabbit after all." Carrying the rabbit's corpse, Suisui still made her way to the aquarium entrance. She wanted to see just how dangerous this mysterious aquarium really was. Jianshi had arrived a step earlier than Suisui. He didn't even need anyone to sell him tickets. Just walking around, he encountered the aquarium. Aquarium. When Gon stared blankly at the colorful lights on the aquarium sign, then took out his visitor guidelines to confirm that the aquarium was indeed that forbidden thing. "Weren't we heading to the lion area? How did we end up at the aquarium?" The map doesn't show the aquarium's location, so maybe it's just on the way to the lion area? It's normal to encounter it. Jianshi spoke with certainty, but his heart was uncertain. Cough. Based on experience, encountering the aquarium had a lot to do with him. After all, his luck was ridiculously good. At this moment, this massive aquarium blocked their path. Unless they retreated to where they came from, there was no other way to go. What should we do? It seems like there's no way around it. When Gon was worried, he didn't have the adventurous spirit that Jianshi and Suisui possessed. If he could get through the mission smoothly, that would be best. But Jianshi was already fed up with these troublesome things. He glared hatefully at the sign and said irritably, "I want to see just how dangerous this aquarium can be. Let's go in." With no choice, the two pushed open the door and entered the aquarium. The aquarium's overall color scheme was light gray, with occasional colorful fish-shaped patterns painted on the walls. All the display facilities were new, like a new venue about to be put into use. But Jianshi felt a strong sense of dissonance, always feeling like this place shouldn't be like this. Especially the feeling underfoot when walking, it felt particularly hollow. After brief consideration, he immediately released his Death God domain, enveloping himself and Wengon to prevent any accidents. Wengon had no combat experience and obediently followed Jianshi, ready to heal at any moment. The two cautiously walked through the aquarium for more than 10 minutes, visiting almost every corner, but nothing happened. Not only Jianshi, even Wengon was confused. "Are they trying to lower our guard?" Wengon asked hesitantly. After thinking it over, Jianshi felt it was impossible. If it was just to make them relax their guard, being safe for 3 to 5 minutes would be enough. Then when they appeared alert on the surface, but had already assumed they were safe in their hearts, they could launch a sneak attack. People all have a gambling mentality. During inspections, they always hope things will turn out well, so being fooled wouldn't be strange. Wasting so much time to set up was completely unnecessary. After pondering for a moment, Jianshi suddenly released his death god domain until thick fog enveloped the entire aquarium. Black mist gathered in his pupils, gradually transforming into brilliant red. He whispered, "Within my domain, all confusion be dispelled." Judgment takes effect. The next instant, the spacious and bright aquarium shattered like a broken mirror, covered in cracks. Then it collapsed with a thunderous crash, revealing the true scene hidden beneath the facade. This place Jianshi and Wengan had just visited not long ago, so their memory was still fresh. What aquarium? This was the wolf area. And most terrifyingly, they didn't know how they had entered. They had appeared directly in the wolves' living area. Disguise plus illusions, multiple mental attacks used on intruders entering the aquarium, with countless vicious predators hiding in the shadows. Anyone who came in would not have an easy time. Jianshi gripped his weapon tightly, squinting as he looked around. Strange, where had those wolves gone that were so good at hiding yet omnipresent? When Suisui entered the aquarium, she encountered Yu Jianian, who was also blocked here. Yuji! Meeting a familiar face, and Suisui was very happy. Although she still couldn't understand why, after coming out of the instance, her dad insisted she recognize Yu Jianian as her brother. When she asked what happened in the instance, he wouldn't say. This made Suisui's curiosity grow day by day. Interstellar travel was inconvenient these days, so finally seeing Yu Jianian and Suisui was extremely enthusiastic. Massaging his shoulders and pounding his back, she just wanted to get information about what happened in the instance from him. Yu Jianian was fine when he didn't see Suisui. But once he saw her in person, that sense of familiarity involuntarily surged up. It was as if the person in front of him really was his long-lost sister. For this reason, he had repeatedly tested his parents, even questioning his grandfather. Only after confirming that his family really had no blood relatives left outside did he finally give up. Yu Jianian had accepted his fate. He couldn't shake her off, couldn't ignore her, so he could only treat Suisui as a half-sister from different parents. The two chatted, occasionally exchanging information about the current instance, gradually going deeper into the aquarium's interior. Just then, familiar black mist spread to their feet. Both stopped moving simultaneously, their faces showing completely different expressions. Knowing that Jianshi was also in the aquarium, and Suisui's eyes lit up with joy, and even her steps became lighter. Yu Jianian said nothing, but the smile on his face faded. Cursing under his breath about bad luck, he still reluctantly followed behind Suisui, moving toward the direction where the black mist was spreading. More than 10 seconds after the black mist appeared, the scene before them suddenly changed. From a high-tech aquarium to a primitive wild area. Suisui and Yu Jianian had never been to the wolf area, so they were momentarily confused. They didn't know what had happened to the aquarium, but they could still tell from the surrounding setup that they were in some area's animal living zone. No matter how the zoo's rules changed, they always had one characteristic. The zoo maintained high vigilance toward all animals and didn't allow direct contact. Even the lion area, considered a safe zone, was no exception. However, they had inadvertently entered directly into some unknown animal's living area. The situation was undoubtedly bad. Yu Jianian was already prepared to use his staff identity to forcibly demand that the wolf area staff let them out. Before he could speak, Suisui suddenly grabbed his arm, forcing him to crouch down. Yuji, look over there. Are those fluffy guys wolves? Creatures in the interstellar age had long since evolved, looking very different from now. Even though Suisui had never seen real wild wolves, she knew these guys were synonymous with ferocity. Once they started fighting, it really was a fight to the death, and they held grudges. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. Yu Jianian was more experienced. He had seen most living creatures that still existed in the future and immediately noticed the abnormality of those live wolves. The two slowly approached the wolf pack, but wolves had keen senses, and the nearby terrain was relatively open, so no matter how careful they were, they would be discovered. A brown-yellow prairie wolf raised its head, looking in their direction. Those eyes that should have been full of ferocity somehow looked rather silly. It wasn't until Suisui saw a familiar figure beside it that she understood why the wolf's behavior looked so strange. Hanging out with the dog, being able to stay alive was already very fortunate. What more could you ask for? Hanging out with the dog meant going hungry 3 days out of every 3. These wolves encountering the dog could only mean they had this calamity in their fate. Dog. And Suisui couldn't help but call out to the dog. Looking at its carefree appearance, if they didn't come find it, would it not plan to go back? The dog hadn't been this impressive in a long time. It had been hanging around with Anne's dad and mom recently. Although the food was good, it occasionally remembered when it once had unlimited minions and was majestic. It was the mighty Dog King. How could it submit to humans? Hearing Suisui's voice, the dog struggled to raise its neck, looking toward Suisui at a very difficult angle. Suisui was worried it might accidentally break its own neck. Don't doubt it. The dog was absolutely capable of doing such a thing. During its stay at home, it had almost driven her dad to become a veterinarian. With the danger removed, Suisui became cocky too. Yuji, don't be afraid. This is my territory now, I've got you covered. And then you better cover me well. Although Eugenian didn't know the inside story, seeing Suisui so confident, he estimated the current situation was relatively stable and joined in the joking. Who do you want to cover? The missing Jianshi suddenly appeared, with Wengan standing guard 2 meters away, silently watching. Suisui's cocky expression froze. She was hesitating about how to answer this question when Jianshi threw out another question of the century. Jianshi, if Eugenian and I both fell into the sea, who would you save? Suisui, which one of you can swim? Eugenian remained silent, firmly refusing to give way to Jianshi. Even if it only existed in hypotheticals. Jianshi was already prone to jealousy, and things involving Eugenian made it even worse. Grinding his back molars viciously, his eyes stared at Eugenian's neck. As if the moment Suisui said she'd save him, he'd immediately pounce and bite the person to death. Eugenian met his gaze and immediately tattled. He's threatening me. Jianshi sneered coldly. I wish I could kill you right now. You, as if I'm afraid of you. The two argued more and more fiercely. Suisui took the opportunity to slip away, but Jianshi was multitasking, arguing with Eugenian while keeping an eye on her movements. You still haven't told me the answer to the question. Jianshi's tone was dissatisfied. Suisui had no choice but to coax him gently. Don't say such unlucky things. How could you two both fall into the sea? It won't happen, don't worry. Even for the sake of her future happiness, she wouldn't let these two fall into the sea at the same time. But Jianshi wasn't buying it. How is it impossible? Maybe someday I can't stand this guy anymore and invite him to fight at sea, then we both get seriously injured and fall into the water. This sounded reasonable and logical, and at first glance seemed like something that could really happen. Jianshi stubbornly wanted an answer. Suisui thought, maybe she should humor her boyfriend first. But Eugenian seemed to see through her thoughts and suddenly coughed twice, sighing melancholically. It's been a while since I visited Silver Wolf Star. I wonder how Anne's dad is doing lately. He invited me to visit just a few days ago. Good grief, when facing Jianshi, Eugenian had an extremely strong competitive spirit. He didn't care about benefits anymore, just wanted to beat him. He actually brought up Anne's dad as leverage. Suisui irritably rubbed her hair, looking at Jianshi with pleading eyes. Is there any possibility? Before she could finish, Jianshi interrupted her. No possibility. If you dare save him, I'll drown myself. So whether they could swim didn't matter at all. Jianshi's face was written all over with choose me, or I'll throw a tantrum. But at this moment, Eugenian was also watching like a hawk from the side. Choosing either was right, choosing either was also wrong. Not choosing just had problems, but choosing would create problems. And Suisui had a flash of inspiration and pointed at the tourists outside the glass window, shouting, "Look, people are gathering around." The attention diversion was very successful. Faced with survival issues, the two temporarily set aside their differences to clear the game first. At some point, a large number of tourists had gathered outside the protective net. These tourists were different from those in the peacock area. Although their expressions were numb, their eyes were alive. Those pairs of hate-filled eyes were full of stories, waiting for people to explore. Because they were separated by the iron net, they couldn't get out, and the tourists couldn't get in. And Suisui felt uncomfortable being stared at by the tourists' eyes and stepped back, avoiding their gaze. What should we do? If we go out now, we'll likely face off against these tourists. And Suisui said. Jianshi flexed his limbs, showing eyes even more fierce than those tourists. If worst comes to worst, we'll kill everyone and find the answer. Yu Jianian heard this and snorted coldly. Brute force is just brute force. What good would killing them all do you? No benefit, so why do such thankless work? No payment, why work for free? And Suisui deeply agreed and reached out to calm Jianshi, who might attack at any moment. Don't be hasty. Let me go collect some funeral fees first. Jianshi turned his head expressionlessly, silently accusing Yu Jianian. Could you please teach something proper? His wife wasn't like this before. Yu Jianian's mouth twitched slightly. He really hadn't expected Suisui to understand his words this way. He had indeed taught Suisui some business concepts, but hadn't had time to explain in detail. But Suisui seemed naturally gifted and had already developed her own understanding of these concepts. It would be difficult to correct this at this point. Having been enlightened by money-making secrets, Suisui rubbed her hands together, preparing to do some big business. The tourists were also restless, very much wanting to do something to these few humans who had suddenly appeared inside the area. At this moment, the wolf area manager finally appeared. His face was pale, his expression exhausted, and his pupils somewhat dilated. The edges and corners of his clothes were stained with not too obvious bloodstains, as if he had just experienced some great battle and hastily cleaned up without being thorough enough. He walked to the isolation net, looking warily at the several people who had appeared inside the area. He asked coldly, "Who are you? How did you get in?" Whether from identity or ability, Yu Jianian was the most suitable among the four to communicate with the manager. He stepped forward, attracting everyone's attention. The wolf area staff also noticed the green work uniform on Yu Jianian, showing some surprise. Obviously, he didn't know the wolf area's real secrets either. After Yu Jianian stepped forward, he silently took out his work manual and showed it to the wolf area staff. Then he said, "Sorry for the trouble. I'm the elephant area manager. I received orders from the director to capture a husky. I followed it here and didn't have time to inform you." "That's my mistake." The reason was well chosen. The dog was right there in the wolf area, very different from the other wolves, easily noticeable with a little attention. The wolf area manager saw so much evidence and immediately believed Yu Jianian's words 70%, his expression relaxing. "Do you need help?" The wolf area manager, fooled by Yu Jianian, not only overlooked the abnormality of several people appearing mysteriously, but also offered to help. Yu Jianian declined his kindness. Those tourists in the wolf area obviously had problems. Going out at this time might cause something to happen. Better to avoid their sight and find another exit. Suisui had a bright idea and commanded the dog to lead the laughing wolves toward the depths of the living area. Didn't this immediately provide an excuse to leave? Most of the wild wolves in the wolf area had been subdued by the dog. Suisui's group actually faced no danger in the wolf area. Honestly speaking, Qingshanzu's rules were mysterious and strange. It was impossible for a group of teenagers from the future to have no interest in the secrets behind this. Suisui dragged a gray wolf from the pack and pressed it to the ground for careful examination. Affected by the intelligence-reducing skill, this gray wolf behaved even more foolishly than the dog. Not only did it let Suisui rub it all over, it even wagged its tail wanting to lick back. Unfortunately, and Suisui made no discoveries. No matter how she examined it, these were just ordinary wild wolves. Jianshi had arrived earlier than in Suisui and had even broken the illusion covering the wolf area. There was one thing he couldn't understand. Why did the mastermind go to such great lengths to transform the wolf area into an aquarium? Just to trick unsuspecting tourists into the wolves' living area? Then what? After tourists entered the wolves' living area, besides the risk of being torn apart by wild wolves, what else would happen? What was the point of doing this? It couldn't just be revenge against society, could it? To understand this, they'd probably have to gather information from the wolf area's various rules. From the tourist's perspective, the visitor guidelines were definitely the item hiding the most information. Wolves are very dangerous animals. Please do not feed wolves any food, and do not approach the fence. If you discover wolf-like creatures trying to climb over the fence, please inform staff immediately and quickly leave the wolf area. These were the 2 known rules displayed openly. From the employee's perspective, Yu Jianian had also heard about the wolf area. To ensure information accuracy, he took out his work phone and inquired in the work group, quickly receiving replies from helpful employees. In the employee guidelines, there were also 2 rules related to the wolf area. Wolves are the most dangerous animals in the zoo. When feeding, please be careful not to exceed the standard food amount. If you exceed it, immediately close the area, observe for half an hour, and only reopen if no abnormal conditions appear. If you encounter wolves outside the area, don't panic. Immediately use the staff passage to lead the wolves to the rabbit area and seal the area for more than 10 minutes. In summary, the employee guidelines revealed 2 pieces of information. First, the wolves in the wolf area were all in a semi-starved state. Once they were full, something bad might happen, so diet needed attention. Second, rabbits could deal with wolves. Speaking of this, and Suisui remembered the rabbit she had killed. She quickly took the white rabbit's corpse out of the black plastic bag. The moment the white rabbit appeared, all the laughing wolves simultaneously stepped back. Their fur stood on end like porcupines, rarely showing their fierce side. Weak rabbits were the natural enemies of big bad wolves. What a strange food chain relationship. And Suisui told them about encountering the white uniformed staff member and killing him. So the white uniformed staff in the zoo are rabbits in disguise? Yu Jianian frowned tightly. This trip was originally to go to the rabbit area, but he was delayed by the aquarium blocking his path. Rabbits were undoubtedly the animals with the highest appearance rate in the zoo, with many things connected to rabbits. If they could solve the secret behind the rabbits, they wouldn't be far from cracking the zoo. After brief consideration, Yu Jianian also briefly described what he had encountered. He focused on Yang Hong's strange behavior. Jianshi and Suisui had dealt with Yang Hong, especially Suisui, who had tricked him during the mission and had a deep impression of him, quickly confirming Yang Hong's identity from Yu Jianian's description. The person you mentioned. Isn't he the rabbit area manager? How did he end up in the peacock area? And Suisui looked confused. I've also seen the peacock area manager, and it wasn't the staff member you described. Jianshi and Yuan Li also confirmed that Suisui's memory was correct. Now that's interesting. Yu Jianian's face showed an unreadable emotion. He casually took out 2 booklets. One was the rabbit area employee guidelines, the other was for the peacock area. According to what you're saying, Yang Hong originally had no problems and was indeed an ordinary employee at first, even somewhat timid. Then something happened in between, and he went to the peacock area to become a manager, with his personality changing greatly. Most interestingly, during this period, he still retained his position as rabbit area manager. Yu Jianian unhurriedly organized the clues at hand, cold light reflecting off his thin lenses. According to the timeline, Yang Hong first reported to the rabbit area, then became the peacock area manager. As far as he knew, each area had one and only one manager, with other staff only able to help at the area manager's request. If position exchanges were needed, the employee handbook was a mandatory handover item, serving as proof of area manager status. Yang Hong having 2 employee handbooks meant he simultaneously occupied 2 area manager positions. So where did the original Peacock area manager go? Following Yu Jianyan's line of thought, and Suisui considered briefly. Is there a possibility that Yang Hong was originally supposed to exchange positions with the Peacock area manager, so the Peacock area manager handed over his employee handbook to him, which is why he has the Peacock area employee handbook? But Yang Hong tricked that manager and didn't give him the real handbook or gave him a fake employee handbook. Jianshi narrowed his eyes and continued, so that Peacock area manager is very likely in the rabbit area. Yuan Li raised his hand with his own question. If he didn't get the real rabbit manager handbook, what position would he be? Ordinary staff? What impact would this have on him entering the rabbit area? The impact would be huge. Yu Jianyan opened the rabbit area handbook and pointed to a certain rule, saying to the group, if Yang Hong intended to harm that Peacock area manager, he only needed to modify this rule slightly to make him voluntarily go to his death. Eyes focused on the employee handbook, which read, when encountering escaped white rabbits in the rabbit area, immediately close the area and notify lion area staff. Do not attempt to capture them yourself, maintain distance from white rabbits, and avoid any physical contact. This rule from the rabbit area only needed slight modification to make the original Peacock area manager lower his guard and actively seek out rabbits. If the two were acquaintances, the effect would be even better. Whether the speculation was correct needed verification in the rabbit area. As for the present, uncovering the wolf area's secrets was most important. The rules don't want wolves to be full, so let's feed one and see what these wolves are really up to. And Suisui suggested. Following the rules might be the safest route, but to know the secrets behind the rules, occasionally some rules had to be broken. The suggestion was unanimously approved. But what could they use to feed the wolves? Yu Jianyan was the elephant area manager and had no authority in the wolf area. If he went back now to negotiate with the wolf area manager, it would break the trust relationship they had worked hard to establish, making them enemies on all sides. And Suisui's backpack naturally contained plenty of food, but those were all made by Anne's mom with various attribute bonuses, tool-type ingredients. Using them to feed wolves would be too wasteful. Besides, these wolves looked quite large. Who knew how much food would be needed to fill them up? Someone said, how about using local materials? This immediately focused everyone's attention on the still acting foolish laughing wolves. Jianshi said nothing and swung his blade, killing the most energetic wild wolf. At the same time, a death announcement echoed throughout the zoo. Server-wide announcement. Player longing for autumn waters has died. Server-wide announcement. Player longing for autumn waters has died. Server-wide announcement. Player longing for autumn waters has died, announced 3 times. This was the first player to be officially announced dead. Some were happy, some worried. Longing for autumn waters, teammates were shocked and fearful, having no idea what had happened. Meanwhile, in the wolf area's living zone, and Suisui and the others were equally surprised and suspicious. They had just slaughtered a wolf, and immediately after came the server-wide announcement. And Suisui had a bold idea, and Jianshi and Yu Jianyan thought the same. The 3 showed eager, fierce glints in their eyes. Wait, you 3 calm down. Yuan Li wiped sweat from his forehead, standing in front of the large group of laughing wolves. If the zoo animals really are players in disguise, there might be players from our same world among them. Don't kill the wrong ones. Jianshi put away his weapon, deeply regretting not being able to kill all the other world players. And Suisui also came to her senses. This instance was a large-scale game. It was hard to say how many worlds participated, but even just players from the same world numbered at least 3 teams. And Suisui's team represented tourists, Yu Jianyan represented staff. And now they had discovered a suspected player-controlled animal group. Although killing enemy players would benefit them greatly, they couldn't sacrifice companions from the same world. At this point, all the wild wolves had intelligence equivalent to -1 and couldn't communicate normally. Finding same-world players wasn't easy. They still proceeded with the original plan, selecting a pleasing wild wolf and force-feeding it another wolf's corpse. The wolf area had at least 3 different types of wild wolves, and Suisui thoughtfully picked 2 wolves of different species, avoiding the situation where they might discover they had cannibalized their own kind after recovering and become so grief-stricken they'd bash their heads against walls. Cough, though it was unlikely to happen. The selected one was a brown-yellow Arabian wolf, the smallest of all wolf species, relatively less dangerous than other wild wolves. The Arabian wolf happily devoured the gray wolf's corpse, soon consuming an entire wolf cleanly. Then the prairie wolf howled at the sky. Its body gradually expanded under Suisui and the others' gaze, eventually becoming larger and stronger than even the largest Tibetan wolf. Suisui tested it with a hard wooden board. Its attack power was more than 10 times stronger than the Tibetan wolf, easily breaking through the zoo's protective barriers. Fortunately, its brain was still problematic, so it posed no major threat. Wolf, I became stronger, but also stupider. If Suisui were to evaluate it, strength gained by trading intelligence, better not to have it. A brainless wolf, what difference was there from the dog? Having cracked the truth behind the wolf area rules, Suisui planned to explore the rabbit area. But first, she had to take the dog with her. The dog never had any sense of species identity. When it infiltrated the wolf pack, it thought it was a wolf. Seeing Suisui beckoning, the dog turned its head away, its dog face written with refusal. The mighty Wolf King, how could it submit to little chicken legs? Catching sight of the secret recipe chicken leg in Suisui's hand from the corner of its eye, the dog drooled all over the ground and ran toward Suisui with its legs flying. But Suisui smiled mysteriously. After the dog ran into her encirclement, she suddenly put away the chicken leg and grabbed it by the throat. She slapped its plump bottom hard. Still want chicken legs? You're lucky I didn't beat you up. I told you to scout ahead, but you ran off without a trace. Have you forgotten the 108 ways to cook dog meat? Terrifying memories began to resurface. The dog's pupils dilated, and in its shock, it started shedding fur, then with a poof, transformed into spirit form, quickly distancing itself from its human. Scary, too scary. The human was the most terrifying person in this world. It was going to run away from home. In spirit form, the dog floated 7 or 8 meters away in the blink of an eye, leaving only a pile of dog fur for Suisui. Snap. Suisui felt like some nerve in her brain had snapped, and angry little flames blazed up. Taking out her little fork, Suisui rolled up her sleeves, preparing for a 300-round battle with the dog. She had to let the dog know who was the boss in this house. One person and one dog chased each other through the wolf living area, leaving cracked earth and flying dirt wherever they passed. The dog ultimately couldn't beat its human. Its wails grew more pitiful with each cry, finally ending up tied spread eagle to a wooden board, being dragged around the area by Suisui for a parade. It was even threatened with castration. Unfair. The dog barked angrily. Suisui had no time to deal with the dog's tantrum and stuffed a chicken leg in its mouth to quiet it. The onlooker group had also gathered around the pit that the dog had dug with brute force. No one expected that the seemingly ordinary wolf area still held secrets. My goodness. Yuanli didn't know how to describe his current feelings. Are these corpses? Under the pit the dog had dug were densely packed, over 100 corpses. Some of these corpses had long since rotted or turned to bones. But some were as fresh as if they had just died today. What secrets was Qingshanzu hiding? The ancient corpses were beyond investigation, but those few fresh ones had great value. At this point, the doctor's role became apparent. The group dragged the relatively fresh corpses aside, and Wengan put on rubber gloves to examine them one by one. These corpses are well preserved with no obvious external injuries. Normal skin color, normal lip color, doesn't look like poisoning. From the freshness of the corpses, these 3 should have been brought here on the same day. Dilated pupils, weak pulse, and heartbeat. Wait. Wengan, immersed in the autopsy, didn't notice anything wrong with his words. The more timid Suisui and Yuanli broke out in cold sweat. and Suisui quickly called a halt. Wait, Wengan, don't you think there's something wrong with what you're saying? Wengan looked confused. What's wrong? And Suisui swallowed hard, speaking very carefully. Have you considered where corpses would get pulse and heartbeat? Wengan slowly frowned. Corpses naturally wouldn't have pulse and heartbeat. As he spoke, he himself was stunned. Corpses had no pulse or heartbeat, so what had he just felt? Wengan didn't believe it and examined again. This time, he made sure he wasn't influenced by the environment, but the examination results were no different from before. Not only that, Wengan also felt weak breathing from these corpses' cleaned mouths and noses. Yuan Li's face went white hearing this, and he reached out to hug and Suisui for courage. Jianshi stepped between them, and Yuan Li suddenly came to his senses, turning to hug the dog on the ground, continuing to tremble. The dog was caught off guard and nearly strangled, its hind legs kicking frantically. Let go of this dog, Lord. You're going to strangle this dog Lord to death, you little fatty. And Suisui was also scared. Jianshi took the opportunity to pull her into his arms, leaving only a pair of dark eyes exposed. These three couldn't be zombies, could they? The kind that are invulnerable to weapons, bare their fangs, appear and disappear mysteriously, and are especially vicious. And Suisui's description made Yuan Li's mind conjure up certain artistic works about zombies. Thanks to the future's powerful technology and the entertainment industry's exquisite techniques, every viewer could experience immersive effects and fully feel the impact of various creative ideas. In the interstellar age, you couldn't watch horror movies without a strong heart. Yuan Li was nearly scared unconscious by his own imagination. Fortunately, the dog in his arms gave him great courage. Yuan Li closed his eyes and held the dog high above his head, as if this could protect him from ghosts and spirits. The helpless dog. I'm impressed by you, you old six. Let this dog lord down. This dog lord is going to be sick from your lifting. Compared to these two cowards, the others were much braver. After learning from Wengan that the three suspected corpses might not be completely dead, Yu Jianian directly started searching their bodies. After a long while, Yu Jianian dragged one person out, pointing to an item he'd found on him. This person is a player from our world. Eh? And Suisui's eyes widened. How do you know? Yu Jianian calmly took out tissues, wiping his gloves dirted by soil, his gaze on the item from the person's chest. This women's bracelet from his pocket is from Yu Corporation, released a year ago. The one he has is a limited edition, on sale for less than half a year. Look at the inside of this bracelet, it has Yu Corporation's trademark. And the undershirt he's wearing is also from Yu Corporation's luxury goods division. And Suisui was confused. If he's a player from our same world, he should have just entered the game today. How could he be half dead lying here? Jianshi went up and kicked him. Since the person wasn't dead, just wake him up and ask. But no matter how much they tormented him, none of the three woke up. After careful examination, Wengan could only guarantee that the three had no physical abnormalities, with cell activity levels all within normal ranges. Jianshi finally released his wife, bringing thick disgust to examine the three unknown guys. This examination immediately revealed why the three were unconscious. These were actually three empty shells without souls. Human souls couldn't be separated from their bodies for too long. Jianshi knew this well. So where had their souls gone? Why were their bodies buried here? What roles were they playing in this game? Mystery upon mystery made in Suisui's head spin. The wolf area had over 100 corpses, but only these three guys had value. And Suisui simply freed the dog from the wooden board and put these three people's shells on it, dragging them out of the wolf area through a hidden route. After leaving the wolf area, the group learned that the zoo had descended into chaos. While they were tricked into the aquarium, the elephant area's elephant suddenly went mad, then broke through the area's barriers, charging all the way and damaging the peacock area's fence. The peacocks also escaped from their area, running everywhere. Many tourists found that after staying with peacocks for too long, they experienced severe mental confusion and ran to seek help from staff. The few staff members were overwhelmed, and the director had issued an evacuation order. The zoo was about to close. Damn it. And Suisui cursed upon hearing this news. I still haven't gotten the lion area interaction badge. If they close early, won't I fail the mission? Yu Jianyan's work phone was about to explode, with various group chats and private messages piling up to 99 plus. Quickly scanning through, they were all asking where he was. After all, the elephant area was the first to have problems, and as the elephant area manager, he bore great responsibility. It seemed they couldn't go to the rabbit area. Yu Jianyan spoke rapidly, quickly arranging what he could do. The lion area manager is one of my people. I'll have him bring you the interaction badge. The rabbit area is very important. We must hurry to explore it. I'll take these 3 half-dead guys to the elephant area. That's my territory, so hiding 3 people shouldn't be a problem. Contact me immediately if anything happens. After speaking, he hurriedly left, dragging the board, and Suisui didn't even have a chance to say a word. She could only turn around and look at the large group of peeking laughing wolves with a sigh. Yu Jianyan's words made sense, but what about this batch of intelligence-cleared laughing wolves? Take them to the rabbit area? That would be like delivering takeout to their door. And it would be free. Jianshi patted Suisui's head, laughing. Take them if we take them. At worst, they'll be eaten by those rabbits. It's no big deal. The laughing wolves decisively turned their heads. Although their intelligence was low, they sensed strong malice from Jianshi. Delivering takeout to their door? No way, they wouldn't do it even if beaten to death. The rabbit area was the most deserted section of Qingshan Zoo. The further they walked in that direction, the fewer tourists they encountered on the road. Some tourists, apparently stimulated by something, not only failed to follow the evacuation broadcast and leave the zoo, but actually pulled out machetes, axes, and other weapons, chasing and wildly slaughtering the escaped peacocks. To a degree that even frightened Suisui. She couldn't understand how these tourists had managed to bring these controlled weapons into the zoo. Given the current situation, it was hard to say who was more dangerous, the animals or the tourists. When Suisui led the laughing wolves to the rabbit area, there wasn't a single tourist in the open space in front of the area, nor were there any rabbits taking advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. A staff member in a green vest had collapsed in front of the area's main gate. His clothes were soaked in blood, his head hanging low. One hand gripped the broken door bolt, the other held a metal rod, firmly blocking the area's main gate. "Wake up, friend. Are you still alive?" Suisui called out cautiously, unsure how to approach the staff member whose life or death was uncertain. It wasn't until when Gon came over and forcefully twisted a pressure point on his body that the staff member spat out a mouthful of blood and slowly regained consciousness. Although the person was awake, whether he could survive was questionable. Junkai could feel that his extremely weakened body couldn't hold on much longer. He struggled to open his eyes, wanting to see clearly these people who had awakened him, but because blood had flowed into his eyes, everything was blurry. "You, cough cough." Junkai struggled to say something, but his throat seemed to have a leak. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't speak a complete sentence. He suddenly remembered that his throat seemed to have been bitten. If not for the item that had been sustaining his life, he would have died long ago. Junkai had no powerful healing items. The mild healing methods could only barely keep him alive. He no longer hoped to achieve victory, only wishing the game would end quickly so he could return to the real world, where his family would naturally find ways to save his life. The previous healing item's effect had ended. Junkai struggled to pull out a new card from his pocket. Before he could use it, a man suddenly grabbed his arm with such force that, even in his prime, he wouldn't have been able to break free. He heard the man talking to himself. "Sir, how are you? How did you get hurt so badly? Do you need me to call a doctor?" A flash of confusion crossed Shinjuensai's muddled mind. Wasn't his condition miserable enough already? Couldn't they tell whether he needed a doctor or not? Before he could figure it out, the man continued. I know. You're the rabbit area manager, right? So dedicated. Even exhausted like this, you're still guarding the area gate. That on you definitely isn't blood, it's carrot juice, right?" Junkai. Fuck your carrot juice. He was about to be killed by anger from this inexplicable man who had barged in. But that man kept talking to himself. Jin Junkai wanted to cover his ears to stop hearing what the other person was saying, lest he die of anger before the game ended. Who knew that after just a few seconds of spacing out, the item card in his hand was snatched away by that man. He even heard him say, "What time is it? Stop playing cards. You're holding this while sleeping here. If people see you, they'll think you're slacking off." Jin Junsai's eyes bulged with rage. He wanted to get up immediately, pry open that man's skull, pull out his brain and smash it on the ground. If he wasn't going to use his brain, why bring it out? Sleeping. Slacking off. He had clearly fainted from excessive blood loss. This inexplicable guy not only didn't try to stop his bleeding, but actually stole his life-saving item. Cough cough, you cough, my. Jin Junkai struggled to get up while reaching out to grab the item card. But in his condition where a bump could kill him, how could he possibly fight a healthy grown man? Not only couldn't he win, he had to listen to that man infuriate him. Jin Junkai couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to pull out another healing item, but that man was faster, taking all the items from his pockets. Jin Junkai, I won't let you go even as a ghost. Death. Server-wide announcement. Player Heaven Envy's talent has died. Server-wide announcement. Player Heaven Envy's talent has died. Server-wide announcement. Player Heaven Envy's talent has died. Yuan Li watched Jian Shi use those bloody items to please his wife and weakly reminded him, Jian Ji, this person seems to have been angered to death by you. Jian Shi didn't even glance at the ground, casually replying, dead is dead. Saves me the trouble of finishing him off. Yuan Li was stunned. Did Jian Shi's words mean that if this person hadn't died, he would have definitely made him die anyway? When had Jian Shi become so murderous? Yuan Li was a standard tech nerd. His divorced parents had some money and, aside from transferring living expenses to his account monthly, didn't really care about him. Before the game's arrival, Yuan Li's daily life consisted of eating, drinking, sleeping, and his greatest pleasure was playing games. With household robots taking care of his basic needs, he barely left home a few times a year. This lifestyle left him with almost no friends. After the game's arrival, it actually gave him a chance to leave home. So Yuan Li harbored no great malice toward the game or other players in it. Previously, when he teamed up with Suisui, he always felt that although these two were decisive in killing, as long as people didn't fall into their hands, they had never actively hunted other players. They had principles and were friends worth making. And Suisui, who had spent more time with Yuan Li, noticed the confusion and bewilderment in his eyes. She helplessly patted his shoulder and said softly, after this game ends, I'll tell you the reason for doing this. Whether you stay or go will be entirely up to you. When Gon had suffered more in the game than Yuan Li and was more accepting. Although he also had doubts, he hadn't wavered in his decision to team up with Suisui. Hearing this, he just nodded and remained quiet like a half-transparent person. Not long after Jin Junsai's death, the server-wide announcement sounded again. This time, a player named Flood had died. If they weren't mistaken, it should be Yu Jianian, who had returned to the elephant area, casually eliminating that manager named Yang Hong. That person was indeed also a player. Taking Jin Junsai's hand off the gate, the group pushed open the rabbit area's main door and entered with the laughing wolves. Although they had mentally prepared themselves, seeing the densely packed white rabbits in the area still made their scalps tingle. Too many. There were at least several thousand white rabbits wandering outside the containment facility. Hearing the commotion, the rabbits simultaneously perked up their ears, turned around, and silently watched these intruders with eyes filled with red light. After Suisui pushed open the door, she made no further moves, and the rabbits just quietly stared at them, showing not a trace of ferocity. Neither side made any rash moves. Time seemed frozen. Occasionally, a breeze would blow, bringing the scent of blood from elsewhere, adding a hint of gunpowder to this quiet battlefield. What broke this silence were the laughing wolves. The dog had originally been blocked outside the door by Suisui and couldn't see the scene inside the rabbit area. Perhaps Suisui's silence had lasted too long, arousing the dog's curiosity. The dog was curious by nature and couldn't stand its human keeping secrets from it. After howling a few times without getting a response, it squeezed in from beside Yuan Li's feet. Successfully breaking through Jian Shi and Suisui's defense line, it poked its dog head out from between the two. "What's going on? Let me see too." The dog's appearance immediately attracted all the rabbits' attention. No helping it, from appearance alone, it really looked too much like a wolf. The white rabbits had just begun to show a hint of ferocity. The laughing wolves also followed their big brother's actions, showing their faces at the battlefront. "What are you looking at?" "Huh, rabbits." Compared to the dog's fearlessness, although the laughing wolves had lost their intelligence, they still had their memories. They knew well that these rabbits were the natural enemies of wolves and were instinctively filled with fear. The rabbits hadn't done anything yet, but the laughing wolves collectively howled mournfully and collapsed to the ground with weak limbs. Rabbits? The appearance of the laughing wolves completely stimulated the white rabbits' nerves. The red light in their eyes intensified. Their cute appearance fell away, and thousands of rabbits suddenly swarmed forward like terrifying ocean waves. Although Suisui and the others hadn't spoken, the tacit understanding from fighting side by side multiple times still allowed them to react quickly. Yuan Li roared and stood at the front, a faint golden light appearing on his body's surface. It spread outward with his movements, gradually enveloping Suisui and the others completely. Jian Shi's scythe flew out from behind, passing through the golden shield and quickly harvesting the rabbit swarm's lives. The rabbit's defensive power wasn't particularly strong. Wherever the scythe went, the harvested rabbits had no resistance and all became souls under the blade. The scythe made a circle and flew back to Jian Shi's hand. The scattered rabbit fur was blocked by black mist and gloves. Not a single strand could land on him. Physical contact with white rabbits was the greatest taboo in the rabbit area. Jian Shi's surroundings were already shrouded in black mist, with a hooded cloak covering most of his face. His killing intent was so thick it seemed tangible. Before launching the second wave of attacks, Jian Shi said to the rabbit swarm, "If there are any hiding players on site, please avoid on your own. No one will be responsible if you're killed by mistake." As soon as he finished speaking, Suisui's dragon roar followed. The sweet, childish roar carried endless power, stunning all remaining rabbits on site and putting them in a 15-second daze. Suisui spread her wings, took her little fork, left Yuan Li's protective circle, and rushed to the front lines with Jian Shi. Only when Gon hid behind Yuan Li, nervously observing the battle situation, ready to heal the frontline personnel at any moment. Suisui's little demon had automatically upgraded to a blood demon after mixing with vampire bloodline. A completely unheard of breed. Having never fought evenly matched enemies, Suisui couldn't say what differences the new bloodline had from the old one. It wasn't until this moment, with her bloodline power fully activated, that Suisui vaguely sensed some abnormalities. In the past, when Suisui used her demon bloodline, she tried to fight quickly and decisively. Because using the bloodline consumed an alarming amount of stamina, most of the food in her backpack was focused on stamina recovery. She was afraid that one day she'd run out of stamina mid-fight and be worn down to death by enemies. But after the bloodline upgrade, the consumption from using bloodline abilities was reduced by more than half. Yet all 5-dimensional attributes had increased. Let you see how powerful this boss is. Take this fork. Suisui excitedly wielded her little fork, avoiding those rabbits that always wanted to pounce on her, skewering a string of rabbits with each thrust. Some clever rabbits noticed that Suisui's solo combat ability was quite outstanding and quickly united with all surrounding companions, forming waves to simultaneously pounce on Suisui. They wanted to see just how many rabbits this one fork could kill at once. Suisui sensed the bad rabbit's intention. Her movements paused, and she stopped swinging her fork, just hovering in midair, letting those rabbits approach her in groups. As if she had been scared silly. It wasn't until the rabbits had gathered in sufficient numbers and were close to Suisui that she turned around, showing the rabbits a smile of successful scheming. "Did you really think I don't have any area of effect skills?" And Suisui muttered, her dark red bat wings spreading to their maximum extent. They flapped at extremely high frequency, stirring the surrounding air into whirlpools. Storm Controller was a skill she had stripped from a dragon back then. If every skill had level markings, Storm Controller would be at least an A+ level area of effect skill. Under the ravages of wind and rain, the rabbits couldn't even get close, let alone control their body balance. What attack could they speak of? However, the excellent situation didn't make Suisui complacent. She always felt things were too easy. Since these rabbits were marked by the zoo as one of the high-risk species, there was naturally some reason for it. That player who had fallen at the rabbit area entrance was strong proof. And Suisui was confident in her team's overall strength, so players matched in the same game should have comparable abilities. Controlling the storm, and Suisui ensured absolutely no rabbits within half a meter of her while vigilantly scanning the surroundings. When Gon, who was constantly monitoring the battlefield, suddenly warned, "A group of rabbits has broken through the defense line and is heading for the wolf pack." Wolf pack? Only then did Suisui react. These rabbits' target wasn't them at all, but the laughing wolves hiding behind them. Jianshi had already rushed toward the wolf pack, leaving the front line entirely to Suisui. Suisui took time from her busy schedule to glance at the wolf pack. This one look immediately left her speechless and nearly made her fall from the sky. The dog had a personality that forgot pain once the wound healed, and the laughing wolves had perfectly inherited this trait. Although they were scared to death of rabbits and had just been frightened into weak legs by seeing too many rabbits. But after just turning around, before completely escaping the danger zone, they had already put the major crisis of their wolf lives behind them and were licking their fur along with the dog. They really lived up to their -1 intelligence. Suisui was frustrated and shouted at the dog, "Protect your little brothers, dog. If you don't step up, your little brothers will be gone." What? Little brothers in danger? Besides eating, drinking, and relieving itself, what the dog valued most were its little brothers. In its shock, it didn't even retaliate when kicked by its own leg. It immediately stood up from the ground, glaring menacingly at the approaching little rabbits. For this instant, Suisui actually saw a hint of kingly aura from it. Incredible, the dog had made progress. The feeling of pride lasted less than 3 seconds before being shattered by the dog's actions. With strong enemies ahead, the dog lowered its body and made fierce whimpering sounds. Then it gave orders to its little brothers. "Little brothers, attack. Bite these arrogant things to death." Suisui. Ancestor. They were trying every way to separate the rabbits from the wolves, and you're actively delivering food? Are you asking for a beating? Suisui wanted to beat it up on the spot. Never have any expectations of the dog, this was a universal truth. Fortunately, the laughing wolves were as cowardly as the dog. No matter how fiercely they bared their teeth and howled, they just wouldn't move forward a step. If the rabbits got slightly closer, they could even scare them into collectively retreating. The little brothers took after their boss, promising. With Suisui and the others all around protection, plus the laughing wolves being cowardly themselves, unless absolutely necessary, they would never step out of the protective circle. The rabbit area operation was going relatively smoothly. After the vanguard was annihilated, the rabbits also realized the intruders were hostile. These intruders weren't easy to deal with, so they chose to scatter and flee. Rabbits were small and numerous. They could disappear just by diving into any grass patch. Suisui and the others had no desire to pursue and exterminate them, officially taking over the abandoned rabbit area. The first thing to do was sweep the rabbits' living area. Sure enough, they found 3 fresh human corpses in the depths of the living area, along with countless wolf bones. It was confirmed that rabbits liked eating wolf-type animals. Just as they were still distinguishing the corpse's characteristics, a white rabbit jumped out from its hiding place and cautiously approached everyone. Jianshi was the most vigilant and immediately noticed the rabbit approaching mysteriously. He reflexively moved to cut it down. The rabbit, knowing the power of the great scythe, urgently spoke before the blade fell. "Spare me." Jianshi? The rabbit could talk? And Suisui was first startled by the self-revealing rabbit, then half a second later excitedly stuffed it into a sack, muttering about getting rich. Rabbit? Wait, I came to you for help and you're using me to get rich? He was truly possessed to think he could use these players to escape his predicament. These people were clearly demons. Look at the one with the highest combat power. Not only did he not stop this bizarre behavior, he even helped pass the sack. Help! The white rabbit screamed frantically in his heart. Fortunately, after becoming a rabbit, it was hard for ordinary people to see through the thick fur. The white rabbit barely maintained composure and unhurriedly stated his purpose. "If I'm not mistaken, you're also players, right?" And Suisui ignored him and continued tying the sack. The rabbit's eyelid twitched. "No, can we talk properly? Even if we're not from the same world, there's still possibility for cooperation." And Suisui took photos of the rabbit with her phone while Jianshi offered suggestions from the side. Just taking photos doesn't give the full experience. Better record a video and have him say some auspicious words. If he won't say them, poke his butt with a needle. You can't see it from the surface, so it won't affect his performance at all. What kind of talk was this? The white rabbit became increasingly panicked. He had experienced quite a few game scenarios, but such bizarre players were truly rare. Please be clear-headed. This is a dungeon raid, not some illegal activity. A rabbit really isn't worth much money. To save his life, the white rabbit had to beg for mercy. "All right, stop talking. I'll pay to ransom myself. Name your price." And Suisui finally paid attention to him, asking with interest, "You've turned into a rabbit. What valuable things could you possibly have?" Not all players were like Suisui with a bound backpack. Most people carried their assets with them. When encountering scenarios that didn't use their own bodies, being unable to use items was normal. So experienced players knew that relying on items was unreliable. Improving personal abilities was the only way to become stronger. The